System. I choose the 6-digit talent. Dragon's Wrath. Then, Wang Ping said silently in his heart. Ding. Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you know that after entering the simulation state, Lung Yu will become your enemy, and you must avoid him. However, you are not willing to use the 5-digit mid-level special item Curse Doll to deal with Lung Yu, because that is the act of using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. After all, this is a terrifying item that can kill even the quasi-immortal king. It would be a pity to use it against the quasi-immortal. This is true even if Lung Yu is not an ordinary quasi-immortal. So you chose to first solve the problem of the title Tianyan, and after settling the many causes and effects, you directly used the 6-digit talent, God of Escape, in order to go to other worlds more safely. I have to say that you are very lucky this time. You were teleported directly to another world, and it is also the world of Empress Qing Yuan that you have been to before. Your sudden disappearance attracted Lung Yu's attention. However, he didn't do much, just watched quietly. He could feel that some amazing changes seemed to have taken place in you after you went to Paradise of All Heavens. For this reason, he guessed that the day when you defeat him may not be far away. What will be his fate then? Lung Yu didn't know it, but she was very calm and mentally prepared to face everything. Senior Lung Yu is still Senior Lung Yu. It seems that he has been mentally prepared to kill him after I become stronger, and he still has no fear about it. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and sighed in his heart. However, although I will defeat you after becoming stronger, I will not kill you. After all, you are also a poor person, and you are also a respected senior time traveler. In reality, you have indeed helped me a lot. After a pause, Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking silently. While Wang Ping was thinking, the text simulation continued. After you crossed the world and came to the world where Empress Qing Yuan lived, the world shook instantly, with various visions earth-shattering. There is no way. You are too powerful. Although you are not a quasi-immortal, you are far stronger than an ordinary quasi-immortal. You have no hidden thoughts and forcefully broke through the boundary, which naturally caused a stress reaction in this world. This also caused the powerful monks in this world to all show shocked expressions, not knowing what happened. You didn't care about the thoughts of the monks in this world. You took one step and left the original place directly and went to Qing Yuan Imperial Palace. When you suddenly arrived at Qing Yuan Imperial Palace and appeared in front of Empress Qing Yuan, Empress Qing Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she was startled. Then, she directly bursts out with imperial power and attacks you instinctively. This attack did not hold back at all, showing the power of the top emperor. Faced with this blow, you just smiled, stretched out a finger, and tapped it in the air, directly breaking Empress Qing Yuan's magical power. This made Empress Qing Yuan look stiff, full of disbelief, and a little frightened. She is a top emperor. Although the blow just now was struck in a hurry, it is impossible for anyone to follow it so easily. Even the emperor cannot do such a thing. Obviously, your power has exceeded her knowledge. Seeing that Empress Qing Yuan, an old acquaintance of hers, was frightened by you, you smiled, but still did not reveal any aura. You just walked over, patted Empress Qing Yuan on the shoulder, and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm just here to take advantage of it. A breakthrough in this place, just to help you solve a problem." This sentence. In response to this, Empress Qing Yuan looked in awe and asked about your origins with curiosity. You smile slightly, indicating that Empress Qing Yuan's former enemy has reached the level of a top emperor and will bring a strong man in the late stage of the emperor to kill her. Your words made Empress Qing Yuan's pupils condense, and she guessed who you were talking about. This made her have some doubts. However, Empress Qing Yuan didn't say anything in the end. She chose to believe you. Because a senior like you, whose cultivation seems to have surpassed that of the great emperor and reached an unfathomable level, is impossible to tell such lies that can be easily exposed. Moreover, there is no need for you to lie to her. For this reason, Empress Qing Yuan has many thoughts in her heart. She bows deeply to you, expresses her sincere thanks, and expresses that she knows how to be wary of them. In this regard, you said it doesn't have to be like this. They're going to die soon. These words made Empress Qingyuan slightly stunned. She didn't know what you meant, because what you say now seems very contradictory to what you said before. Soon, Empress Qingyuan knew what your words meant, because if you directly seal the secret, a shadow will appear and bloom with fairy light. This fairy light penetrated the void and instantly submerged into the depths of the cosmic starry sky. Immediately afterwards, visions of blood rain and the fall of the great emperor appeared one after another. This process was extremely fast and took no more than 10 seconds. This scene made Empress Qingyuan's face shocked and horrified, and her scalp felt numb. After all, it was really terrifying that two great emperors, not just ordinary great emperors, had fallen like this and were directly killed from such a long distance apart. For this reason, she is very happy now. Fortunately, you are not her enemy, but are very friendly to her. Otherwise, with such a person in the world, she would not be able to sleep peacefully. Then, Empress Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh, saying that everyone in the world said that the great emperor was the one who stood at the top of the world. Now it seems that the great emperor is just a frog in the well, an ant that can be easily crushed in the eyes of a stronger person. Hearing this, you also felt a little emotional, saying that the world is very vast and the emperor is indeed nothing. Not to mention being a great emperor is nothing. Even a quasi-immortal or even an immortal is not a truly strong person. However, in this world, even quasi-immortals don't know, let alone immortals. For this reason, they think that the emperor is the end of cultivation. It is normal for Empress Qingyuan to feel this way after seeing you. The words that came out of your mouth made Empress Qingyuan full of surprise and asked if the immortal is a realm above the emperor. You gave the answer to this. This also makes Empress Qingyuan more curious and admires you very much, thinking that you have become an immortal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do such amazing things. You saw Empress Qingyuan's consumption and smiled lightly, saying that you have not yet become an immortal. You are still a great emperor, but your fighting power is a little stronger. You are here to break through to the quasi-mortal level. Your words shocked Empress Qingyuan. She thought Wang Ping had become an immortal. She didn't expect that you were just an emperor. What's the matter with your combat power? She thought it was just a matter of you being stronger. Obviously you are. A powerful billion-point question. In the eyes of Empress Qingyuan, your terrifying combat power is already superior to that of a quasi-immortal. Next, Empress Qingyuan suddenly bows to you, saying that she wants to be your follower and hopes that you will teach her the secret of becoming an immortal. This scene was also accidentally seen by a quasi-emperor ancestor from the Qingyuan imperial palace. Her face was filled with astonishment, and everyone was frightened. After thinking about Empress Qingyuan's request, you feel that Empress Qingyuan can do something for you. For this reason, you accepted her. Your words made Empress Qingyuan look happy, and she quickly swore her loyalty. For Empress Qingyuan, although becoming someone else's follower seemed a bit humble, she didn't care. As the saying goes, if you hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening, she doesn't have to die, and you can hope to know the secret of becoming an immortal. Is there anything more worthwhile than this? Not to mention, it is not such a shame to follow a mysterious powerhouse like you who can explode into quasi-immortal combat power with the cultivation of the great emperor. Looking at Empress Qingyuan's face full of joy, you sighed that the temptation to become an immortal was really great, and then asked Empress Qingyuan to do something. That is, let Empress Qingyuan go to Giga Cliff to get the Giga Stone. According to ancient books in this world, Giga Cliff is extremely mysterious. Once you enter it, the emperor will inevitably fall. For this reason, he is very feared by the monks in this world. However, the monks in this world don't know the origin of Giga, but Wang Ping knows because Wang Ping has stayed in this world for a long time and received various treasures presented by his disciples. One of the objects was revealed by Wang Ping with his Piyuan heavenly eye, and he learned the secret of Giga Cliff recorded in it. Giga Cliff is a secret place opened by the immortals in this world before the fairyland passage was closed. There is a Giga stone in it, which absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. After so many years, the level of Giga stone has been raised to an astonishing level. Levels can be used to forge immortal weapons. Giga Cliff appeared once 100,000 years ago, and now there are still 500 years until Giga Cliff appears next. Simulated Wang Ping had never gone in before and had no ability to go in. Now is an opportunity. If he gets it, he can hope to forge his own natal immortal weapon. Of course, if you want to forge an immortal weapon, you need an immortal source. However, Xian Yuan is nothing to Wang Ping. As long as the devouring immortal pearl is there, Wang Ping can completely refine the source of immortality by traveling to various worlds and massacring the Dark Emperor and Dark Quasi-Immortal in that world. Although this also takes some time, this time spent is nothing in front of the benefits. In addition, the main body Wang Ping can do this through life simulation. In reality, it does not take much time. In reality, it can be refreshed by refreshing rewards. After all, the life simulator has been upgraded and rewards such as fairy weapons and fairy sources can be refreshed. As for the question of the Emperor's death, it doesn't matter to you. Giga Cliff is a place of evil, and you have something to restrain it. At this moment, Empress Qingyuan was also stunned, and then said solemnly that although she wanted to help you get the Giga Stone, she was too weak and would definitely fall into it. It doesn't matter that she died. The key is that she failed to complete the task and let you, the Master, miss the Giga Stone. That would be a big sin. Hearing this, you smiled and reassured Empress Qingyuan that you will hand over the strategy of Giga Cliff to you, so she doesn't have to worry about you falling into it. Then, you took out the Holy Light Scepter from the inner world, indicating that it was the Holy Light Scepter. In terms of level, you can count it as an immortal weapon, but it is more powerful than ordinary immortal weapons. With this thing around, all the evil things in Giga Cliff will turn into ashes and cannot hurt her. The Holy Light Scepter is your exclusive prop. As long as you want it, you can take it back with just one thought. Others cannot take it away by force. This is the benefit of the special props rewarded by the Sky Tower. They are protected by the Sky Tower. Unless the holder dies or loses the game, others cannot take these special props away by any means of robbery. Hearing this, Empress Qingyuan looked at the white scepter in your hand with an incredulous expression. She was extremely shocked. She felt that you, the Master, were too arrogant. You could take something like an immortal weapon that only an immortal could use casually. One came out and was given to her to use. Then, Empress Qingyuan took over the Holy Light Scepter, caressing it with admiration, and was very happy. She confidently expressed that she had the celestial weapon in her hand, and she would definitely complete the mission and bring back the Giga Stone. You nodded, expressing your belief in her, then stretched out your index finger, tapped Empress Qingyuan's forehead, taught her the Giga Cliff strategy recorded in ancient books, and then disappeared. After you left, Empress Qingyuan came to her senses. She couldn't calm down and bowed deeply in the direction you left. Then, after she told the Quasi-Emperor ancestor, who saw it not to tell anyone about what she just saw, she began to prepare for breaking into Giga Cliff 500 years later. You are not concerned about what happens next in the Qingyuan Imperial Palace. You have already arrived at the secret place of the Qingyuan Imperial Palace and started to retreat. Devouring the immortal beads, he worked hard to refine the corpses of the Dark Emperors and Dark Quasi-Immortals, condensing the source of immortality. And you are also preparing to break through to the Quasi-Immortal level. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. The immortal source has been refined, and you started to break through the level with the help of the immortal source. At the same time, 500 years later, Giga Cliff also appeared. Empress Qingyuan broke into it. With the help of the Holy Light Scepter and the strategy you taught, she calmly entered and exited Giga Cliff and took away the Giga Stone. This made Empress Qingyuan admire and awe her master even more, because the immortal weapon of the Holy Light Scepter is really too powerful beyond her imagination, and it is the absolute nemesis of evil things. She doubted that even the Yin Xie who became an immortal could not block the holy light of the Holy Light Scepter. Wang Ping handed such a powerful immortal weapon to her casually, as easily and casually as if he had given it an ordinary thing. Can an immortal do this? For this reason, in the heart of Empress Qingyuan, although your master is not an immortal, his abilities and skills have surpassed that of an immortal. Although Empress Qingyuan does not know how powerful Xian is and what method she has, she firmly believes in this. When Empress Qingyuan left Giga Cliff alive, she was attacked by Emperor Honglian, because Emperor Honglian also knew the legend of Giga Cliff and saw that Empress Qingyuan entered immediately after Giga Cliff was opened. Now, Empress Qingyuan has come out safe and sound, which makes Emperor Honglian think that Empress Qingyuan knows the secret of Giga and has gained an opportunity. Otherwise, how could she, a top emperor, come out alive? For this reason, Emperor Honglian asked Empress Qingyuan to hand over the method of safely entering and leaving Giga Cliff, and at the same time hand over the opportunity. This made Empress Qingyuan snort coldly and show a mocking expression, thinking that Emperor Honglian behaved shamefully and was a clown. Then, Empress Qingyuan said that if Emperor Honglian dared to take action, she would be offending her master and would surely perish here. Empress Qingyuan's words made Emperor Honglian's pupil shrink, and he was a little surprised. After all, it is theoretically impossible for a top emperor like Empress Qingyuan to be called master. It is absolutely impossible for even an emperor-level figure to do this. For this reason, he had some doubts that someone in this world had already stepped into the level above the great emperor before him. After all, only people at that level can make a top emperor willingly recognize him as his master. At the same time, the Red Lotus Emperor also remembered the sudden death of two great emperors 500 years ago. It is rumored that the late emperor was practicing in the imperial palace and suddenly died suddenly and in a very strange way. Such means are no longer something that the emperor can do. In addition, Emperor Honglian had an ominous premonition about the fact that Empress Qingyuan entered Gigu Cliff inexplicably and then came out safe and sound. However, the Red Lotus Emperor's face became gloomy again, not wanting anyone to step into that level before him. He snorted coldly, condensed a red lotus, and wanted to attack Empress Qingyuan. This huge power fluctuation naturally attracted the attention of the nearby emperors. They were all shocked. They did not expect that the Red Lotus Emperor would take action against the Qingyuan Empress. Seeing that the Red Lotus Emperor was about to take action, Empress Qingyuan shook her head. Facing the Red Lotus Emperor's attack, she had no idea of counterattack or defense. This made the Red Lotus Emperor frown and become even more uneasy. As for the emperor who was watching the battle, he was quite confused. It was at this time that a phantom suddenly appeared in front of Empress Qingyuan, casually crushing the attack of Emperor Honglian. This scene frightened the Red Lotus Emperor, and he instinctively retreated a very far distance. The existence in front of him is obviously just an incarnation of the great emperor. However, the Red Lotus Emperor felt a fatal sense of danger. This had to make him suspect that the existence in front of him was the master mentioned by Empress Qingyuan. As the Red Lotus Emperor guessed, this figure is your incarnation. After you appeared, you also said that since the Red Lotus Emperor wants to die, you will help him. In response to your contempt, the Red Lotus Emperor was furious, burst out with all his strength, and condensed his strongest magical power, intending to kill your incarnation. In response to the Red Lotus Emperor's attack, with a calm expression, you gave an evaluation of a mayfly shakes a tree, and you don't overestimate your own capabilities. Then, your incarnation held both hands. Shaolin immortal technique exploded. Endless fairy light appeared, turned in a Shaolin chain, directly broke the huge Red Lotus, and at the same time tied up the Red Lotus Quasi-Emperor, and sealed that his power completely suppressed it. The Red Lotus Emperor is the first emperor in the world to be cultivated from a stunning Red Lotus. It is a stunning medicine. In previous simulations, you did not have the strength to easily suppress the Red Lotus Emperor, and could only kill it, so it can only be wasted. This amazing medicine, now that you are strong enough, You will naturally not miss this amazing medicine. Anyway, this guy also likes to seek death. Wang Ping suppressed him, captured him, wiped out his mind, and brought him back to his original shape. There's no point in it. Psychologically burdensome. The Red Lotus Emperor found that he was instantly suppressed and his power was blocked. He couldn't help but feel frightened in his heart. He didn't know what kind of power this was. He can only feel that this is a power that is superior to the Emperor, a power that is far superior to the Emperor-level magical power. In response to the fear of the Red Lotus Emperor, you gave an answer, saying that this is the power above the great Emperor that he dreams of, and it is the power of immortality. He has been pursuing power above the Emperor all his life, and now that he can be suppressed by immortal magic, it can be regarded as a dream come true. Hearing this, Emperor Honglian was stunned for a moment, then laughed sadly. The realm and power he pursued all his life. In order to become an immortal, he did not care about the cost, but now he is suppressed by the power of the immortal, and it seems that he will be eaten alive next. It is really sad. Your incarnation stared at the forlorn and laughing Red Lotus Emperor and said no more. He just asked Empress Qingyuan to take the Red Lotus Emperor back to the Qingyuan Imperial Palace, and then disappeared. In this regard, Empress Qingyuan naturally obeyed the order and quickly returned to Qingyuan Imperial Palace. This battle ended here, but it made it difficult for the Emperor who was watching the battle to calm down. After all, they also knew some information about immortals, and also knew that a human immortal had appeared in the world. Later, they also thought of the terrifying vision 500 years ago and had many guesses in their minds. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years have passed. During this 1,000 years, there has been no more shocking war in this world. All the strong men have become more honest because of what happened 1,000 years ago, and they're trying their best to visit Empress Qingyuan to enhance their relationship. This also led to Qingyuan Imperial Palace becoming the largest force in the world, a true overlord-level force. This is the influence brought by Wang Ping's incarnation. However, Empress Qingyuan does not care about the development of Qingyuan Imperial Palace. What she is most concerned about is when Wang Ping, the master, can break through to the level of quasi-immortal. That is, when Empress Qingyuan was unconscious, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the secret place of Qingyuan Imperial Palace and swept towards the starry sky. That is the aura of a quasi-immortal. At the same time, even more amazing chaos phenomena also appeared in this world, shocking many monks. This has led those who know some secrets to speculate, thinking that the master of Empress Qingyuan has made another breakthrough and may have become a real immortal from the immortal among humans. For a time, many monks were unable to calm down. They witnessed the joy of the birth of an immortal. They yearned for becoming an immortal and envied you for becoming an immortal. However, they were more in awe of Wang Ping from the bottom of their hearts, and immediately set off for the Qingyuan Imperial Palace. In the eyes of other emperors, since Empress Qingyuan could become Wang Ping's servant, they can do the same. In order to become immortals, they can also put down the so-called dignity of the emperor. At the same time, in the source of darkness, there are two dark quasi-immortals who were sleeping deeply and were awakened by the vision caused by your breakthrough. When you came to this world, they were aware of it and guessed that quasi-immortals from other worlds had broken through the world. However, since there is no grievance or enmity, it is naturally impossible for them to fight with this quasi-immortal for the so-called protection of this world. After all, they are dark quasi-immortals, not ordinary quasi-immortals. Not to mention, even if they're not dark quasi-immortals, it is impossible for ordinary quasi-immortals to fight against other quasi-immortals for this matter. As for when your incarnation suppressed the Red Lotus Emperor, the movement was too small and did not disturb them. At this moment, such a big movement finally woke up these two dark quasi-immortals who had attacked you in previous life simulations. For this reason, they stepped out of the source of darkness together and looked in the direction of Qingyuan Imperial Palace, with solemn expressions on their faces. The first quasi-immortal said that this vision was similar to the vision more than 1,000 years ago, but it was more powerful. He guessed that it was the work of the same person. If the second dark quasi-immortal agrees with the first dark quasi-immortal, it means you are too scary. Before breaking through to the quasi-immortal level, it is able to stimulate the vision of the quasi-immortal level, and its combat power is absolutely very powerful. Now that you have broken through to the quasi-immortal level, your combat power will undergo a qualitative change, which poses a great threat to them. The first dark quasi-immortal chuckled and said that they can take advantage of you before you have a complete breakthrough and attack you at the critical moment of your breakthrough. In that case, you can fail to break through and even suffer backlash. The first dark quasi-immortal said that you can break through to the quasi-immortal level in this era, and you definitely have unimaginable secrets in your body. Moreover, the path you are taking is terrifying enough. The secrets in you are probably greater than he imagined. Even more amazing. If they can kill you, swallow your origin, and get the secrets in you, maybe they can go one step further. After a pause, he added, in addition, if they don't take action and wait until you break through, they will not have a good life. The eyes of the second dark quasi-immortal flickered, and he was quite moved. He was obviously moved. Indeed, if they could swallow you and obtain your secrets, they might really be able to go one step further. If they could become immortals, they would no longer have to remain in the source of darkness. After all, the source of darkness is too dangerous. No one knows when they will completely degenerate and turn into dark creatures who only know how to kill. Only by becoming an immortal can one escape from dependence on the source of darkness and exist in the world forever. In the end, the second dark quasi-immortal accepted the proposal of the first dark quasi-immortal, and together they crossed an extremely long distance and appeared above the Qingyuan Imperial Palace. The pressure of the dark quasi-immortal was released without reservation. Two quasi-immortal visions also appeared in the universe. This shocked all the emperors. Empress Qingyuan was also so suppressed by the quasi-immortal power that her face turned pale, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she felt extremely heavy pressure. This also made her understand that the two people in front of her were definitely beyond the great emperor and were probably quasi-immortals. She really didn't expect that there were actually quasi-immortals hidden in the world she was in, and not one, but two. These two were even going to attack her master. However, Empress Qingyuan quickly calmed down. I think that with your master's methods, you must have predicted this. In other words, there must be a backup plan, and there is no need for her to panic. For this reason, Empress Qingyuan took a deep breath and shouted fearlessly, saying that it would be too despicable for the two seniors to take advantage of her master's breakthrough. Are they afraid of fighting in the same situation as you? Facing Empress Qingyuan's ridicule, the two dark quasi-immortals were furious. They were pointed at and scolded by Empress Qingyuan, a mere emperor. They really lost the majesty of the quasi-immortals. They were very angry and took action instantly, trying to kill Qingyuan. The empress was killed. It's just that something happened that the two of them didn't expect. Their blow, not to mention hitting Empress Qingyuan and killing her, actually failed to break through the formation of Qingyuan Imperial Palace. In response to this, Empress Qingyuan was startled, and then she showed joy, knowing that this was a backup plan left by your master. At the same time, she also thought of one thing. Faced with the pressure of the two quasi-immortals, theoretically everyone in the Qingyuan Imperial Palace had to die. However, in the end, no one in their Qingyuan Imperial Palace was injured or killed. This shows that you, the master, had already taken action to protect them. At this time, your figure appeared in front of the monks in Qingyuan Imperial Palace, making everyone look in awe. Your clothes are fluttering, and you ignore the two dark quasi-immortals, which means that the dark quasi-immortals you killed with your great emperor cultivation level are also trying to hinder your breakthrough. It is really ridiculous. These words made the first dark quasi-immortal snort, indicating that you are talking nonsense. When has he been defeated by you with your great emperor cultivation level? Do you really give yourself a gold? The second dark quasi-immortal looked at your figure, narrowed his eyes, and said in a cold voice that you still seem to be at the critical moment of a complete breakthrough. It turned out to be a hasty differentiation power, appearing in an incarnation, trying to shock them. Then, with a sarcastic look on his face, he said that you wanted to scare them with your incarnation. You really didn't know what to say. You really thought you had become an immortal. Hearing this, your incarnation, Yi Piao Piao, Feng Qingyun Dan's expression, is the hastily condensed incarnation. To kill them, one punch is enough. Your words made the two dark quasi-immortals furious, thinking that you were extremely arrogant. Then, the first dark quasi-immortal will use his great magical power to blow up your incarnation directly. In response, your avatar glanced at him, made a fist with his right hand, and swung out a Chaos Emperor fist at will, directly blowing it up like crushing an ant to death. Then, you calmly expressed that your general is defeated, so don't be embarrassed here. This scene shocked all the emperors, including Empress Qingyuan, into speechlessness. After all, this is a being that is superior to the great emperor. It is too perverted to be killed by one of your incarnations with one punch. When the second dark quasi-immortal saw this scene, his expression froze, and his face was full of fear. He didn't expect that you were perverted to such a level, and that your hastily condensed incarnation could kill the dark quasi-immortal with one punch. Immediately, the second quasi-dark quasi-immortal reacted and wanted to escape without hesitation. He regretted in his heart that he had taken action against you because of his greed. Regarding the escape of the second dark quasi-immortal, your avatar sneered and directly sacrificed the devouring immortal pearl, triggering the devouring power of the devouring immortal pearl and swallowing the mutilated corpse of the first dark quasi-immortal, devouring the second dark quasi-immortal. Although the swallowing immortal pearl has not performed well in previous life simulations, this does not mean that the swallowing immortal pearl is weak. After all, your cultivation was indeed weak at that time. Now, you have become a quasi-immortal. Even if you are an incarnation, the power you carry is not weaker than that of an ordinary dark quasi-immortal, and is even stronger. For this reason, with your current strength, you can fully activate the power of swallowing fairy beads. If you want to use it in battle, it is very easy to swallow a dark quasi-immortal. As for why in the previous simulation, after using Setsuna Fanghua to raise the combat power to the highest level, there was no way to use the devouring immortal pearl to gain an advantage against Lung Yu. That was because Lung Yu was too strong, and Lung Yu also had a mortal weapon. The second dark quasi-immortal found that he could not escape, and was involved and swallowed by the devouring immortal pearl along with time and space. His face was filled with fear. He did not expect that you actually had such a terrifying immortal weapon. He couldn't help but let out an incredible cry again. Sound. Soon, the second dark quasi-immortal was also swallowed alive by the devouring immortal pearl. It was difficult for him to self-destruct even if he wanted to. At this point, the war came to an end, making this world quiet again. Everyone was shocked, frightened, and in awe, but no one dared to speak out. Next, your incarnation ignored the frightened people and quickly disappeared. Not long after, you completely broke through to the quasi-immortal level and ruled the world. However, you have no intention of staying in this world for a long time. You went to the source of darkness and killed all the dark emperors in this world. Then you left this world and looked for a new world, hoping to hunt more dark emperors. And the dark quasi-immortal collect more immortal sources. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. During these thousands of years, you have traveled to 5 different worlds. Among these 5 different worlds, some are strong and some are weak. A powerful world, like the world where Empress Qingyuan lives, has many great emperors and even dark quasi-immortals. But in a weak world, even a great emperor cannot be born. In this regard, you also think of the world where the group members you once were. In that world, even saints were rare, and their cultivation was still incomplete. This makes me understand one thing. The gap between the upper realm and the upper realm is really bigger than the difference between humans and dogs. A world like your original upper realm with so many strong people, really there are very few. In addition, it takes more time to search for the world than you think. For this reason, your previous thought of wanting to easily travel to many worlds to hunt down a large number of Dark Emperors and Dark Immortals is wrong. However, you don't care. As long as Lung Yu, the senior time traveler, doesn't attack you in advance, you have plenty of time to grind until the devouring immortal pearl condenses enough immortal source. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years have passed, and you have traveled to 10 worlds and finally refined 3 groups of immortal sources. At the same time, during these 10,000 years, your understanding of the Chaos Immortal Sutra has become more profound. However, there is still a long way to go before creation. However, you have nothing to worry about, because the last world you arrived in is a very powerful world with great opportunities. This great opportunity is a fairy tree. The center of this world is the main trunk of this ancient immortal tree. Its huge body forms the central area, allowing countless monks to live on it. There is no doubt that this world is a paradise for wood attribute practitioners. For this reason, in this world, monks with the wood attribute are the only ones who dominate, and the monks with other attributes are all partial. After you came to this world, you were also very amazed when you saw the ancient immortal tree from the starry sky. You really didn't expect that there are living immortals in the subordinate planes of the immortal realm. To be precise, he is a free living immortal. There is no doubt that in terms of combat power alone, this world is much more powerful than the world where you and Lung Yu are. This is not only the existence of the ancient immortal tree, but also because of the monks in this world. There are 15 more active quasi-immortals. As for how many dark quasi-immortals exist in the source of darkness, it is even more unknown. Of course, it is also possible that there is no dark quasi-immortal in this world, because there are existences like the ancient immortal tree sitting there, which are capable of killing the dark quasi-immortal, unless there is a true dark immortal in the source of darkness. However, this possibility is very low, because the true immortal is already immortal, and there is no need to hide in the dangerous source of darkness. Next, you will go to the ancient immortal continent to participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference. The Immortal Ascension Conference is a conference initiated by the ancient immortal tree. It is a conference for monks in the world to discuss Taoism. The Ascension Conference is held once in a million years. It is rumored that whoever can be the first in discussing Taoism in the Immortal Ascension Conference and is recognized by the Ancient Immortal Tree, the Ancient Immortal Tree will give tea to the Immortal Enlightenment. This Enlightenment Immortal Tea is a unique product of the Ancient Immortal Tree. It takes hundreds of thousands of years to produce just a little bit, which can help people achieve enlightenment. There are historical records that anyone who obtains the tea leaves of the Immortal Enlightenment, soaks it and drinks it in a special way, can enter an extremely amazing state of enlightenment, and is expected to realize the immortal way. Once upon a time, there was a quasi-immortal who obtained the ancient tea leaves of enlightenment, successfully attained enlightenment, and realized his own immortal way. Unfortunately, after realizing the immortal way, the ambition of the quasi-immortal became extremely great. He was no longer satisfied with understanding the immortal way and wanted to become an immortal completely. Unfortunately, this world does not have the resources to become an immortal. For this reason, he set his sights on the ancient immortal tree. In his opinion, he has realized the way of immortality and is powerful. The ancient immortal tree is transformed from precious medicine, and its combat power must be much weaker than that of a real immortal. As long as he sets up a large formation, he has a chance to defeat it and refine it. Let yourself become an immortal. However, this quasi-immortal still overestimated himself and underestimated the ancient immortal tree. Even though, as he expected, the ancient immortal tree was not good at fighting and had a gentle nature, it was an immortal after all, and there was an essential difference between the quasi-immortal and the quasi-immortal. Even if the quasi-immortal had many tricks, even if the quasi-immortal had an extremely powerful physique, but after all, he was suppressed by the ancient immortal tree like an ant. After that battle, The world was shocked. Not only was it amazed by the effect of the Enlightenment Immortal Tea, but it was also completely impressed by the fighting power of the ancient immortal tree. No one dared to be petty anymore. Countless monks regard the ancient immortal tree as their faith. As for you, an outsider, although you don't have any faith in the ancient immortal tree, you're still very curious about it, and you are even more eye-catching about the immortal enlightenment tea. I didn't expect that there are real immortals in the lower realm. Although they were transformed from treasure trees, it's amazing enough. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and was a little surprised. However, it is a miracle that this ancient immortal tree can survive to this day. Wang Ping thought of this again. Before the passage to the immortal realm was closed, there were many powerful people, and existences like the ancient immortal tree would definitely be targeted by more powerful immortals and captured for planting. However, he was not caught. This may be because he was not discovered before the passage to the immortal realm was closed and remained silent, or it may be that he had not yet become an ancient immortal tree at that time. It would be astonishing if he became an ancient immortal tree after the passage to the immortal realm was sealed. The secrets contained within him would be terrifying. Perhaps by imitating Wang Ping, you can get the Enlightenment Immortal Tea this time, so that you can easily understand the Chaos Immortal Sutra and the Chaos Immortal Way. Immediately, Wang Ping shook his head, thinking silently in his heart, looking forward to the next development. Soon after, the Immortal Ascension Conference started, and you came to the scene. Your arrival did not attract the attention of other monks because you were very low-key and did not show your specialness. With your current ability, as long as you don't show anything special, even other quasi-immortals will never be able to see your true identity. Of course, this is because the quasi-immortals have not noticed you. Otherwise, they will find that they cannot see through your true identity and will definitely treat you as a similar person. 1 month later, under your watchful eyes, countless monks arrived, and the Immortal Ascension Conference officially began. The ancient immortal tree began to bloom with its immortal charm, using its branches and leaves as a guide to lead those quasi-immortals to come to the upper level and overlook all living beings. No one is surprised by this scene. Although anyone can preach and explain their own way at the Immortal Ascension Conference, it is ultimately a stage for powerful people. According to historical records, the Immortal Ascension Conference has always been about quasi-immortals preaching, which are recognized by the ancient immortal trees. Only a few great emperors can speak better than quasi-immortals. And all these great emperors are freaks. If they were placed in an era when they could still become immortals, they would definitely become immortals. That is, when everyone was marveling at the quasi-immortals' grace, a scene that surprised them happened. Another branch of the ancient immortal tree descended. The thickness and immortal charm of this branch actually exceeded all the previous branches. The quasi-immortals were also quite surprised. They looked in the direction where the branches extended and finally noticed you. In this regard, you secretly sighed in your heart. You were not sure about the details of the ancient immortal tree. You planned to wait and see first, but you didn't expect that it was discovered. It can only be said that an immortal is an immortal, and it is not something that you, a quasi-immortal, can compare to. Your concealment methods are nothing in front of him. However, you don't have anything to worry about. You have 2 5-digit special props in your hand. Although the Holy Light Scepter can only be used to deal with evil things, it also has purifying and healing effects, allowing Wang Ping to solve many dangerous situations. As for the 5-digit mid-level item Cursed Doll, let alone that. As long as you think about it, the quasi-immortal king will die. If the ancient fairy tree attacks you, you won't panic. You can kill it with a 5-digit intermediate item, the Cursed Doll. Although it is too wasteful to use this thing against a true immortal, it must be used when it should be used. Of course, in a sense, you won't feel any loss if it is really used on the ancient immortal tree. Because by destroying the ancient immortal tree, you may really be able to become an immortal. Thinking of this, you suddenly hope that the ancient immortal tree is the boss with ulterior motives. In that case, you won't have any psychological burden when killing him. If the ancient immortal tree is not the boss, killing him for no reason is really too bad and not in line with your style. When you have many thoughts in your mind, the old and fairy-like voice of the ancient immortal tree sounds, expressing that you, a quasi-immortal from other worlds, are welcome to come to this world to preach. Of course, if you don't want to preach, he won't force you. The voice of the ancient immortal tree shocked many monks. They did not expect that you were a quasi-immortal from other worlds. However, all the strong men among them were thoughtful. After all, they knew about the boundary-breaking phenomenon that occurred not long ago, and it was obviously your fault. For this reason, all these quasi-immortals have developed a strong curiosity about you. They don't know what your abilities are that make the ancient immortal tree value you so much. After all, the ancient immortal tree has never been so polite to any quasi-immortal. At this time, you calm down your emotions, smile slightly, and express your gratitude to Senior Ancient Immortal Tree for his attention. Since Senior invites you, you are naturally willing to preach. Next, you will be the first to give a sermon. You did not hold anything back and spoke out your own understanding of Taoism. This is not only a sermon, but also an awakening of yourself, which is also of great benefit to yourself. Your sermon shocked everyone and made them intoxicated. Even the expressions of other quasi-immortals changed, feeling that your understanding of Taoism was far above them. As your sermon progresses, many people have breakthroughs. When you finish your sermon and a vision comes from the sky, everyone becomes new and bows deeply to you, even other quasi-immortals. I admire you in my heart and finally understand why the ancient immortal tree is so polite to you. I have to say that if a person like you was placed in an era when he could become an immortal, he would be a leading and coquettish existence. He could easily become an immortal and perhaps reach a state above a true immortal. It would also be very easy. Of course, given your situation, even in this era where it is extremely difficult to become an immortal, it is estimated that you can truly become an immortal. After the ancient immortal tree finished your sermon, he was also quite amazed by your Taoist teachings. He felt that you deserved to be a generation of chaotic body. It was truly astonishing. In response, you smiled slightly and didn't say much. Next, there are other quasi-mortals preaching, and there is also a bold emperor preaching. You didn't look down upon it, you just listened attentively, and it was quite rewarding. After the sermon was completed, the ancient immortal tree announced the results of the Immortal Ascension Conference, indicating that the Taoism you preached was the strongest in the world, and for this he could give tea to the immortal enlightenment. Listening to the words of the ancient immortal tree, everyone showed envious expressions. However, although they were envious, they were not unconvinced at all. When it comes to Taoism and Dharma, you are indeed number one, and you deserve to be number one. After you took the Wu Dao Immortality leaves, you took a deep look at the ancient immortal tree and expressed your gratitude to the ancient immortal tree for its generous gift. In response, the ancient immortal tree said, "You're welcome. This is the reward you deserve." Then, the ancient immortal tree announced that the Immortal Ascension Conference was over and would be resumed in 1,000,000 years. Hearing this, after you slightly arched your hands towards the ancient immortal tree, you were ready to leave here. However, the quasi-mortals are chatting with you and want to invite you to be a guest and make friends. In this regard, you declined with a smile and left here. This made all the quasi-immortals a little regretful, but they didn't say anything more and left each other. Soon after, you found a suitable place, set up a large array, and began to soak the immortal enlightenment tea leaves, retreat to enlightenment, hoping to use the effects of the immortal enlightenment tea to understand the Chaos Immortal Sutra and the Chaos Immortal Way. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. I have to say that the effect of enlightenment immortal tea is indeed very amazing. It allows you to enter a wonderful state of enlightenment and saves a lot of time for enlightenment. 100 years have passed, and you have successfully understood the immortal way of chaos and the immortal sutra of chaos. After the retreat is over, you are extremely excited, laughing, and extremely satisfied with your gains. Now, having understood the Immortal Sutra of Chaos and the Immortal Way of Chaos, your combat power has completely surpassed Lung Yu, the senior time traveler. In your opinion, you can kill it if you want. However, you will not kill Lung Yu, a senior time traveler. Although he has killed you many times in the simulation, he is still a poor man after all. He has also helped Wang Ping many times, so his kindness outweighs his fault. For this reason, you are more willing to become a Taoist friend with him and grow together. Then you smiled casually again, feeling that you were a little too arrogant. Lung Yu, a senior time traveler, had never revealed his true identity. As someone who has been to the paradise of all heavens, his combat capabilities must be diversified. However, you have never seen him display auxiliary combat methods such as special props. For this reason, if you really want to confront him, you still have to be careful, lest you capsize in the gutter, which would be a bit embarrassing. Finally, we have taken this step. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and was filled with emotions. Chaos Immortal Sutra, Chaos Immortal Way. Today's simulated Wang Ping, at the level of quasi-immortal, is already considered the best among the best. As for the perfect chaotic body, this thing cannot be forced. However, even the Deshang Chaos body has an unrivaled and huge advantage among the quasi-immortals in the lower realm. Even if you go to the immortal realm, few people can match it. Next, it's time to go back. Look forward to the battle with Senior Lung Yu. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. He was looking forward to this battle and felt that he had hope of being proud. While Wang Ping was thinking wildly, the simulation continued. Next, after you have settled down, you are ready to forge your own natal immortal weapon. When you traveled to various worlds, you also found a lot of powerful materials with side effects, and you gathered 3 groups of immortal sources just to be on the safe side. Now is the time. Just do it. You start to forge your own fairy weapon from many materials. The process of forging immortal weapons is very cumbersome and consumes a lot of energy and time. For this reason, thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye. Thousands of years have passed, and you have been concentrating on forging the immortal weapon, continuing to integrate your own chaotic immortality into it, which consumes a lot of money. However, your efforts are worth it. After thousands of years, you have finally forged your own natal immortal weapon, the Chaos Immortal Clothes, using many materials. With the birth of the immortal weapon Chaos Immortal Clothes, the immortal weapon Tribulation reappears. This time, the immortal weapon Tribulation will be more terrifying than when you got the Chaos Immortal Bead. Because the Chaos Immortal Clothes is your natal immortal weapon. It is an immortal weapon that contains the Chaos Immortal Way. There are few immortal weapons at the same level that can compare with it. However, you are not worried that your Chaos Immortal Clothes will not be able to survive the immortal weapon Tribulation. You firmly believe that he can successfully survive the immortal weapon Tribulation. With the help of the power of the immortal weapon Tribulation, you can take a step further and become more powerful. That is, when you were watching the immortal weapon Tribulation, all the quasi-immortals in this world also looked over with shocked expressions. They did not expect that the immortal weapon Tribulation would come. However, when they saw the Chaos Immortal Clothes, they knew that this should be the natal immortal weapon you made. In this regard, they also guessed that you should have understood the immortal way of chaos. Because only those who understand the immortal way are qualified to forge their own natal immortal weapon. Of course, this is just a qualification, a prerequisite. Many people who understand the immortal way are unable to forge their own immortal weapons at the quasi-immortal level. According to records, most quasi-immortals can only forge their own natal immortal weapons after they become immortals. It can be said that a monk who can forge his own immortal weapon at the quasi-immortal level is definitely a pervert. For this reason, they can only be envious and dare not be greedy at all. They know very well that although they are both quasi-immortals, if they confront you, they are likely to be easily killed by you. They would not do anything that would cost them their lives. In this regard, the immortal weapon Tribulation proceeds smoothly. You find that the other quasi-immortals are just watching without any intention of taking action. You also smile slightly and feel that these people are still very rational and are not seeking death like the first two dark quasi-immortals. Of course, this is also related to letting this group of people know how strong you are when you preach. Otherwise, someone may still take action because of greed. In the end, your chaos immortal clothes successfully survived the immortal weapon tribulation, became more powerful, became a real immortal weapon, bloomed with endless immortal light, returned to you, and was worn by you. Then, the fairy light disappeared and became like ordinary white clothes. This scene makes you very satisfied. At this time, many quasi-mortals also congratulated you very politely on successfully condensing your natal immortal weapon. In response, you did not ignore their congratulations and responded politely. Next, just when you were thinking about whether to return to the original world, the voice of the ancient fairy tree sounds, asking you to go there. You were quite surprised by this. After thinking about it, you chose to go to the place designated by the ancient immortal tree. Then, you saw an old man transformed from the ancient immortal tree. The old man looks at you and congratulates you on getting your natal immortal weapon. In response, you smiled, and after being polite to the ancient immortal tree, you asked him why he asked you to come. When the ancient immortal tree saw you asking, his expression became serious, expressing that he hopes you can go to the source of darkness in this world and get rid of a dark creature. Hearing this, you were quite surprised. You did not directly agree to the request of the ancient immortal tree. Instead, you asked seriously what the dark creature was and why it made the ancient immortal tree so afraid. Could it be that even the ancient immortal tree, as a true immortal, could not destroy it? The ancient immortal tree shook its head, indicating that those below the level of a true immortal can still enter the source of darkness. After becoming an immortal, they cannot enter the source of darkness. Once they break in, they will be eaten, so even if he can get rid of the dark creature, he still has to do it. Don't dare to go in. These words made you feel awe-inspiring, and you guessed something. Perhaps the source of darkness does not care about the existence of those below true immortals. But once you become a true immortal and enter it, you may attract the attention of the source of darkness and be eaten by it as a snack. Of course, it may not attract attention. It is just a simple instinctive reaction such as eating. There are many thoughts in your mind, asking why the ancient immortal tree wanted to get rid of that dark creature. Is that dark creature very dangerous? The old man transformed from the ancient immortal tree nodded, indicating that the dark creature was created by a guy from the heavens with special props. He absorbed the dark power from the source of darkness and continued to grow. If he is allowed to continue to grow, he is likely to gain true immortal level power or even become more powerful. At that time, the world will be over. The quasi-immortal can still break through the boundary and escape, but all the endless creatures in this world will be destroyed. Moreover, not only will something happen in this world, once that monster is formed, it is likely to have a chain reaction, destroying many worlds affiliated with the fairyland. Hearing this, you also understand why the ancient immortal tree is obsessed with cultivating extremely powerful quasi-immortals, and even hopes to give birth to a new true immortal. Because the ancient immortal tree wanted to solve this hidden danger, it held the Immortal Ascension Conference and was dedicated to cultivating strong people. I have to say that the ancient fairy tree is indeed a good fairy tree that cares about the common people. You can sense this now. In addition, the Holy Light Scepter does not react to the ancient immortal tree, which shows that his character is indeed gentle and kind. After you think about it, ask the ancient immortal tree if it can leave this world. In your opinion, the ancient immortal tree is rooted in this world and may not be able to leave. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why he wants to urgently solve the hidden danger. The ancient immortal tree shook his head and said that he could leave, but he would have to pay some price. However, he feels that only by solving hidden dangers can we be safer. After all, once that kind of thing comes out, it may be useless to escape to any world now that the Fairyland Passage is closed. You nodded, thoughtfully, but still did not immediately agree to the ancient immortal tree's request. After all, The dark creature is obviously dangerous, and there's no point in risking a fight with it. Anyway, as long as you leave this world and return to the original world, nothing will happen to you after 1 or 200,000. Spending such a long time practicing will obviously be of great benefit to you. Seeing your hesitation, the old man, transformed from the ancient immortal tree, smiled helplessly, saying that the dark creatures have not yet reached the level of true immortals, and you should be able to completely eliminate them with your strength. If you are willing to take action, he can give you some more enlightenment immortality leaves, and also give you a drop of life essence, which can help you condense the true immortal body. Subsequently, the ancient immortal tree said that this drop of life essence took him tens of millions of years to condense. It was very precious, enough to make even the true immortals be moved by it. Hearing this, your eyes brightened instantly, and you smiled, indicating that I would leave this matter to you. In response to this, the old man, transformed from the ancient immortal tree, couldn't laugh or cry. He laughed and scolded you for not letting go of hawks when you see rabbits. Then, after the old man, transformed from the ancient immortal tree, told you some information, he disappeared, saying that he would give you the reward when you come back. In this regard, you nodded, looked at where the source of darkness was, took a step forward, and headed there. You are not particularly afraid of dark creatures. Even if the dark creatures are strong enough to reach the realm of true immortals, you can still use the Holy Light Scepter to deal with them. After all, this thing is the nemesis of evil creatures. Although this dark creature was raised through the source of darkness, the Holy Light Scepter, as a 5-digit special item, is not useless. Your behavior of entering the source of darkness was seen by the quasi-immortals who have been paying attention to your actions. They were all a little surprised. However, they soon thought that this must be related to the ancient immortal tree, and they all shook their heads, thinking that you were too reckless, and I am afraid that you will fall into it today. The fact that the ancient immortal tree wants to destroy a certain existence in the source of darkness is not a secret to quasi-immortals like them. However, in their opinion, even the ancient immortal tree was so afraid of an existence, so they naturally could not be their opponents. For this reason, no matter how many benefits the ancient immortal tree promised, no quasi-immortal has promised it in the past. After all, at the level of quasi-immortal, everyone cherishes their life. No one is willing to risk a narrow escape and go deep into the source of darkness to kill the enemy. Not to mention, the Dark Emperor and Dark Quasi-Immortal in the source of darkness are also extremely fearful to them. They don't want to become nourishment for these guys after entering it. Even if he doesn't become a source of nourishment, he will probably be forced to the same level of depravity. You don't know the thoughts of other quasi-immortals, and you are not interested in paying attention to their thoughts, so you entered it on your own. As you enter it, you frown, because you find that among the sources of darkness in this world, there is no trace of the Dark Emperor or the Dark Quasi-Immortal. It stands to reason that if this world is so powerful, the accumulation of dark quasi-immortals and dark emperors will only be greater than in other worlds. However, you did not see a dark quasi-immortal and a dark emperor. This situation is so abnormal that it immediately reminds you of the existence of the dark creature mentioned by the ancient immortal tree. Perhaps it was the dark creature that swallowed up all the dark emperor and dark quasi-immortal in the source of darkness, which is why the source of darkness became so deserted. This also makes you frown, with a solemn face, always on guard against attacks from that dark creature. However, your caution is unnecessary, because when you went deep, you did not encounter any attacks. It was not until you came to the depths of the source of darkness in this world that you understood the reason. Because deep in the source of darkness, there is a blood-black cicada. Surrounding the blood-black cicada, there are many tentacles and tens of thousands of creatures. The true forms of these creatures are the Dark Emperor and the Dark Quasi-Immortal. Among them, most of the creatures have been pierced by the tentacles and turned into mummies. Only a handful of creatures are lingering with pain on their faces. And these surviving creatures are all Dark Quasi-Immortals. When you saw this scene, You narrowed your eyes and looked quite solemn. Being able to capture and absorb all these dark emperors and dark quasi-immortals, it is obvious that the power of this dark creature has reached a very terrifying level, and it is likely that it is far superior to the quasi-immortals. Now, he is transformed into a cicada-like existence, most likely undergoing a new round of transformation. Perhaps, the day he emerges from the pupa will be the moment he becomes an immortal. When the time comes, he will be invincible, slaughtering the world and becoming a nightmare for many worlds. When you were solemn, the dark quasi-immortals who were not dead among them also discovered your existence. Their faces were full of pain, and they showed joy, asking for help from you, hoping that you could save them or kill them. In this regard, you remain unmoved, your expression remains calm, and you silently observe this cicada-like thing with your Piyuan heavenly eyes. At this moment, the cicadas seemed to feel the threat and started to vibrate. The tentacles began to increase their strength to absorb the origin of these dark quasi-immortals. Seeing this, you snorted coldly, no longer ignored, and directly burst out with extremely powerful power, manifesting the Chaos Immortal Tao, and bombarded the cicada with the Chaos Immortal Fist. However, something surprising happened to you. This cicada chrysalis is extremely tough. Even now, when you bombard it with the Chaos Immortal Fist, you can't blow it up at once, but only blast it out with many cracks. Now you have understood the Chaos Immortal Way, and even the Chaos Immortal Sutra, and supplemented by the Chaos War Clothes, your combat power has been increased to a level close to the ultimate combat power of the quasi-immortal level, even for those who are extremely weak. Fairy, you have the confidence to touch it. However, even so, he still couldn't break it with one punch. Soon, you attacked again. This punch hit the cicada's body, causing the cracks on its body to become more dense, with the possibility of exploding at any time. At the same time, you also discovered a problem. That is, the critical hit effect of the 7-color talent explosive blade has been reduced again, from doubling the damage to only increasing the damage by 50%. Obviously, after your combat power has been greatly improved, the bonus of the 7-color talent has been reduced again. However, you can also understand that in the final analysis, it is only a 6-digit talent. For an existence like you, which is far above the quasi-mortal level, it is really unable to keep up. It is estimated that after you become an immortal, this 6-digit talent will be useless. At that time, Wang Ping, the main body, can be sold or used to train Lin Yuan and others. Of course, if it can be used in the Tianta trial, you still won't choose to hand it over. It must be used by yourself. When you have many thoughts in your mind, you also burst out with a powerful attack again, blasting the cicada pupa forcefully, and at the same time killing all the absorbed dark quasi-immortals. After the cicada was blown open by you, a very sharp sound rang out, and then you saw an extremely ugly insect-like dark creature staring at you with its scarlet compound eyes, looking extremely eerie. In this regard, you were expressionless and showed no fear. You just mocked this insect-like dark creature, saying that he was really ugly and an eyesore, so you might as well commit suicide. Your words completely angered this insect-like dark creature. His wings trembled, and he burst out with extremely terrifying speed and attacked you. You were quite surprised by this, because the speed at which this insect-like dark creature bursts out is actually faster than Lung Yu, a senior time traveler. Of course, this speed refers to the premise that Lung Yu does not use his space talent. If you use space talent, that's a different matter. However, although you were surprised by the speed of the insect-like dark creature, you remained unmoved and not worried at all. Because although the insect-like dark creature in front of you is very fast, the power fluctuations you feel from it do not reach the level of a true immortal. Although it is said that the power fluctuations in his body have far exceeded the quasi-immortal level, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the power of the pseudo-immortal level is, but after all, he is not a true immortal. For this reason, when you face this insect-like dark creature, you are only excited. You are very much looking forward to a battle with him, to see how terrifying your power has reached. Soon, The insect-like dark creature discovered that its own speed could not scare you or expose your weaknesses, so it launched an attack. In response, you sneered and also unleashed extremely terrifying combat power. Chaos Immortal Tao erupted, and Chaos Immortal Fist erupted, confronting this insect-like dark creature head-on. However, this bug is worthy of being an existence that almost stepped into the level of a true immortal. Not only is it extremely fast, it is also extremely terrifying in terms of strength. It actually puts you at a disadvantage. In this regard, you remain unmoved and continue to fight with him, becoming familiar with your own power. As the battle progresses, you gradually master your own power and begin to fight this insect-like dark creature to a 50-50 split. Seeing that I have been unable to capture you for a long time, this insect-like dark creature became even more angry. It was already frustrating enough for him to be interrupted by you at the critical moment of his breakthrough and to force his way out of the world. Now that he couldn't take you down, it made him even more furious. For this reason, this insect-like dark creature chose to use its true power. Originally, he planned to save his power. After killing you, he would absorb your power and continue to transform into a butterfly and transform. Now it seems that he cannot save his strength. As this insect-like dark creature bursts out with real power, you are instantly in danger, and your life is in danger at any time. This makes you frown slightly, realizing that this insect-like dark creature was hiding its power before. For this reason, you are thinking about whether to use the Holy Light Scepter or the 7-color talent, Moment of Youth. Finally, you feel that there is no need to waste your life fighting against this insect-like dark creature to test your ultimate combat power. That kind of behavior is completely a fool's behavior to waste your own life-saving trump card. Next, you directly took out the Holy Light Scepter, causing it to burst out with extremely terrifying holy light. With the emergence of the Holy Light, all evil things at the level of true immortals have to be reduced to ashes, let alone this insect-like dark creature. For this reason, as an extremely sad scream sounded, this dark creature finally turned into ashes and died completely. Seeing this, you smiled. You were quite satisfied with the effect of the Holy Light Scepter. You felt that it was indeed a special prop produced by Tianta. The effect was invincible. However, you are obviously too happy. The Holy Light Scepter is a 5-digit special item that can emit holy light that purifies evil things. But here is the inside of the source of darkness, and the explosion of this terrifying holy light undoubtedly disturbed the source of darkness. Although this level of holy light can only produce an itchy sensation similar to bugs crawling on human skin, it is dangerous enough. After all, when people see bugs crawling on their bodies that make them itchy, they will instinctively slap them to death, and the source of darkness will naturally have the same reaction. For this reason, the energy of darkness appeared instantly and swallowed you up. In front of the source of darkness, all your resurrection methods are of no use. For this reason, you completely perished in an instant. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. As the text simulation ended, a large number of memory images instantly appeared in Wang Ping's mind, without any mistakes or omissions. Of course, this huge memory will not affect Wang Ping himself. It can only be said that after the life simulator is optimized again, it is really much more useful than before. This is really careless. It should be said that the simulated Wang Ping is floating again. After absorbing the memory in a very short time, Wang Ping sighed. The simulated Wang Ping holds 2 5-digit special props and 2 immortal tools. He has broken through to the quasi-immortal level and comprehended the Chaos Immortal Sutra and Chaos Immortal Tao. Theoretically, except for the real immortal, no one is the opponent of the simulated Wang Ping. Perhaps, even if the real immortal takes action, it may not be able to completely kill the simulated Wang Ping. For this reason, the simulated Wang Ping is really floating, which can be seen from the fantasy of beating Lung Yu, the senior traverser, after returning. The huge improvement in strength has made the simulated Wang Ping no longer extremely cautious as before, and forget the huge, unstable factor of the source of darkness. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the source of darkness has never taken the initiative to take action. Even if he listened to the words of the ancient immortal tree, he was a little careless that the real immortal would be swallowed if he entered it. In the end, this tragedy occurred. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the simulated Wang Ping. When he saw the simulated Wang Ping's strength soaring, he was also a little proud, but not as proud as the simulated Wang Ping. However, I already know the signpost. The next time I simulate coming to this world, I will not use the Holy Light Scepter to deal with this dark creature. In fact, as long as I come earlier, the combat power of this dark creature will definitely not be as good as when the simulation ends. At that time, even if I don't use many trump cards, I will have a good chance of killing it alone. Then, Wang Ping shook his head again, his eyes flickering, thinking secretly. Just when Wang Ping was thinking about many things in his heart, the voice of the system sounded at the right time. Ding! Rewards are generated successfully. The host must choose 2 from the following rewards. 6-digit talent, Dragon's Fury. Quasi-immortal cultivation. A ball of immortal source. Enlightenment, immortal tea leaves. Innate immortal weapon, chaos battle suit. A random quasi-immortal weapon. Ghost Valley Stone. Is this the optimized life simulator? I love it. Wang Ping was stunned when he saw the rewards refreshed this time. Good guy. Although he guessed that after the life simulator was optimized again, the refreshed rewards would definitely become richer and the level would be improved. But this was too rich, with immortal weapons, immortal sources, and enlightenment immortal tea leaves. For a moment, Wang Ping's choice difficulty was rarely seen again. First, exclude the Ghost Valley Stone, the immortal source, and the quasi-immortal weapon. Although these 3 things are precious, they are nothing to me now. Of course, the immortal source is still relatively precious. It may be used for paid simulation after the cultivation is improved, and it can also help Emperor Tianyu break through to the quasi-immortal level. However, since it can be refreshed this time, it will definitely be refreshed in the future, so there is no need to choose it now. It is most important to choose the rewards that can improve yourself first. After thinking about it, Wang Ping first screened out these 3 rewards. Then, Wang Ping looked at the 6-digit talent, Dragon's Fury. The 6-digit talent is still quite precious. If it were in the past, Wang Ping would definitely choose it. After all, the probability of refreshing it is still small. However, now the life simulator has been optimized, and the 6-digit talent will be refreshed at the bottom. For this reason, the 6-digit talent is also a common street, and the priority of selection is reduced. Of course, this is because this 6-digit talent seems to be useless. Otherwise, Wang Ping would still consider choosing it. Next, Wang Ping looked at the Enlightenment Immortal Tea Leaves, Quasi-Immortal Cultivation, and Chaos Immortal Clothes. Wang Ping really wanted the Chaos Immortal Clothes, his natal immortal weapon. Although he could easily obtain the Chaos Immortal Clothes through the life simulator that was obtained by the simulated Wang Ping, not by his real body. Wang Ping had a hunch that the probability of the Chaos Immortal Clothes being refreshed would definitely be lower than other rewards. However, Wang Ping also wanted the Enlightenment Immortal Tea Leaves, which helped the simulated Wang Ping comprehend the Chaos Immortal Scripture and the Chaos Immortal Tao. If he chose it, Wang Ping would have Enlightenment Immortal Tea Leaves to drink every time, and he could also use it to share with Emperor Tianyu and others. Wang Ping felt that he had to realize the cake he had drawn. Forget it, I still don't choose the Enlightenment Immortal Tea Leaves. For this thing, you just need to go to the Ancient Immortal Tree world and ask for it from the Ancient Immortal Tree. As for the problem of realizing the cake I drew, we'll talk about it later. When I become stronger, it will only take a few minutes for Emperor Tianyu and others to become immortals. Now, the main thing is to improve myself. After thinking about it, Wang Ping shook his head again. In the end, Wang Ping planned to choose the Quasi-Immortal Cultivation and the Chaos Immortal Clothes. Choosing the Quasi-Immortal Cultivation level may seem like a very stupid act, but it is not. After all, Wang Ping already has enough resources now. and he is not afraid that he will have no resources to simulate after reaching the quasi-immortal level. Not to mention, if he loses resources, he can earn more. What Wang Ping is most worried about is what kind of trouble the group owner of the second-generation chat group will give him. The group leader of the second-generation chat group is also a 5-digit leader, a terrifying powerhouse at the level of a quasi-immortal king. Since the other party knows that his growth rate is getting more and more abnormal, it is impossible for him to continue to grow. System I choose: quasi-immortal cultivation and chaos immortal clothes. Now that he had made a decision, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation, "Ding, the reward selection was successful and is being distributed." The system's voice rang. Then, before Wang Ping's eyes, a piece of fairy clothing full of fairy charm appeared. It was the Chaos Fairy clothes. After the Chaos Immortal clothes appeared, they expressed their affection towards Wang Ping, and then took the initiative to wear it on Wang Ping. Next, Wang Ping's cultivation also began to improve rapidly. The promotion process this time is different from the previous ones. This time, Wang Ping felt like he could see 1,000 years at a glance. Although less than a minute had passed, the memory of the hard practice was very profound, which benefited Wang Ping a lot. This feeling is so amazing. It's truly a life simulator. It's so powerful. After Wang Ping opened his eyes, his cultivation successfully stayed at the quasi-immortal level, which made him nod with satisfaction. Next, let's continue the simulation. Afterwards, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and planned to continue the simulation. Don't give up until you become an immortal. System: how many resources will I need for a paid simulation? Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he asked in his heart. Ding! It has been detected that the host's cultivation level has reached the quasi-immortal level, and the resource consumption required for paid simulation is hundreds of billions of kilograms of top-grade divine sources. The system's voice rang, making Wang Ping click his tongue. Although hundreds of billions of kilograms of top-grade divine sources are still nothing to the current Wang Ping, he has slaughtered so many Dark Emperors and Dark Quasi-Immortals and has more top-grade divine sources than he can use up, but this number is still too much. Amazing. After all, it is not bad for an ordinary emperor to produce tens of billions of kilograms of the best divine source. Hundreds of billions of kilograms of the best divine source is already the wealth of a quasi-immortal from the lower realm. Life simulators are really big money eaters. Of course, the upgrade speed is also really cool. Wang Ping sighed with emotion and then said, the system consumes hundreds of billions of kilograms of the best divine source and conducts a paid simulation. This time, be more generous and refresh a 5-digit talent. Okay. Ding. Consume hundreds of billions of kilograms of the best divine source. Start the life simulator and refresh your talents. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 5-digit talent. Natural Demon Fairy, the 6-digit talent. Bloodthirsty Emperor Blade, 5-digit talent, Natural Demon Fairy. With this talent, the host will become extremely cruel and will become easily possessed by demons. After becoming possessed, the host's combat power will become extremely powerful and it will be easier for him to become an immortal. 6-digit talent, Bloodthirsty Emperor Blade. With this talent, the host can summon an Emperor-level weapon, which has a bloodthirsty effect and can heal the host through the blood of the enemy. Well, you really have a 5-digit talent. Wang Ping was quite surprised when he saw the talent that was refreshed this time. A 6-digit talent and a 5-digit talent are really luxurious. Moreover, the 5-digit talent that was refreshed this time seemed to be quite extraordinary. It was a long-lost talent that made him obsessed. This talent appeared many times when he was weak, causing his growth rate to soar, causing various troubles, and also helping him obtain some information. You don't have to choose it when refreshing rewards, but when it comes to life simulation, if this talent is powerful enough, it must be chosen. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking silently. Then, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation, System, I choose the 5-digit talent. Born Demon Fairy. Ding, talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you successfully became a demon, became cruel, and had the urge to destroy everything. Because you are possessed by the devil, the talent effect increases your combat power. At this moment, there was a movement because of your obsession, which made Emperor Tianyu feel palpitated. He found you and wanted to talk to you about something. In response to this, you seemed very impatient and casually crushed Emperor Tianyu's head, then destroyed the Tai Imperial Palace and killed everyone around you. As expected of a demonic talent, this kind of behavior is really too cruel. Sure enough, this kind of talent can only be used in life simulations. When Wang Ping saw the content of the simulation at the beginning, his face twitched slightly and he was quite speechless. When Wang Ping was speechless, the tech simulation continued. After destroying the Tai Imperial Palace, you went directly to the time and space forbidden area, found Lung Yu, a senior traveler, and ordered him to immediately activate the world refining formation. You must refine this world and make your chaotic body perfect. And at the same time, he also wants to become an immortal through this. Lung Yu frowned. Noticing your abnormality, her expression turned cold, and she attacked you without hesitation. In response to this, you snorted coldly, indicating that Lung Yu would not drink the wine as a penalty. If this is the case, then go to hell. Immediately, you burst out with extremely terrifying combat power and engaged in a shocking battle with Lung Yu. Just after the battle, Lung Yu fell into an absolute disadvantage. The power bonus brought by the Deshang Chaos Body, Chaos Immortal Scripture, and Chaos Immortal Way has far exceeded Lung Yu's basic combat power. If it is a head-on battle, he is not your opponent. Although he will not be killed by you instantly, as long as the fighting time is slightly longer, he will be killed by you. Your strength surprised Lung Yu, and he could only use his space talent to avoid a head-on collision. This time, Lung Yu used his real ability and used his space talent to great effect. He used his flexibility to avoid a head-on battle, which made you very angry. Because he is too flexible, it feels like if you use your 6-digit talent, Blasting Blade, plus the combat power bonus brought by your magic talent, you can obviously hit him with one punch, but you just can't hit him, which is really uncomfortable. You are angry about this and directly use your 6-digit talent, Momentary Beauty. As you use your 6-digit talent, Momentary Beauty, your combat power soars again. As your combat power soars, even Lung Yu can't dodge even if he uses his space talent flexibly. If this continues, he will be killed by you sooner or later. Regarding his own situation, Lung Yu's expression still did not change at all. His eyes were cold, and he fought very calmly. Next, after narrowly dodging your new round of attacks, Lung Yu directly sacrificed a prop and trapped you. Being trapped suddenly made you very unhappy, and you burst out with terrifying power, trying to break the shackles. However, you found that you could not break the shackles of this prop. In this regard, you understand that this should be a very powerful 6-digit top-grade prop. Even extremely powerful quasi-immortals or 6-digit limit strongmen will be trapped for a period of time. Lung Yu looked at you indifferently, came directly to the stone platform, and directly activated the world refining formation. Although he did not have a chaotic body, it seemed a bit wasteful to activate the world refining formation, but the world refining formation could also be used in battle or to help himself become an immortal. As Lung Yu activated the world refining formation, you sensed a sense of crisis and knew that you could not continue like this. You directly sacrificed the Holy Light Scepter, trying to purify Lung Yu. However, Lung Yu was not a dark creature, and now he was not a fallen dark quasi-immortal, so the Holy Light Scepter did not work. This makes you very angry and unhappy. For this reason, you directly sacrificed the Cursed Doll, a special item of the 5-digit intermediate level. As you sacrificed the Cursed Doll, a special item of the 5-digit intermediate level, Lung Yu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he sensed the danger of the fatal companion. He wanted to stop you from using the Cursed Doll, but found it was too late. For this reason, he clasped his hands together, turned the formation, and made a decision. That is, when Lung Yu made a move, you played the effect of the Cursed Doll and attacked the cursed doll. In an instant, Lung Yu's body twisted and burned, and his soul was annihilated. The damage to the cursed doll was perfectly fed back to Lung Yu. This kind of damage is irreversible. Even if Lung Yu uses a resurrection item, as long as the level of the resurrection item does not reach 5 digits, it cannot be resurrected. As a quasi-immortal, Lung Yu is a 6-digit extreme strongman in Jutian Paradise, so it is naturally impossible to use a 5-digit resurrection item. Of course, this is also related to Lung Yu being ordered to stay in this world. Otherwise, Lung Yu would have gone to the paradise of the heavens long ago, and he would not be a quasi-immortal now, and his trump card is not strong enough. For this reason, Lung Yu was eventually cursed to death by your cursed doll. However, even when facing death, he still had that standard cold look, without any change, as if he had no fear of death at all. With the death of Lung Yu, the props that trapped you also turned into ashes and disappeared. This made you snort coldly, thinking that Lung Yu was too annoying. Obviously, he was just a quasi-immortal, but he forced you to use the special props that could curse the quasi-immortal king, causing you to lose a big trump card. However, as long as you can refine this world, everything is worth it. However, what happened next disappointed you. As you stepped into the center of the refining world formation, not only did you not become the center of the refining world formation, but you were trapped in it. Obviously, Lung Yu had made some changes before he died and transformed the refining world array into a trapping array. This made you very angry. You didn't expect Lung Yu to have such a trick. You were eager to rush out, but you found helplessly that the trapping array was too terrifying, and you absolutely couldn't break free in a short time. Senior Lung Yu is worthy of being Senior Lung Yu. This method is really powerful. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and sighed. The combat power of the demon-possessed simulated Wang Ping is so strong that he is far stronger than the Senior Lung Yu, the Traverser, in terms of hard power. This is normal. Simulated Wang Ping is now the top-level quasi-immortal, plus the 6-digit talent, Blasting Blade, and the 6-digit talent, Momentary Beauty, and the bonus of demonization. This combat power has soared too much. In a head-on battle, it is normal to reach the level of being able to easily hammer Lung Yu to death. However, even so, he was almost defeated and almost killed by Lung Yu's world refining formation. In the end, he was forced to use a 5-digit special item, the Cursed Doll, to turn the tables. Even so, he was still trapped by his last move before his death. Lung Yu, the senior traverser, has great combat experience and methods. Maybe after I become an immortal, it would be a good choice to go to the Heavenly Tower with Lung Yu. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he suddenly thought of the Heavenly Tower in the paradise of all heavens, muttering to himself. Lung Yu's own means are amazing, and he has a talent for space. If they go to the tower together, he will undoubtedly be a very reliable partner, much better than Yuan Yuan. Although Lin Yuan Yuan's talent is also abnormal, she has no advantage in the trial of the Heavenly Tower. It should be said that the disadvantage is very large. At least, judging from the results of the first level, it is like this. Forget it. I will invite you again after I become an immortal. Now, let's see how the simulation plot develops. Why do I feel that the demonized Wang Ping has not yet shined this time, and he will be trapped in this big formation? Wang Ping shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and continued to stare at the screen. As Wang Ping stared, the text simulation continued. You were very angry when you found that you couldn't break it. At the same time, because the side effects of the 6-digit talent Momentary Beauty have come, you died once. However, you resurrected through the resurrection props you took from the Killing Emperor. Next, you began to attack the trap frantically, trying to break it by wearing it out. At this moment, no one knows that Lung Yu, the head of the 9-star pavilion, has died, and you are also trapped. The outside world is shocked by the destruction of the Tai Imperial Palace. After all, you are now so powerful and in the limelight. In theory, no one dares to provoke the Tai Imperial Palace, and you will be prosperous. However, it was suddenly destroyed, and you disappeared. This matter seems too weird. For a time, many forces were silent, and very low-key. Some forces even chose to close the mountain gate for fear of provoking something strange and causing their own forces to be destroyed. In this way, 100,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 100,000 years have passed, and you are still trapped in the formation and cannot escape. And the outside world has also come to the Golden Age and basically developed according to the original trajectory. People have gradually forgotten your existence, thinking that you may have been destroyed by a terrifying figure from the heavens, and the Tai Imperial Palace has also been affected. At the same time, many forces also discovered one thing, that is, Lung Yu, the head of Juxing Pavilion, and Juxing seemed to have disappeared. Juxing Pavilion was leaderless and chaos occurred frequently. For this reason, Juxing Pavilion fell from the altar. In a blink of an eye, another 100 or 200 years had passed. Because Juxing Pavilion existed in name only, the Dark Emperor and the Dark Quasi-Immortal were wiped out again. This world became a world where the Immortal Palace and the Gu family competed against each other, and the Immortal Palace assessment was also carried out as scheduled. This time, Gu Xian led the way, and no one could match him, blooming his own style. In a blink of an eye, another 150,000 years had passed, and various amazing opportunities came into being. Many Tinjiao born in the Golden Age all grew up. Monsters like Gu Xian, Lei Wanxian, and Shi Yuyin have even become emperors. It was in such a prosperous era that the Immortal Palace finally announced one thing. That is, the Immortal Gate is about to open, the Immortal Fate is about to appear, and those who are destined to get it will get it. This news caused a sensation in the entire upper world. For this reason, all the cultivators in the upper realm who were above the supreme realm went out to the Immortal Mansion to compete for the chance to become immortals. Under such circumstances, another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 100 years, the Immortal Gate was officially opened, and endless immortal light appeared, illuminating the world. Some cultivators were shocked and thought that the other side of the Immortal Gate was the Immortal Realm. However, more people believed that even if the other side of the Immortal Gate was not the Immortal Realm, it must be a small world related to the Immortal Realm. Of course, it is called a small world, but in fact it is no smaller than the great universe of the upper realm. Next, the quasi-immortal of the Immortal Mansion came forward and said that if you want to enter the Immortal Gate, you must gather the luck of the powerful people who have become emperors in the current world and have reached the third realm of enlightenment to attract another space. Hearing this, many cultivators all had a gleam in their eyes and finally understood why the Immortal Mansion would recruit disciples and do its best to cultivate the world's genius. Obviously, it was not simply because some terrible disaster was about to come, but also because of the reason of using the world's genius. The simulation of Wang Ping being trapped actually opened up the long-lost original track plot line. Wang Ping looked at the text simulation content. His eyes flickered, quite surprised, and also aroused curiosity. In the previous simulations, he had never lived to this point in time, so there was no way to talk about the opening of the Immortal Gate. Next, we should know what the Immortals have, and at the same time, we should be able to find out what the Immortal Palace is planning. Wang Ping stroked his chin, with such an intuition in his heart. Then, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen. Next, with the help of dozens of contemporary emperors such as Gu Xian and many supreme quasi-emperors, the Immortal Gate appeared strange and successfully connected to another space. Then, the quasi-immortal of the Immortal Palace announced that everyone could enter it. The other world behind the Immortal Gate has immortals, immortal spirits, and countless opportunities. From ancient times to the present, after entering the Immortal Gate, there are many people who have broken through from quasi-emperors to great emperors, and there are also people who have broken through from great emperors to quasi-immortals. As for becoming an immortal, although no one has become an immortal in the world behind the Immortal Gate, there are indeed opportunities to become an immortal. It all depends on who has the luck and opportunity. After saying this, the Immortal Mansion quasi-immortal said that opportunities come with dangers, so if everyone dies in it, his Immortal Mansion will not be responsible. Hearing this, many monks felt hot in their hearts, but they also disagreed. There is no need to say more about this, not to mention that the opportunity to become an immortal is ahead of them. On their path of cultivation, they have risked their lives for the opportunity many times. If you want the opportunity to break through the limit, you have to take risks. This is a matter of course. Seeing that everyone was meaningless, the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion chuckled and said that everyone could go in. As the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion said this, many monks all had fiery eyes and rushed into the immortal gate without hesitation. After everyone entered, the originally kind face of the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion instantly turned cold and became expressionless. At this time, the quasi-immortal of the Gu family also appeared here, with the same cold face, and asked the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion how many people they planned to let out alive this time. The quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion looked indifferent and expressed that he didn't know. It depends on the Lord's thoughts. Later, the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion said that the quasi-immortal of the Gu family should not worry, and nothing would happen to Gu Xian, but how much the rest of the Gu family can survive depends on the master's mood. You should also understand this. The quasi-immortal of the Gu family was silent and sighed, indicating that of course he understood. Next, the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion said with great regret that it was a pity that you died suddenly. If you had not died and been swallowed by the Lord, maybe the Lord would have been able to greatly shorten the time to break free from the seal. The Gu family's quasi-immortal sneered, saying it's not that easy. Lung Yu, the master of Jiuxing Pavilion, is very difficult to deal with. He has a very close relationship with you and will not let you in. Hearing this, the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion shook his head, feeling that this was not necessarily the case. No one can ignore it, especially a talented person like you. This old guy from the immortal mansion really has bad intentions. However, I didn't expect that the quasi-immortal of the Gu family and the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion are in the same group. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and couldn't help but frown. Originally, he thought that the quasi-immortals of the immortal mansion and the quasi-immortals of the Gu family were checking and balancing each other, but he did not expect that they were actually on the same team. To be precise, both parties should have a common master, and they have the same interests in doing things for the master. In normal times, the two sides are indeed suspicious of each other. However, who is the master mentioned by the quasi-immortals of the immortal mansion and the quasi-immortals of the Gu family? His purpose seems to be to devour many monks and free themselves from the seal. If this is the case, the monks in the last era will be destroyed. After a long period of the end of the law, the reason why there are only quasi-immortals of the immortal mansion and the quasi-immortals of the Gu family is interesting. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thoughtfully. While Wang Ping was thinking, the text simulation continued. That is, when the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion was talking to the quasi-immortal of the Gu family. After a long time on your side, you finally broke through the trap set up by Lung Yu before she died, and finally regained your freedom. After regaining freedom, you are also very weak. This situation made you even more irritable, and the murderous thoughts that had been suppressed for more than 200,000 years broke out uncontrollably in your heart. For this reason, you started a massacre. You brought the power of the devouring immortal pearl to its maximum. Many ancient stars and the creatures on them were all devoured by you and turned into your nourishment. Such a big movement naturally cannot be hidden from the Gu family quasi-immortal and the immortal mansion quasi-immortal. They both looked at you with horrified expressions. They didn't expect that you were still alive and seemed to have broken through to the quasi-immortal level. It's just that you seemed to be possessed. When the two of them were frightened, you also noticed their peeping, showing bloodthirsty expressions. As soon as your figure moved, you went to the immortal mansion. When you appeared in front of the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion and the quasi-immortal of the Gu family, both of them had cold sweat on their faces. A chill shot up from the soles of their feet to the sky, and fear instinctively appeared in their hearts. As quasi-immortals who have lived for so many years, their mentality is naturally very shocking. But now you are too powerful and your momentum is too terrifying. It puts extremely heavy pressure on them and makes it difficult for them to bear. That's why you look like this. So embarrassed. For a moment, both of them understood that even if they cooperated, they would only be killed instantly by you without any suspense. They know very well that you are probably far superior to the quasi-immortal in combat power. Even if you do not reach the level of true immortal, you are not something that a quasi-immortal can touch. For this reason, the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion took a deep breath. He just wanted to use his words to induce you to enter the immortal sect, but you casually knocked him out. You were grumpy and had no intention of listening to his nonsense. Seeing that the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion was beaten to death, the quasi-immortal of the Gu family felt that the souls of the dead were at risk and wanted to escape into the immortal gate, but you snorted coldly. How could you let him escape, and took action again to kill him directly? Then, you used the devouring immortal pearl to devour the two corpses, turning them into your own recovery power. After doing this, you looked at the immortal gate and broke into it without hesitation. After you enter the fairy gate, you will find yourself in another secret realm. However, this is not a small world, nor is it a secret realm. With your current strength, you can naturally see the truth of the so-called immortal sect world. The immortal world is in the body of a certain monster. Those monks who enter the immortal world are just running around in the inner world of a certain monster. The other party wants to swallow them, which is just a matter of thought. But you didn't panic. You could sense that this monster seemed to be sealed and could not threaten you for the time being. For this reason, you showed a bloodthirsty and cruel expression and used the devouring immortal pearl, activating its power with all your strength and devouring everything around you. You want to devour the power of this monster that has probably reached the level of a true immortal. Turn it into your own strength. I have to say that this idea is very crazy, but you are now possessed and can do anything. Your behavior undoubtedly made the sealed, evil, immortal extremely angry. He didn't expect that among the ants that ran into his body, there would be one who dared to attack him. For this reason, this sealed, evil fairy transformed into an energy body and appeared in front of you, trying to stop your destruction. You laughed loudly at this, not afraid at all. If this sealed monster unlocks the seal, you will still be afraid of it. But the evil immortal is in a sealed state and cannot exert much power. Although a mere energy incarnation can easily kill many quasi-immortals, it is still not your opponent today. For this reason, you hammered it down domineeringly. This made the evil immortal's energy body extremely angry. After devouring all the upper realm monks in his body, he condensed an even more powerful energy body. Seeing this, you finally became serious because the intensity of this energy body is no longer weaker than the insect-like dark creature in your memory and is even stronger. However, you still have no fear and activate the effect of the 7-color talent, instant youth without hesitation. Although using this talent will make you lose another method of resurrection, you have to use it now. After all, you can't use the 5-digit special item, the Holy Light Scepter, now because you yourself have fallen into the devil's way, and it is considered an evil object. If you use the 5-digit special item, the Holy Light Scepter, it is possible that it will cause you a huge amount of damage, and you may die before you kill the enemy. To this end, you choose to use the 7-color talent, Instant Youth. As the talent effect is turned on, your combat power soars like crazy, reaching a very terrifying level. You feel your own powerful power for the first time in a long time, laughing cruelly, and you punch out the Chaos Immortal Fist crazily, bursting out with extremely terrifying combat power. This frightened the evil immortal energy body. I didn't expect that you, a quasi-immortal, would be so powerful. There are not many such powerful quasi-immortals even in the immortal realm, let alone the lower world. For this reason, the evil immortal energy body knows that something might really happen to him this time. This made him very depressed and unwilling. If you hadn't been sealed, no matter how evil you were, you wouldn't be a match for this evil immortal. Although it is not that shameful to die in the hands of a monster like you, a quasi-immortal, but if you can avoid death, who would want to be killed by leapfrogging? However, no matter how unwilling you are, the evil fairy energy body cannot reverse the situation, and you are completely defeated by the rampage. After exploding the evil immortal energy bodies one after another, you can use the devouring immortal pearl to devour them. As for the refining issue, because of the huge amount of energy, it obviously needs to be refined slowly. Next, you take advantage of the side effects of the colorful talent, momentary youth, and continue to crazily devour the body and energy of the evil immortal, causing him great pain. You didn't choose to evacuate until the time was almost up. This makes the sealed evil immortal very happy, guessing that the side effects of your use of secret methods to increase your combat power are coming. For this reason, the evil immortal knew that he could not let you escape, so he chose to condense his energy body to attack you again. This annoys you to no end. In the end, you were still consumed and unable to leave. The side effects of the colorful talent, momentary youth, came, and you were about to die in the body of the evil fairy. However, you do not intend to let your body be swallowed by the evil immortal to restore its strength. In that case, it will be troublesome when you come back to life. For this reason, you chose to self-destruct before dying. As you self-destructed, terrifying powers swept across, causing the sealed evil immortal to suffer serious injuries. This made him quite angry. However, something even more irritating happened to him, because after you blew yourself up, you came back to life again and started a new round of devouring him with the devouring fairy beads. In this regard, the evil fairy can only continue to condense energy bodies to hinder you. Unfortunately, after your resurrection, although you can no longer use the 7-color talent, Momentum Fanghua, and your peak combat power has declined, the evil immortal has also been greatly weakened, and the condensed energy body still cannot threaten you. For this reason, you began to bully the sealed evil immortal unscrupulously. In this way, 1 year has passed, and the sealed evil immortal seems to have given up resistance, letting you do violence without any resistance. You are quite confused about this, but you still have no intention of stopping. You devour it wantonly, repeating the process of devouring, refining, and continuing to devour. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed. During these 10,000 years, you have already devoured all the sealed evil immortals and entered a state of seclusion, hoping to use this to break through to the level of true immortals and become completely invincible. It's just that when you were about to break through to the level of a true immortal, an accident happened. The thoughts of the evil immortal appeared and interfered with your breakthrough. He laughed and said, "Do you really think you can defeat him? He swallowed it for you on purpose. He was waiting for today. Now, you have only 3 choices: either coexist with him, be taken away by him, or blow yourself up and die. This sudden change makes you look very ugly, and you want to swallow his thoughts by swallowing the fairy beads. However, you find this to be useless, much to your chagrin. The evil fairy's mind laughs and taunts you, saying that he has lived for so many years, but his methods are not comparable to that of a little kid like you. It's better to give up on destroying him." The evil fairy's ridicule made you even more irritable, and you chose to take out the holy light scepter and gamble. It's not your style to sit back and wait for death. It wasn't the case before, and now that you are possessed by the devil, you will not sit still and wait for death. Whether it's coexistence or being taken away from you, it's an ending you can't accept. As you took out the holy light scepter, the evil immortal felt a huge threat in his mind and yelled at you to stop immediately. Otherwise, you will all die. Seeing that the evil immortal is afraid, you sneer and say that if he gets out of your body, you will stop. Otherwise, you will die. Xian was threatened by you and smiled, indicating that it's time. Do you think he still has a choice? If you dare to use it, then use it, or you may die together. Seeing that the evil immortal was not threatened, you snorted coldly and without hesitation, directly used the holy light scepter and shined it towards you. I have to say that your judgment a long time ago is completely correct. After becoming possessed, you will also be harmed by the 5-digit special item of the holy light scepter. For this reason, when you use the holy light powerful one, you will fall instantly. In the same way, The evil immortals integrated into your body are also illuminated by the holy light and disappear. With your complete demise, this simulation ends. The tech simulation stopped here, and many memory scenes appeared in Wang Ping's mind, as well as some insights from practice. Of course, after systematic adjustment, those negative emotions and memories cannot affect Wang Ping. Old monsters are old monsters. They are really difficult to deal with. After Wang Ping absorbed the memory, he sighed. I thought that after simulating Wang Ping to break free from the trap this time, he would be able to become an immortal. Unexpectedly, he failed. In the lower world, becoming an immortal is really difficult. Sure enough, we still have to go to the world where the ancient immortal tree is. Maybe with the help of the ancient immortal tree, the resources of the tree make it easier to become an immortal. After a pause, Wang Ping thought silently again. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. 5-digit talent, Born Demon Fairy. Evil Fairy Flesh and Blood. A random quasi-immortal weapon. 6-digit talent, Bloodthirsty Emperor Blade. A serving of Enlightenment Immortal Tea. Hey, I didn't go to the ancient immortal tree world this time, but I still got the reward of Enlightenment Immortal Tea leaves? It seems that after the optimization of the life simulator, there are still a lot of hidden benefits. Wang Ping looked at the reward list with bright eyes and some surprise. System I choose. 6-digit talent, Bloodthirsty Emperor Blade, and Enlightenment Immortal Tea Leaf. Immediately, Wang Ping made a choice. Although the talent of being a natural demon fairy is good, the side effects are too great, so I cannot choose it. As for the flesh and blood of the evil immortal, this thing is not precious. Not to mention that as long as you know the secret of the immortal sect, you can get it at any time. Although the 6-digit talent Bloodthirsty Emperor Blade is not considered precious, it is at least used for trading and can also be used in the Sky Tower trial. As Wang Ping made his choice, Wang Ping discovered that he had an extra talent and how to use it. At the same time, a jade box also appeared in front of him. After Wang Ping looked at this special jade box, he saw some Enlightenment Immortal Tea leaves lying quietly in it. This Enlightenment Immortal Tea, even if you don't brew it into tea, just smell it lightly, will give people a feeling of relaxation and joy and the desire to enlightenment. This is not an illusion. If monks with lower cultivation levels hear it, they will definitely enter the state of enlightenment immediately. There is no way. The Wudao Immortal Tea is produced from the ancient immortal tree at the true immortal level, and the level is too high. Next, Wang Ping closed the jade box and put it into his inner world. Continue the simulation. If nothing else happens, as long as the simulation is more stable, you can become an immortal. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking in his heart. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation. Immediately, Wang Ping said in his heart. Ding. Consume 200 billion kilograms of the best divine source. Start the life simulator and refresh your talents. The system's voice rang. Ding. The talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 6-digit talent. Love of the Stars. 6-digit talent, Love in the Stars. As long as the host truly loves someone and becomes a Taoist couple, the host's luck will be improved. If you practice dual cultivation, your cultivation will progress faster, and so will your Taoist partner. Because this talent brings many benefits to you. P.S. This talent comes with a passive function, which makes it easier to attract the opposite sex. Oh, intersection. Oh, haha. Well, Wang Ping looked at this talent with strange eyes. Good guy, do you all have this kind of talent? And it's as high as 6 figures. The former imitation Wang Ping was bound to die when he got married. Of course, this is actually just a joke. In fact, no matter whether the simulated Wang Ping has a Taoist companion or not, the final outcome is death. It is just a matter of dying early or late. I hope this strange 6-digit talent can be of some use. Of course, being useful is secondary. I hope that the simulated Wang Ping will not fall into the gentle land. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and muttered, System, I choose the 6-digit talent. Love of the Stars. Immediately, Wang Ping said, Ding, talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice sounded again. The screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, after you thought about it, you and Emperor Tianyu went to the Demon Sea and rescued Yu Dawi. Because of your 6-digit talent, love of the stars, the opposite sex is more likely to like you. For this reason, Yu Dawi has a high impression of you and is also very curious about you. Next, when Yu Dawi learned about your amazing achievements from the mouth of Emperor Tianyu, he was very shocked, felt admiration for you, and at the same time became more curious about you. And you yourself have a high impression of Yu Dawi. At the same time, you have also been affected by the 6-digit talent, love of the stars. You no longer have the slightest resistance to Taoist companions, but are very interested in them. For this reason, it will be a matter of course for you to become Taoist soon. As you become a Taoist couple, Emperor Tianyu is very happy and invites heroes to celebrate. Who dares not to come to Emperor Tianyu's invitation? For this reason, in addition to the old monster who was dying and unable to escape, all the big shots in the upper world were present. Even the quasi-immortals of the Immortal Mansion and the quasi-immortals of the Gu family were also present and gave extremely precious congratulatory gifts. In fact, even Lung Yu was present. The arrival of the cold moon makes you take it seriously and be ready for a fight at any time. However, what you didn't expect was that Lung Yu had no intention of taking action. He just stared at you, seemingly seeing something, and finally left after sending you a congratulatory gift. It's just that before leaving, Lung Yu challenged you to a fight. In response, you smiled slightly and accepted the challenge. This scene also left both the quasi-immortal of the Immortal Mansion and the quasi-immortal of the Gu family scratching their heads. They don't know what your relationship is and why you feel like enemies and friends. And you also glanced at the two old guys, with murderous intent flashing through your heart. However, you still have no intention of taking action in the end. After all, these two old guys are still worth living, and it is not too late to kill them after the Immortal Gate is opened. After the Immortal Banquet is over, you and Yu Dawi go into the bridal chamber and have a good time. You are surprised to find that in the process of dual cultivation, the 6-digit talent love of the stars has exerted an amazing effect. Even if your current cultivation level has reached the quasi-immortal level, your magic power has also improved to a certain extent, and you have transformed a little bit towards immortal power. Although this progress is very small, it can be considered to have a slight effect. In this regard, you think this special 6-digit talent may have a much higher upper limit than other 6-digit talents. As you think about it, the changes in Yu Dawi, who have finished dual cultivation, will surprise you even more. Her cultivation level actually made a big breakthrough, directly breaking through to the level of the Great Emperor. This surprised Yu Dawi. He transformed into clothes to prepare for the tribulation. In this regard, you also smiled happily and set up a large formation to let Yu Dawi survive the disaster with peace of mind. The appearance of the Emperor's tribulation shocked all the monks in the upper realm. They did not expect that anyone would become an emperor in this age of Dharma end. However, when they saw who the person who became the emperor was, their eyes became strange. Emperor Tianyu's eyes were filled with joy, and he burst into laughter. With Yu Dawi's success in overcoming the tribulation, a rumor began to spread in the upper world. That is, if I practice double cultivation with you, I can easily attain enlightenment and become an emperor. This rumor made countless women crazy about it. Of course, this is all a story for later. After Yu Dawi became emperor, he went into seclusion to stabilize his cultivation. And you also remembered the agreement you made with Lung Yu, a senior time traveler, and chose to keep the appointment. Then, you had a shocking battle with Lung Yu. This battle was not as brutal as the previous simulation. It was closer to a discussion. Many trump cards were useless, and they were just fighting with their own combat power. In the end, you defeated Lung Yu after a fierce battle. In this regard, Lung Yu also nodded, saying that although you are not you, you are about to become an immortal, and you may be able to fulfill your promise of becoming an immortal soon. Hearing this, you nodded slightly, indicating that you are indeed about to become an immortal. However, you expressed curiosity that if you become an immortal, can Lung Yu, a senior time traveler, regain his freedom and leave this world? Lung Yu nodded slightly, indicating that of course it was okay. However, he quickly reacted and guessed that Wang Ping's original talent should have been optimized again. The previous life simulator should not be able to simulate the heavens. In response, you nodded and acknowledged the optimization of Wang Ping's talent. However, you also said that although the life simulator has reached 5 figures, it is not completely able to simulate the heavens. If it is too far away from this world, it still cannot be simulated. Lung Yu said very calmly that this is normal. It would be strange if you could completely simulate the heavens with a 5-digit talent. If you can do this kind of thing, then it is not a 5-digit talent, but at least a 3-digit level talent. You smiled and didn't think there was anything wrong with Lung Yu's words. Then you curiously asked what level Lung Yu's talent was and what level he had reached in the Sky Tower. Lung Yu looks at you, knowing that there is no point in hiding it. Even if I don't tell you about this simulated Wang Ping, the real Wang Ping will know about it sooner or later. For this reason, he told his details. His talent is 6 figures, and he has reached the 4th level of Tianta. You are not surprised by this result, and once again asked Lung Yu very curiously what mode he chose when he broke into the Sky Tower. Lung Yu frowned, stared at you for a few seconds, and finally gave an answer. He chose Hell mode every time. Hearing this, you are quite surprised, but you also think this is a very normal thing. Hard mode is impossible for people with great courage and ambition like Lung Yu to choose. As for the Abyss mode, the risk factor is too high. Lung Yu is actually a cautious type, but not as cautious as him. Therefore, Hell mode is the right answer. Next, you didn't ask what the content of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the Lung Yu Tian Tower were. You knew very well that he wouldn't tell. After all, the rules of Tianta will not be reasoned with you. If you dare to violate them, you will be obliterated, even if this is in your life simulation. Then, you didn't say anything more to Lung Yu and planned to leave here. However, when you were about to leave, Lung Yu asked you again if you wanted to use the world refining formation to become an immortal. If you don't use it, he will. When the time comes, he will miss the star fields and ancient stars that you value. Lung Yu's words will leave you stunned. After all, this is a plot that has never happened. However, you soon found out why. In the past, Lung Yu might have had some thoughts about the chaos body during his life simulation, so he would wait until he killed the simulated Wang Ping before activating the formation. However, Lung Yu is no longer your opponent now. Although he also has a trump card, he can guess that you also have a trump card. Since I am not sure, I will naturally give up on you. However, the world refining formation must not be wasted. Lung Yu also wanted to become an immortal, so she said such words. In this regard, you were slightly startled. You did not expect that Lung Yu would tell you, the simulated Wang Ping, about using the world refining formation. You know, before this was the treatment that only Wang Ping could have. This makes you have to lament the changes after becoming stronger and optimizing talents. However, you still rejected Lung Yu's proposal. In order to become an immortal and refine the 10 universes, you resist in your heart and cannot do such a thing. At the same time, you don't want Lung Yu to do such a thing. Seeing you say such words, Lung Yu's eyes did not change. He just commented that you're sometimes too kind. If you don't do it for yourself, you will be destroyed. Compared with getting stronger, the lives of other creatures are nothing. Hearing this, you were a little silent. You may indeed be a little naive. If you didn't have the talent for magic, you wouldn't choose to do such a crazy thing. However, everyone's Tao is different, so you don't think there's anything wrong with you. Next, you said that you have other ways to become an immortal. If Lung Yu is willing, he can become an immortal with you. Lung Yu was quite surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that you had other ways to become an immortal. However, he thought about your golden finger and shook his head, thinking that this might be a normal thing. Next, Lung Yu said that if you can become an immortal through other methods, then he can do it without using the world refining formation. The premise is that he can become an immortal by other methods. Otherwise, even if he fights you to the death, he will activate the world refining formation. For the paranoid Lung Yu, you are a little helpless, saying that you can't guarantee that you will become an immortal, but with your current talents, you are still 70% to 80% sure. Hearing this, Lung Yu frowned slightly but still chose to believe you. Then he asked you how to become an immortal. In this regard, you did not hide it and told about the ancient immortal tree and the sealed evil immortal. It means that as long as you go to the world of the ancient immortal tree and obtain the essence of the ancient immortal tree, you can condense the immortal body and then wait until the immortal gate is opened and deal with the sealed evil immortal together, and you can obtain enough energy to become an immortal. Of course, there is one thing you didn't say. You have the Holy Light Scepter. If you want to deal with the evil fairy alone, you can actually do it. However, if you can't use the Holy Light Scepter, it's best not to use it. Because once used, the sealed evil immortal will be turned into ashes, and nothing will be left. In that case, you won't get much benefit. In that case, it will be meaningless to you. After all, you are not a pure defender, and your purpose is not to kill the evil immortal. You kill the evil immortal just to become stronger. If the evil immortal turns into ashes and cannot be used by you, what you do will be meaningless. However, if you attack alone and are not the opponent of the evil immortal, you may not be able to force him to give up resistance. After all, the demonized Wang Ping only managed to do this kind of thing after his combat power was improved. Now you are much weaker than the demonized Wang Ping, so it is naturally impossible for you to do this kind of thing alone. Even if you condense your body into an immortal body, your strength cannot be transformed. Immortal body is more about improving physical strength, vitality, and resilience. Although it improves your combat power, it is not a qualitative change. For this reason, your combat power is still inferior to demonized Wang Ping. Under such circumstances, it is undoubtedly necessary to bring Lung Yu over to deal with the evil immortal together. Of course, the cursed doll thing is still for the same reason. It is too wasteful to deal with a sealed evil fairy. Instead of using this prop, Wang Ping would rather share the opportunity to become an immortal with Lung Yu, a senior time traveler. After hearing your words, Lung Yu was also a little surprised. Then he narrowed his eyes, saying that although he knew that the immortal mansion had many secrets, he did not expect that the immortal mansion had an affair with the sealed evil immortal. If nothing unexpected happens, the reason why the quasi-immortal in the immortal mansion can become a quasi-immortal is because he received the favor of the evil immortal. Hearing this, you also nodded, having already thought of this matter. Unsurprisingly, both the quasi-immortals of the immortal mansion and the quasi-immortals of the Gu family broke through to the quasi-immortal level through the immortal spirits given by the evil immortal. Perhaps, because of this, the lives of both of them were controlled by the evil fairy. Next, Lung Yu said that he can cooperate with you to break through the quasi-immortal level by killing the evil immortal and become an immortal. In this regard, you smiled slightly, not surprised by the choice of Lung Yu, a senior time traveler. Then, you invited him to go to the world of the ancient immortal tree and trade with the ancient immortal tree. Lung Yu nods, without any ink marks, and is ready to follow you directly to leave this world. However, just when you were about to leave, an abnormal situation suddenly occurred. The barrier of the upper world was suddenly broken, and a figure appeared in this world. This made your pupil shrink, and you looked over. Not only you, Lung Yu also looked over, staring at the figure that broke through the boundary. When you look over, the figure is also looking down at you with a surprised expression, and then sneers again, indicating that the group leader spent a lot of money to send him to deal with you, and it is indeed the right choice. It has only been a short time, but you have already become a quasi-immortal, and even the chaotic body has reached the realm of great achievement. Hearing this, you also narrowed your eyes, knowing that the person in front of you was a big shot from the second-generation chat group. He was above the quasi-immortal and had become an immortal, or in other words, he had reached the 5-digit realm. Terrible and powerful. It's just that a 5-digit existence cannot come to this world easily. So this senior time traveler from the second generation chat group should be Dao E, who spent a huge price to send him here, and let him seal his cultivation through some means, reducing his own power to a level below 5 figures. Of course, although it has lowered the 5-digit level, it is still far beyond the ordinary quasi-immortal. In addition, with the 5-digit method, its power has definitely reached a very astonishing level. Besides, if nothing else, this senior time traveler did not appear in the previous simulation. He must be still on his way to this world. Because of the distance, it was not simulated. But this time it entered the simulation range, so it suddenly appeared. If we calculate the time, it is estimated that there is not much time until this guy arrives in reality. If you think about it this way, it's no wonder that the options last time were options you had to choose, not options you could choose. However, you also know that now is not the time to think about this. You calm down and take a step forward, with a sneer on your face, indicating that people in the second generation chat group really like to die one after another. The traveler of this second generation chat group, Mu Shiqing, heard your words, and his face instantly darkened, indicating that you are too arrogant. For an ant like you, as a 5-digit elite man, he looked at you with a look. I can kill you. In fact, even if his power is limited now, it would be easy to kill you. Hearing this, you narrowed your eyes. You didn't expect that guy Dao E to be so ruthless. You thought it was unsafe to send a 5-digit entry-level expert, but he actually sent a 5-digit elite-level expert to kill you. However, you have long been accustomed to the style of Dao E, a senior time traveler. This guy likes to send people who are several realms stronger than you to kill you. However, he never expected that you would grow faster than he imagined and that you would have more cards than he imagined. So he overturned every time. If nothing unexpected happens, the senior time traveler in the second generation chat group in front of you will definitely come with many powerful props to deal with you. For this reason, you must not be careless. While you were thinking, Lung Yu's eyes were cold, and she took action without hesitation, killing Mu Shiqing, the traveler of the second generation chat group. With Lung Yu's action, terrifying visions appeared, shocking the world. In response, Mu Shiqing, a time traveler in the second generation chat group, snorted coldly, saying that since Lung Yu, a useless senior time traveler, wanted to die, then he would help Lung Yu. When the words came out, Mu Shiqing also burst out with extremely terrifying power and started fighting with Lung Yu. The terrifying power it explodes is not weaker than the strongest evil god energy body, and is even stronger. This is still the result of the opponent's sealed power. Otherwise, the power that explodes is absolutely terrifying and cannot be competed by a true immortal. Mu Shiqing's power made Lung Yu solemn. However, he relied on his space talent to dodge the attack and continued to launch extremely shocking attacks. In this regard, you took action at the right time and cooperated with Lung Yu and Mu Shiqing to fight together. When you join forces, there are few opponents in the world, but the Mu Shiqing in front of you is not a quasi-immortal and obviously has many methods. For this reason, even if you and Lung Yu join forces, you will be at a disadvantage. However, you did not panic, and each of you used your unique skills. You directly used your 7-color talent, Momentum Youth, to increase your combat power to a terrifying level. Lung Yu also used the secret method of fighting for his life that had not been used in the previous simulation for the first time, which also increased the combat power a lot. Your outburst made Mu Shiqing's face change. He was under pressure. His original advantage turned into a disadvantage. He was beaten wildly by you and Lung Yu in cooperation. In this regard, Mu Shiqing felt very aggrieved. If his power hadn't been restricted, how could he have been beaten like this by two of you guys with a 6-digit limit? Finally, Mu Shiqing also roared angrily, exploded, and sacrificed a prop. This prop actually directly divided Mu Shiqing into 5 parts without weakening the combat power at all. In an instant, you went from 2 to 1 to 2 to 5, and the pressure came to you again. Seeing this, you have a headache. You know that the other party is just as you guessed. He is prepared and has many cards in his possession. Lung Yu also frowned. knowing that the other party was difficult to deal with. For this reason, he sent a message to you, indicating that he can delay time, and you directly activate the world refining formation to refine everything. Now, it is no longer time to hesitate. Hearing this, you felt helpless, but you also knew that now was not the time to hesitate, so you listened to Lung Yu's opinion. Immediately, Lung Yu directly used his trump card and control props to lure 5 Mushi City into a space, trapping Mushi City, and then told you the complete method of the world refining formation. However, before you can fully take action, Mu Shiqing sacrificed another thing. That prop is clearly a control-release type prop. As he used this prop, the prop that trapped his body was instantly destroyed. 5 Musixing launched an attack on Lung Yu and you again. You were too late to use the world refining formation. Seeing this, Lung Yu frowned, knowing that this was not the way to go. He had already thought of taking you away from here. With his talent, as long as he thought about escaping, the possibility of escaping was quite high. When Lung Yu is thinking about escaping, you send a message to Lung Yu and ask him to activate the world refining formation, and you delay time. Hearing this, Lung Yu didn't mean to talk nonsense. She believed you without hesitation and did what she should do. And you sneered and just caught Mu Shiqing and blew himself up? Your self-destruction affected 5 Mushi cities. The power of your self-destruction is terrifying enough, making the 5 Mu Ziqings quite embarrassed. This made him a little angry. It was at this moment that Lung Yu seized the opportunity, came to the stone platform, and directly activated the world refining formation, and you were resurrected. However, the purpose of activating the world refining formation this time is not to refine the upper world and help him break through to the level of a true immortal, because that would be too late. His purpose of using the world refining formation this time was to try to refine Mu Shiqing. As Lung Yu used the power of the world refining formation, Mu Shiqing also felt the danger. However, he still did not panic and sneered and took out something again. This thing was a precious prop that could be used to kill the target with a targeted click. It was a rare 5-digit prop. As long as the corresponding enemy was locked, the enemy could be killed. Your expression changed slightly when you saw this prop. In the beginning, you were attacked by such props, but the props at that time were only effective for people below the supreme level. They could be killed unconditionally and then rendered unable to be resurrected. The prop at that time was a 6-figure prop. The one in front of me is a 5-digit item that can directly kill creatures below 5 figures, making them unable to be resurrected. Unless you have a 5-digit resurrection item, you can revive it. In other words, as long as Mu Shiqing uses this item, one of you or Lung Yu is destined to die here. For this reason, you knew it was no longer time to hesitate, so you took out the 5-digit item Curse Doll without hesitation and destroyed it. The conditions for using the Curse Doll are obviously much simpler than the conditions for using the prop in Mu Shiqing's hand. As you directly use the 5-digit item Curse Doll to destroy it, Mu Shiqing's expression stiffened, and all Mu Shiqing's body stiffened, and then turned into ashes, so dead that not even the scum was left. Seeing this, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, you felt a little frightened again. Fortunately, you have a 5-digit mid-level special item, the Curse Doll. Otherwise, you might not really be a match for Mu Shiqing. It does not mean that your strength is not as good as his after suppressing the power. Facts have proved that it was not difficult to kill him when you joined forces before, but Mu Shiqing obviously came here with a large number of precious props this time. When people in Jutian Paradise fight, they never only look at the strength of their own strength. Talents, props, and skills are factors that can greatly affect the balance of victory and defeat. The weak can defeat the strong with the help of special props and skills. This time, if you don't use the 5-digit special item Curse Doll, you might really fall into this guy's hands. After all, no one knows how many terrifying props he has in his hands. This Mu Shiqing is really troublesome. Fortunately, I have a 5-digit special item, the Curse Doll. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and frowned. At the same time, Wang Ping also understood one thing. He had to take action immediately. Otherwise, When Mu Shiqing comes to this world in reality, he may fall into his hands. Although it is a bit wasteful to use 5-digit special props on this guy, Mu Shiqing, for the sake of your own safety, you still have to use them. Wang Ping's eyes flickered and he sighed. He had just returned from all heaven's paradise, and it would take time to go back again. Although it is said that because he passed the abyss mode, his cooling time is much shorter than others. 1 month is enough. But Wang Ping is not sure whether this Mu Shiqing will increase in reality due to some intuition. Speed comes early. Intuition is a very mysterious thing, and no one can be sure. For this reason, Wang Ping felt that he must be wary of the other party and could not spare the use of props. Perhaps, after killing him, all the props on him will belong to me. Wang Ping couldn't help comforting himself in his heart. This is not impossible, although the possibility of this happening is a bit low, because many times the owner of the prop will manipulate it, and once the person dies, the prop will be recycled or automatically destroyed, but if the curse doll kills, there may be abnormal situations. While Wang Ping was thinking, the tech simulation continued. Lung Yu looked at the dead Mu Shiqing with rare surprise, and then looked at you deeply. Obviously, he guessed something, but he didn't mean to say it directly. Next, you touched Zombie West City to find the props on him. However, you were disappointed. All the props on him were self-destructed at the moment of his death. This is obviously the method used by the second-generation chat group leader Dowie. I have to say, this guy is really an old fox. However, soon, you showed joy again and saw a prop. This prop is a special ball-type prop. After you catch it, you know the name and effect of this prop through the knowledge reserve in your mind. The prop is called Fantasy Beast Summoning, a 5-digit prop that can randomly summon a fantasy beast to help you fight. This phantom beast is at the 5-digit entry level, and its combat effectiveness is quite good. You guess in your mind that this prop should be Mu Shiqing's own prop, so it was not destroyed. At the same time, because the summoned phantom beast was a 5-digit entry level, he could not summon it, so it had not been used before and seemed to be a waste. However, you soon became a poor man who despised Mu Shiqing. As a 5-digit elite-level strongman, it is really embarrassing to have only a 5-digit entry-level prop. You can't help but wonder whether this guy has lost most of his wealth, or he can't live in the paradise of all heavens. How? Of course, you also suspect that it was the effect of the previous curse doll that destroyed his own 6-digit prop that he was carrying. Only this 5-digit prop that passed the quality standard was retained. Come down. Next, after Lung Yu recovered a little from her injuries, she asked you about the world of the ancient immortal tree. In this regard, you are very speechless. You have to admire Lung Yu's character. After using his trump card, he was so injured that he was still thinking about the opportunity to become an immortal. Then, without saying anything else, you took out the Holy Light Scepter and treated Lung Yu. Of course, when you just used the Holy Light Scepter, you thought of one thing, that is, whether Lung Yu belongs to darkness, and will you die if you are exposed to such a light. It's just that when you want to take it back, it's already too late. Fortunately, Lung Yu seemed to have completely escaped from the source of darkness. After being illuminated by the Holy Light Scepter, she was not destroyed. On the contrary, most of her injuries were recovered, and the rest were recovering quickly. In this regard, you looked at him strangely and said nothing. Lung Yu looked at your Holy Light Scepter and took a deep look at you again. However, he still had no intention of asking. Next, you go all the way and successfully arrive at the world where the ancient immortal tree is. When you came to this world, you caused 2 amazing visions. The appearance of these 2 astonishing phenomena shocked many monks. The quasi-immortals were also solemn about it, and even the ancient immortal trees looked sideways. Next, you and Lung Yu received visions one after another and found the ancient immortal tree. Your arrival has made the ancient immortal tree take it very seriously. He can feel that you and Lung Yu are extraordinary. As the incarnation of the old man you are familiar with appears, you directly say that you want to trade with the ancient immortal tree. Lung Yu, on the other hand, stared at the ancient immortal tree, debating whether to destroy it directly. Good guy, as expected of Lung Yu. He actually wants to kill the ancient immortal tree directly. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation. His eyes were strange, and he complained. However, this is also a normal thing. With Lung Yu's style, refining the 10 universes will not make him frown, let alone killing an ancient immortal tree. However, the ancient immortal tree must not be killed. After all, it is a good tree in every sense. It would be a pity to kill it. Wang Ping shook his head, sighed, and continued to stare at the screen. You don't know what Lung Yu is thinking, and you continue to talk to the incarnation of the ancient immortal tree. The incarnation of the ancient immortal tree is very surprised that you actually know what is going on in the source of darkness, and you also know that he wants to get rid of the scourge in the darkness. If you were from this world, it wouldn't be strange, but if you come from another world, it would be very strange. However, after thinking about it, the ancient immortal tree finally did not ask you why you knew so many things. Instead, he agreed to make a deal with you. As long as you can get rid of the scourge, he can give you a piece of enlightenment immortality and a drop of immortal tree essence. Hearing this, you shook your head, indicating that one portion is not enough. You want two. After all, you can't handle this matter alone, and you need Lung Yu's help. In this case, the reward is naturally two. The ancient immortal tree is speechless, thinking that you are talking like a lion. You know, whether it is enlightenment immortality or immortal tree essence, they are not easy to produce. They are extremely precious. You saw what the ancient immortal tree was thinking and said with a smile that the senior ancient immortal tree has been around for so many years. Even if it takes tens of millions of years to condense a drop of the essence of the immortal tree, he should have accumulated a lot over the years. Why bother worrying about two things? It's dripping. The incarnation of the ancient immortal tree sighed, knowing that you were implying that as a senior true immortal, he was being too stingy and a bit out of character. In the end, the old man's incarnation of the ancient immortal tree agreed to you and chose to give you 2 copies. You were very satisfied with this. Then, you went to the source of darkness with Lung Yu. When you come to the source of darkness, you will see a large number of dark emperors and dark quasi-immortals. This situation is obviously different from what you remember. However, this is also normal. After all, this time is more than 20,000 years earlier than before, and the dark creature has not yet captured these dark emperors and dark quasi-immortals for nourishment. Next, you and Lung Yu began to massacre these dark emperors and dark quasi-immortals, and then devoured them with the devouring fairy beads. At this point, the source of darkness in this world was completely killed by you and Lung Yu. Then, you went deep into the source of darkness and found the cicada of the dark creature. This time, you and Lung Yu take action together to deal with the dark creatures that are much weaker than in the last simulation, and kill them easily without any suspense. After dealing with the dark creatures, you left the source of darkness, found the ancient immortal tree, and asked him for reward. In this regard, the ancient immortal tree has no intention of reneging on the debt, and directly gave each of you a portion of the immortal enlightenment tea and a drop of the essence of the ancient immortal tree. After receiving the reward, you are very satisfied and just want to find a place to retreat and digest these things. Lung Yu has no objection to this, but after finding a suitable place for retreat, he will secretly send a message to you, asking you to work together to destroy the ancient immortal tree. In that case, you can easily become immortals. You are a little speechless at Lung Yu's words, indicating that you don't want to do this. Hearing this, Lung Yu didn't say much. She said coldly that since you don't want to do it, wait until he becomes an immortal and then kill the ancient immortal tree yourself and use him to go further. Lung Yu's words made you couldn't help but cover your forehead, but you didn't say anything more. After all, you know you can't stop Lung Yu, unless you are completely opposite to him. However, it is obviously impossible to go against each other for an ancient immortal tree and Lung Yu, a reliable ally. Next, you will each retreat and start practicing. You first soak and drink 2 portions of immortal tea, leaves one after another in order to gain enlightenment. It's just that something disappointing happened to you. The Wu Dao Xian tea obviously has a great effect only after the first drink, and the effect will gradually weaken after the second drink and the third drink. For this reason, after you consume 2 portions of the Enlightenment Immortal Tea, you have only perfected the Chaos Immortal Sutra, but you are still at the level of the true Immortal Sutra. As for the Chaos Immortal Way, although it has also made progress, it has not reached the level of transformation. You were a little disappointed with this, but you didn't say much. After all, the ancient immortal tree is just a true immortal, and you can't expect the things it produces to be so heaven-defying. If you drink it for the first time, it's already powerful enough to help you understand the Chaos Immortal Sutra and the Chaos Immortal Way. Next, you will take the essence of the ancient immortal tree and the immortal source refined from the swallowed immortal beads to start condensing the immortal body. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. You have successfully condensed your immortal body. Your physical strength has improved again, and your vitality, origin, and resilience have all been greatly enhanced. The most obvious benefit is that you can burn more time by burning the source. Of course, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for you to burn the origin. After all, in this lower world, the opportunities to restore the origin of a character of your level are really rare. After you came out of seclusion, you found that Lung Yu had already come out of seclusion. Lung Yu also condensed his immortal body. Next, you left this world and began to look for other worlds, hunting down the Dark Emperor and the Dark Quasi-Immortal, refining the source of immortality, and at the same time trying to get more opportunities. If you don't have to wait for the immortality more than 200,000 years later, if the door is opened and you can directly become an immortal, that would undoubtedly be the best thing. Unfortunately, it is still the same problem. It is difficult to find other worlds. 100,000 years have passed. Although you have found many worlds and gained a lot, you have not found the opportunity to become an immortal. In this regard, Lung Yu is not interested in continuing to accompany you to find those worlds to kill the Dark Emperor and Dark Immortal. This is of no benefit to him and is a waste of time. In this regard, you also feel that if this continues, there is no meaning other than refining more immortal sources. For this reason, you and Lung Yu returned to the original upper realm. When you came back, you found that Yu Daoi had already been pregnant with your child, even gave birth to it, and sealed it into this golden age. In this regard, you are very embarrassed and feel that you owe Yu Daoi too much. After all, not long after you became Taoist companions, you left this world. Once you left, it took 100,000 years. For your departure, Yu Daoi is still a little resentful. For this reason, after you came back, he pulled you to have sex, and they practiced together for a year. This also triggered the 6-digit talent love of the stars again, which raised Yu Daoi's cultivation from the original mid-emperor to the late emperor, and your own mana began to gradually transform into immortal power. In this regard, you have to admire the effect of the 6-digit talent star love. With this talent, you don't have to worry about your Taoist companion dying of old age because of insufficient talent. Next, you thought of Ji Bingyan again. You also have a great affection for Ji Bingyan and feel that you cannot let her be so lonely and stay at the level of a great sage or a quasi-supreme person for the rest of her life. This 6-digit talent, star love, also has the potential attribute of romance, right? Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and his face twitched slightly. He really didn't expect that this 6-digit talent star love would actually turn the simulated Wang Ping into a romantic ghost. Yu Daoi was not enough for one Taoist monk, and he wanted to take Ji Bingyan too. Thinking about Wang Ping himself, he is a staunch solitary person who doesn't want a Taoist companion, but this imitation Wang Ping is so romantic, which is really infuriating. While Wang Ping was complaining in his heart, the text simulation continued. For this reason, you think you can give her a hand. For this reason, you took Ji Bingyan as your concubine and started to train her. Yu Daoi didn't say much about Ji Bingyan becoming your Taoist companion. After all, she knows that Ji Bingyan is in the same lower plane as you, and she knew you earlier than she did. In addition, after the contact, she also had a good impression of Ji Bingyan's temperament, so she could accept it. In this way, The three of you live a life without shame or embarrassment. Dual cultivation. Raise your daughter. Her daughter has unlimited glory and beats her peers. Even Gu Xian was beaten to the point of autism by your naughty child. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 years have passed. During these more than 100,000 years, Ji Bingyan also gave birth to a daughter for you. She was also extremely talented and ranked first among her peers. Now, your two daughters have become emperors and become the most beautiful twins of all time. At the same time, in the process of dual cultivation for more than 100,000 years, Yu Daoi has already reached the great emperor's perfection cultivation level and successfully became a quasi-immortal through the immortal source. Your father-in-law, Emperor Tianyu, has also become a quasi-immortal with the support of your immortal source. And Ji Bingyan has also reached the level of the great emperor's perfection. As for you, your magic power has transformed into immortal power. For this reason, it is not an exaggeration to call you a pseudo-immortal now. After all, your body has long since transformed into an immortal body. Your mana has also transformed into immortal power, and you have understood the immortal way of chaos. The only difference between you and a true immortal is that you have not attained enlightenment, and you do not have the most important true immortal Tao fruit. However, the true immortal Tao fruit can be formed through the accumulation of time as long as you want it. For this reason, you do not need to swallow the energy of the sealed evil immortal to achieve the goal of becoming an immortal. It can only be said that the effect of this 6-digit talent, love of the stars, surprised you, and you did not expect that this talent would have such amazing effects. Of course, this 6-digit talent, love of the stars, is just a 6-digit talent, and it is probably useless when you reach the level of a true immortal. While you were thinking, the immortal gate opened, and many monks from the upper world entered it. Lung Yu also found you, and wanted to deal with the evil immortal with you. In this regard, you naturally have no intention of refusing. After all, this is something you have already agreed with Lung Yu. In addition, although you no longer need to gain huge energy by devouring the sealed evil immortal to break through, this huge energy has other uses and naturally cannot be wasted. After all, this energy might help your two daughters become immortals. When you are about to set off with Lung Yu stares at you and feels that your current cultivation level seems to be much higher than his, and you have gone further on the road to becoming an immortal. However, he didn't ask you what you thought, he just left with you. Soon, you arrived at the immortal mansion. With one move, you killed the quasi-immortals of the immortal mansion and the Gu family quasi-immortals, devoured them, and entered it. Then, you all started to devour the sealed evil immortal with your own abilities. This also made the sealed evil immortal furious, and he wanted to kill you. However, something happened that frightened him. Both you and Lung Yu were too powerful, and they were not ordinary quasi-immortals at all. This made him feel pressured. However, he had to go. Finally, you and Lung Yu attacked together and destroyed all the energy bodies of the evil immortals. This time, because it was 2-1, and your combat power after condensing the immortal power was not inferior to Wang Ping in the last simulation, and even much stronger, it seemed very easy for you to deal with the energy body of the evil immortal, and even the 6-digit talent momentary beauty was useless. After destroying the energy body of the evil immortal, you looked for the thoughts of the evil immortal lurking in the energy. When you found it, you directly used the Holy Light Scepter to completely destroy it, which can be said to be a permanent solution. On Lung Yu's side, something obviously went wrong during the devouring process. However, what surprised you was that Lung Yu did it by himself without your help. Obviously, Lung Yu also had a backup card to deal with this situation. You smiled at this and thought it was normal. With Lung Yu's personality, he must have prepared a trump card to deal with various situations. Otherwise, he would not have risked swallowing the energy body of the evil fairy. Next, after you completely destroyed this sealed world, you left here and returned to the upper realm. Then, Lung Yu nodded to you slightly and left directly, intending to retreat and break through to become a true fairy. You had the same idea and chose to retreat to break through to the level of a true fairy. Under such circumstances, 50,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 50,000 years, you successfully condensed the true fairy fruit and became a true fairy. As you became a true fairy, the entire upper realm seemed to be shaken, with endless strange phenomena appearing, and terrifying fairy rhymes also spread. This scene shocked all living beings. The emperors looked up at the sky and were even more shocked, and then their faces were full of envy. Although they had never seen anyone become an immortal, this terrifying phenomenon undoubtedly meant that someone had become an immortal. And that person who became an immortal might be you, the first person in history. As for Tianyu, Yu Daoyi, Ji Bingyan, your descendants, and Yi Chun and many of your disciples and friends, they all showed expressions of astonishment and surprise, and were happy for your immortality. Leng Yu also sensed this phenomenon, but his expression was normal, and he didn't have any thoughts. It seemed that he had expected that you would become an immortal faster than him. Then, he continued to impact the level of true immortal. Next, the terrifying true immortal tribulation appeared, and you were in high spirits, laughing loudly, without any fear, and fought against the true immortal tribulation. Finally, you violently punched the true immortal tribulation and accepted the baptism of heaven. The true immortal Tao fruit appeared in the 10 universes, and endless immortal clouds spread, as if heaven was celebrating your enlightenment and becoming an immortal. Then, spiritual rain appeared again, and countless creatures were blessed. They knew the reason in their hearts. Mortals lived longer, their illnesses were eliminated, and the cultivation of monks had a breakthrough. This made them extremely happy and very grateful to you, the true immortal of the time. After you became an immortal, you took a glance, and the situation of the 10 universes came into your eyes, which made you feel a lot of emotion. Becoming an immortal was a legend in the past, but now you have really become an immortal, which is really sigh-worthy. Next, you have some insights in your heart, or perhaps interest, and your immortal shadow appears in the 10 universes, and immortal music comes out of your mouth, indicating that you have become an immortal, and you should bless all living beings and preach for them. Your words made all living beings ecstatic. Even the unruly emperor, like the Netherworld Emperor, was extremely happy. He even knelt on the ground and paid the highest respect to you. After all, everyone wants to know the secret of becoming an immortal. However, who has ever spread the secret of becoming an immortal from ancient times to the present? With such an opportunity and such a gift, it is no problem for them to kneel down to you, or even become your servant. Next, you started to preach, and the immortal sound spread throughout the 10 universes, making all living beings obsessed. Countless people began to break through in their cultivation. Even ordinary people began to have cultivation because of the influence of the immortal rhyme. As you finished preaching, the entire upper realm was a scene of prosperity and harmony. At this moment, all living beings had a common master, and that was you. Although all living beings know that they only think they're your wild disciples, and the real situation is that they're not even entry-level disciples, they still think that you are their most respected master, and the grace of teaching and learning is really too great. Because of the changes in the upper world, the entire heavenly Tao also began to shine, as if it had come alive and was no longer sluggish. Then, the 10 forbidden areas began to disappear one by one and return to the heavenly Tao. The entire upper world has become more prosperous, and you also feel that the laws of the upper world have become clearer, and the spiritual energy has become more and more rich. Obviously, the upper world has entered the golden age of the golden age, which is more suitable for cultivation. The current heavenly Tao may not be as glorious as the most glorious ancient immortal age, but it is much better than other times. And all of this is brought by you. For a moment, you felt very proud and happy. It was at this moment that another true immortal aura appeared in the upper world, and the true immortal calamity appeared again, shocking all living beings. You are also a little surprised by this, having guessed that Leng Yu also successfully condensed the true immortal Tao fruit and became an immortal. You are not surprised that Lung Yu became an immortal, and you are also happy for him. However, you have to lament that the power of the immortal devouring demonic body actually helped Lung Yu catch up with your progress. Of course, this is not all due to the swallowing of the immortal demon body. What is even more amazing is Lung Yu himself. After all, the immortal swallowing demonic body is just a special physique created by Lung Yu, a senior time traveler. Next, Lung Yu successfully survived the tribulation of immortality and appeared in front of you, wanting to have a final battle with you. You laughed at this. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. For this reason, you started a war. The battle between true immortals is so terrifying. The entire universe is trembling, and it seems to be on the verge of being destroyed by you. Seeing this, you and Lung Yu also isolated the space at the same time and continued to discuss. Your battle shocked everyone, making them fanatical and worshipful. This battle was also recorded and will become a legendary battle. In the end, this battle will end with your victory. Although, after becoming an immortal, as expected, the 6-digit talent Explosive Blade is completely ineffective and can no longer increase damage, and the 6-digit talent Setsuna Youth is useless, but your panel is still stronger than Lung Yu, the senior time traveler. For this reason, if you just compare with each other, after becoming an immortal, the gap between you will not be narrowed, but will be widened. It can only be said that the advantages brought by your Chaos Body and Chaos Way are indeed great, and there are few opponents in the same realm. Lung Yu was not surprised by this result, nor did he feel disappointed at all. After saying goodbye to you, he disappeared. In response, you shook your head slightly, and after a moment of silence for the ancient immortal tree, you no longer cared about Lung Yu, the senior time traveler. Next, you were thinking about whether to explore the Taiyuan Forbidden Land, explore the world of life and death, or try to go to the immortal realm. In the end, you gave up all your ideas and decided to live in the upper world. After all, the Taiyuan Forbidden Land is okay. With your current cultivation level, nothing will happen if you go there. Even if you don't get the chance, you won't fall into it. But that weird place in the world of life and death, even after you become an immortal, I don't know at all. As for heading to the immortal realm, you also have no idea. You think it is too dangerous, because all signs indicate that something may have happened in the immortal realm. Otherwise, there would not be that extremely powerful immortal guarding the passage. If you force your way into the immortal realm, you may be beaten to death by that extremely powerful immortal. Even if the immortal doesn't kill you, you will probably die suddenly if you go to the immortal realm. For this reason, it is not enough to remain in the upper realm. Anyway, you're already immortal, and there is no need to take risks anymore. Okay, I finally became an immortal. However, I'm still too stubborn. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and couldn't help but cover his forehead. Of course, he didn't think there was anything wrong with imitating Wang Ping. From the perspective of simulating Wang Ping, this is indeed the safest thing for him to do. After finally becoming an immortal, I no longer have to worry about being reborn, so I naturally have to enjoy my life. Although it is said that with this kind of mentality, there will definitely not be any great progress in the path of cultivation, but Wang Ping will not care too much about it. Compared with climbing to the top, for him, living without cheats is the most important thing. Not to mention, he now has many bonds. However, this is not in my interest. I must know what is going on in the immortal realm and make the simulated Wang Ping as powerful as possible. In that case, I can get more benefits. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. So, imitation Wang Ping, I'm sorry. I have to ask you to make changes. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and used his thoughts to communicate with the life simulator, instilling his thoughts into the simulated Wang Ping. After the optimization of the life simulator, this can be regarded as a hidden benefit. There is no need for immersive simulation, just inject ideas into it and make changes. As Wang Ping poured his own ideas into it, the content of the simulation really changed. Simulation Wang Ping felt a mysterious power, and his thoughts quietly changed. He felt that if he remained like this, He would pretend to be the first person in ancient and modern times and pretend to be a true immortal. For this reason, he must continue to practice and become an immortal king, or even a being above the immortal king. For this reason, Simulation Wang Ping made a decision and planned to explore the Taiyuan Forbidden Land first. After you have an idea, you set off and go directly to the Taiyuan Forbidden Land. When Wang Ping simulates entering the Taiyuan Forbidden Land, the weird space wants to affect you, but since you have become an immortal now, this weird space change will naturally not affect you. With a sweep of your mind, you discovered the various bodies of the demon immortal who was dismembered by the immortal king Shaoling. As soon as your figure moved, you came to the familiar huge heart. Then, you touch the seal and try to unlock it. Unfortunately, the seal of the immortal king is obviously not something you can break. Even if you also practice Shaoling immortal technique, it will be difficult to break it. This makes you frown. I know that it is impossible for you to break the seal, and it is impossible to improve yourself by devouring the various organs of the demon immortal with the devouring immortal bead. That is, when you were thinking, a cold voice resounded in your mind, the content of which was, you were a little kid, you just became an immortal, and you were planning on him. You really don't know what to say. If it were his peak moment, no matter whether you were an immortal from a chaotic body or an immortal prince, it would all be suppressed by one palm. This cold voice makes you frown. You finally understand one thing. This sealed demon fairy is conscious and knows what is happening in the outside world. It's just that the reason why I didn't speak out before was because I didn't bother to speak out. At that time, you were too weak, and in his eyes, you were no different than a bug on the ground. Obviously, it is impossible for humans to talk nonsense with bugs. They can just play to death. Various thoughts flashed through your mind, and then you taunted, saying that if he had such great ability, he wouldn't have his internal organs hollowed out and his body divided by 5 horses and sealed here. In response to your ridicule, the demon immortal snorted coldly, saying that you know nothing. If the immortal king Shaoling hadn't used his strength to bully the small and relied on his realm to suppress others, how could he have ended up like this? After saying this, the demon immortal expressed a very unruly expression, but the immortal king Shaoling only dared to seal him and did not dare to kill him. Otherwise, the immortal king Shaoling would also fall. Hearing this, you narrowed your eyes and had a certain guess in your mind. You guessed that the sealed demon immortal in front of you must have some kind of background, but he made a huge mistake and was suppressed by the Shaoling immortal king and sealed in the lower realm. However, because of his strong background, even the immortal king Shaoling did not dare to kill him. In this way, there is at least an immortal king behind him, and it is an immortal king that is much more powerful than the Shaoling immortal king. Thinking of this, you feel a little bored. After all, this guy's background is so great that even the immortal king Shaoling doesn't dare to kill him and can only seal him. If you kill him, you will definitely get into big trouble. Of course, you can't even break the seal now, let alone kill him. Therefore, the attraction of the demon fairy in front of you has completely become negative. It can be said that this thing is not an opportunity at all, but a huge pit and a huge trouble. Next, you didn't say anything else and turn around to leave. However, just when you were about to leave, the voice of the demon fairy sounded again and stopped you, saying that if you find the key and let him leave here, if you go to the fairyland, he can be your backer and let you across the fairyland. You were not interested in the demon fairy's bewitchment, so you simply ignored him and chose to leave. This makes the demon immortal quite angry and wants to kill you and devour you. However, now he does not have the ability to swallow you, the chaos true immortal, through the sealing formation. For this reason, he can only helplessly and furiously sense the direction you are leaving. After leaving the Taiyuan Forbidden Land, you thought about the world of life and death and wanted to explore the world of life and death. After thinking about it, you chose to go to the world of life and death. Although that ghost place makes you uneasy, you feel that the risk factor is still lower than going to the fairyland. Soon, you will come to the world of life and death and step into it. Then, you encounter the dangers you have encountered before, the death energy of the world of death, and the vitality of the world of life. However, this level of power can no longer affect you, so you appear to be very calm. It's just that your calmness quickly disappeared, because you found that there was nothing abnormal in the space, but you were walking and strangely came to the vicinity of the Wangchuan River again. This scene, it made your pupils shrink, your brows furrowed, and a strong sense of danger and uneasiness appeared in your heart. You know one thing clearly. This poor place, let alone a place where the Emperor can set foot, is very likely to fall here even if a true immortal or even a mysterious immortal comes. As for the immortal king, that level is too far away for you to make guesses. When your heart is solemn and the sense of crisis is getting stronger, there is movement in the Wangchuan River. A large number of corpses seem to have come to life, rushing towards you, trying to drag you down. In response, you snorted coldly and directly burst out with terrifying power, shattering them all. The corpses in front of you are only at the level below the great emperor. Although they are strange, they are nothing to you. However, your expression soon changed, because after you kill these corpses, a large number of whirlpools begin to appear in the Wangchuan River, and then new corpses emerge from the Wangchuan River one after another. None of these corpses have combat power lower than that of the great emperor, and there are even quasi-immortals and even true immortals. This proves one thing. The powerful people who once had the true immortal level were dragged into the Wangchuan River. Of course, you still have a guess in your mind, and this guess makes you shudder. That is, when you were a little frightened, the true immortal corpse led other corpses to attack you. However, because you are a chaos body and have become an immortal, your combat power far exceeds that of a true immortal in the same realm. For this reason, you easily exploded this true immortal corpse and other corpses. Next, you don't dare to stay for a long time and want to leave here. However, the space here is weirder than you imagined. No matter what methods you use, you can't escape from the Forgotten River. At the same time, more and more corpses are attacking you, and corpses at the true immortal level appear one after another, as if they are worthless. This makes you feel heavy, thinking that the second guess is probably true. The Wangchuan River is similar to the Wangchuan River in your memory. People whose souls have not been destroyed will step on the Naiha Bridge after death or reincarnation. And some extremely evil guys are unable to cross the Naiha Bridge and will fall into the Wangchuan River and suffer torture. In addition, if you want to escape and return to the world, you will be thrown into the Wangchuan River and cannot escape. If that is the case, the place where the Wangchuan River and Naiha Bridge connect is self-evident. However, you don't know whether this is a natural formation that includes people from the entire fantasy world, or whether it is created by some terrifying and powerful person. If it is the former, it means that there is indeed a theory of reincarnation in this world, and it is also related to the Earth's mythology. Maybe one day you can meet the characters in the myth. And if it is the latter, it is most likely created by some powerful person from the heavens. Maybe he was conducting some kind of experiment, or maybe he had someone he wanted to reincarnate. However, no matter what the situation is, this world of life and death, the Wangchuan River, and the Naiha Bridge are undoubtedly places that you cannot easily set foot on now. Staying here for a long time will be life-threatening. For this reason, even though you know that to resurrect the withered chaos immortal grass, you need to rely on the power of the world of life and death, you still plan to retreat. After all, if you continue to stay, let alone find a way to resurrect the chaos immortal grass, you will also perish here. Unfortunately, you really want to leave, but you can't leave anymore. As the Wangchuan River surged again, an extremely terrifying corpse appeared from the Wangchuan River. The aura of this corpse has reached a level that is superior to that of a true immortal. This made your complexion change greatly, and you wanted to escape, but the gap in combat power between you was too great. As the Shinxian corpse took action, you were instantly killed on the spot without the slightest ability to resist. In fact, because its corpse was too powerful, you couldn't revive it. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. As the tech simulation ended, Many memory images and spiritual insights appeared in Wang Ping's mind. It seems that I still underestimated the world of life and death. This place is too dangerous. Maybe the Shinxian corpse is not the limit. If the immortal king corpse appears in the future, it will be too scary. After Wang Ping came to his senses, he rubbed his brows and complained in his heart. It seems that it is very difficult to revive the Chaos Immortal Grass and obtain the Chaos Immortal Body in a short period of time, unless I draw an extremely powerful 5-digit talent. And I am lucky enough. Maybe only in this way can we survive in the world of life and death, and then find a way to revive the Chaos Immortal Grass. Then Wang Ping shook his head, thinking helplessly. The Chaos Body is very powerful, but in the immortal realm, there are still a few top immortal physiques that can stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Only by obtaining the Chaos Immortal Body can Wang Ping truly dominate the immortal realm. Under the same circumstances, no one can defeat him. Even if he has to fight beyond the level, it will be easy. Even if he reaches the level of true immortal or above, it will be more and more difficult to skip levels. But with the Chaos Immortal Body in hand, Wang Ping feels that he can easily skip levels. Ding! The reward is generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards. Initial cultivation level of a true immortal. A random fairy stone. 6-digit talent, love in the stars. The essence of ancient immortal tree. A ball of fairy source. Enlightenment immortal tea. Is there only one reward this time? You are really stingy. Wang Ping looked at the reward this time, frowned, and complained. However, after complaining, Wang Ping could only accept this reality and began to seriously think about which rewards to choose. Theoretically, Wang Ping should not choose cultivation rewards, because it is a waste of resources. Once chosen, after Wang Ping's cultivation level is improved, he will probably not be able to use the best divine source for simulation. But Wang Ping was vaguely worried. Although in the life simulation, Mu Shiqing, who was in the second-generation chat group, arrived a few years later, in reality, no one knew whether he would have an emergency on the way there. Strange thoughts, because the danger intuition speeds up. If he is coming soon, it will be a bit troublesome. To be honest, Wang Ping prefers to retain the 5-digit mid-level special item Cursed Doll rather than improving resources. This thing is the real trump card. If possible, Wang Ping really doesn't want to use this trump card on Mu Shiqing in the second-generation chat group. It would be a real waste. System I choose. True Immortal Cultivation. After Wang Ping thought about it, he made his choice. As Wang Ping made his choice, Wang Ping entered a strange state of cultivation, and time felt chaotic. Then, his cultivation also began to improve rapidly, allowing him to reach the level of a true immortal. That is, after Wang Ping reached the level of true immortal, he opened his eyes and felt his own power, quite satisfied. Now, as long as he doesn't go to those dangerous places to die, he is truly invincible in the lower realm, and no one could do anything to him. System: how many resources do I need to conduct a paid simulation now? Immediately, Wang Ping asked in his heart. Ding! It has been detected that the host cultivation level has reached the level of a true immortal. The resource consumption required by the host's paid simulation is a true immortal weapon. The system's voice rang. How many? Wang Ping's face twitched slightly when he heard the sound of the system. A true artifact. The system's voice sounded again. Show. Wang Ping was speechless. Wang Ping originally thought that the next simulation would require an immortal source, but who would have thought that it would actually require a real immortal weapon? This really caught him off guard. Although he has 2 real immortal weapons in his hands, he is reluctant to use them to simulate them, whether they are devouring immortal beads or chaos immortal clothes. No way, this kind of behavior really seems a bit wasteful. It seems that I have to figure out where to grab it again. No, it's to find the real immortal weapon. There are so many worlds attached to the fairyland, so there should be a place where the real immortal weapon exists. Wang Ping sighed, feeling a little helpless and regretting that he had rushed to take elective courses. Crack! However, just as Wang Ping showed regret, The space in the upper world shattered like a mirror, and a figure exuding terrifying coercion walked out of the broken space barrier. That figure was clearly Mu Shiqing in the second-generation chat group. The sudden change made many monks in the upper world stunned and showed frightened expressions. Even Leng Yu frowned slightly and stared at Mu Shiqing. Well, Wang Ping looked at the visitor with a strange expression. What does this mean? If you say Chow Chow, Chow Chow will come? It seems that his previous crisis awareness is still necessary, and the other party's actions have indeed changed. Sure enough, the life simulator had already given a reminder. Of course, it's the same sentence that he has known for a long time. Life simulation can only be used as a reference. Such people's ideas may change at any time. After Wang Ping sighed for a while, he disappeared quietly. After Mu Shiqing arrived, he restrained some of his power, then sensed it and found that Wang Ping was not in the Tai Palace. This made him frown slightly and snorted coldly. Wang Ping, there's no need to hide, come out. If you don't want to come out, then I will wipe out all the stars in Tai Imperial Palace and its surroundings. However, at the moment Mu Shiqing said these words, the Chaos Immortal Fist suddenly appeared and beat his body to pieces. This sudden change made many monks confused again, wondering why Mu Shiqing, who had just erupted with a terrifying aura, suddenly exploded. There was no way, they were too weak and couldn't see clearly what was going on. In fact, even the quasi-immortals of the Immortal Mansion and the quasi-immortals of the Gu family couldn't see what was going on. Only Leng Yu barely discovered some truth after the explosion of Mushi City. Wang Ping, are you going to become an immortal now? I have to say that your talent is too strong. Leng Yu was also a little uneasy in her heart and murmured to herself. When everyone was shocked, Wang Ping had already appeared at the place where Mu Shiqing died, waiting quietly with a sneer on his face. Although he has become a true immortal, Wang Ping will not talk about martial arts with Mu Shiqing, so directly killing him is the most correct choice. However, this guy is obviously not dead and has a powerful enough resurrection method. Although this method of resurrection is obviously useless for the special item curse doll, Wang Ping, who has just become a true immortal, is obviously not enough to exceed the upper limit of Mu Zikin's resurrection ability. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed, and Mu Shiqing suddenly came to life. The moment he resurrected, Wang Ping punched him again, trying to kill him completely. However, this time Mu Shiqing was obviously on guard, and tried his best to activate a prop, forming a barrier to block Wang Ping's attack before it arrived. However, Wang Ping's attack was simply too powerful, far exceeding that of an ordinary early true immortal powerhouse. For this reason, Mu Shiqing's defense prop was also blown apart by Wang Ping. However, the moment the barrier was destroyed, an even more powerful force rebounded towards Wang Ping. Obviously, this is a special prop to defend against rebound. It can be defended, and once attacked, the attack will be reflected back intact, making the attack even more powerful. It's a nice prop, but it's of no use to me. Wang Ping snorted coldly and punched again. You know, he didn't attack with all his strength before, and he had been prepared for this type of ability for a long time. Obviously, his judgment was correct. As the two attacks collided, Wang Ping's subsequent punch directly offset the previous terrifying attack. However, the terrifying aftermath has still formed, and many star regions will be affected and destroyed. Today's Wang Ping is really too powerful, and every move he makes affects this universe. Seeing this, Wang Ping frowned slightly and used the Shaolin Immortal technique to seal the surrounding space so that the aftermath did not spread too far. However, Mu Shiqing was in a terrible situation. He was also the target of the impact. His body was torn apart by the horrific aftermath. He suffered heavy injuries and almost died again. This frightened Mu Zikin, who didn't expect you to be so strong. Treading on the horse, how long has passed? This guy has actually soared directly from the Quasi-Emperor's Dzogchen cultivation level to the true, immortal level, and has also reached the level of Chaos Body. This level of combat power is too terrifying. With what I am leading now, the prop he holds cannot be his opponent. He must run. Mu Zikin's face was a little distorted, and he wanted to open the passage to the paradise of all heavens and escape to the paradise of all heavens. If he had known earlier, he would not have accepted this mission. Whether it was him or the second-generation chat group leader Dao Yi, they thought they paid enough attention to Wang Ping. Not only did they send him a 5-figure elite, but he also brought a bunch of props. Under such circumstances, even if his power is suppressed, nothing will go wrong. But who would have thought that in just a short period of time, Wang Ping would be directly promoted from the quasi-emperor to the level of true immortal? This speed of becoming stronger, even in Jutian paradise, is still at the level of cheating. Want to run? Can you run? Wang Ping noticed Mu Shiqing's movements, sneered, and once again exploded with terrifying power, blasting towards Mu Shiqing. Following Wang Ping's punch, Mu Shiqing's expression changed drastically, and the shadow of death lingered in his heart. He knew very well that if he took this blow forcefully, he would definitely die. For this reason, he instinctively unlocked his seal, trying to block the blow and then beat Wang Ping to death. However, as soon as the seal was released, a shocking scene occurred. Chains of black order that appeared from nowhere directly tied Mu Shiqing, and then strangled him mercilessly, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this scene, even Wang Ping's expression changed slightly, and he was a little frightened. Mu Shiqing had unlocked the seal before. As a 5-digit elite-level expert, Mu Shiqing's real power far exceeds that of ordinary true immortals. However, even so, he was strangled in an instant. This black, continuous chain is really terrifying. No wonder the leader of the second-generation chat group dare not set foot in this world easily. If he came, I'm afraid he might end up like this. In the face of such rules, even suppressing cultivation is not necessarily safe. Immediately, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts, silently withdrew his true immortal aura, and sighed. By the way, where are the gold coins this old guy exploded? At this time, Wang Ping also remembered the explosion of gold coins in Mushi City and quickly checked. In the end, Wang Ping couldn't even find a 5-digit item owned by Mu Shiqing, the Phantom Beast summoning. What a shame! Wang Ping was very depressed when he saw this scene. The reason why he didn't want to use the cursed doll to deal with Mu Zicken was not only because he couldn't bear it, but also because he wanted to kill Mu Zicken on his own to see if he could leave a lot of good things behind. As a result, he forced Mu Shiqing to use his own power, causing him to be strangled by the black chain. If you can explode gold coins, this ending is not bad. But no gold coins were released, so it was a huge loss. The happiest thing about fighting a boss is to explode gold coins. Forget it. When I break into the Sky Tower by myself, I won't pay attention to any 6-digit props or 5-digit entry-level props. Wang Ping rubbed his eyebrows and could only mutter to comfort himself. Next, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and looked somewhere. Over there, Lung Yu came through the sky and stared at him. Senior Ling Yu, my promise has been fulfilled and you are free. Wang Ping looked at Lung Yu, smiled, and said, Well, I am indeed free. Now I can finally connect to the paradise of all heavens and go to that place. Lung Yu stared at Wang Ping with complicated eyes and nodded. So, do you plan to go to the paradise of all heavens now, or wait until you become an immortal? Wang Ping asked curiously. There is no point in continuing to stay in this world. I plan to return to the paradise of heavens. It is more suitable for me there and allows me to grow faster. Lung Yu expressed her decision in a cold voice. Haha, let's meet in the paradise of all heavens in the future. Maybe one day we can break into the tower together. Wang Ping answered with a smile, but he had no intention of stopping Lung Yu, nor did he say anything that could make him an immortal. After all, in the real world, Lung Yu would not be able to become an immortal quickly unless he killed the ancient immortal tree. Wang Ping can't wait more than 200,000 years. Lung Yu can't wait either. Of course, Wang Ping could try to open the immortal gate on his own initiative, but Wang Ping did not intend to do so. Even if the immortal gate is opened and Lung Yu devours the sealed evil immortal, it will take many years of seclusion to break through. And Lung Yu wants to catch up with him, so it is more appropriate to go to the paradise of all heavens. Wang Ping is very optimistic about Lung Yu. Of course, Wang Ping thinks Lung Yu is also a very arrogant person. Unless it is a cooperation like in the life simulation, it is impossible for him to accept his feeding. Maybe. After Lung Yu looked at Wang Ping deeply, he directly opened the passage to the paradise of all heavens and prepared to step into it. Wait. It was at this time that Wang Ping suddenly spoke. Huh. Lung Yu paused, a little confused, not understanding what else Wang Ping wanted. If your natal immortal weapon is useless, you can give it to me. Wang Ping's mouth corners slightly raised, jokingly said. Duh. Lung Yu's face twitched, and he was rarely speechless. Can the natal immortal weapon be given just by saying it? Although the natal immortal weapon can only get a rating of less than 5-digit props in the paradise of all heavens, this thing still cannot be given away easily. I can't give away my immortal weapon, but let's consider this as a gift to congratulate you on becoming an immortal. Then, Lung Yu sighed, took out an immortal weapon, and threw it to Wang Ping. Then, as if he was afraid that Wang Ping would continue to blackmail him, he quickly stepped into the passage and disappeared. Really, why are you running so fast? It makes me look like a big villain. Wang Ping looked at the place where Lung Yu disappeared and couldn't help rolling his eyes. The immortal weapon sent by Lung Yu listened to Wang Ping's murmurs and was very speechless. He said coldly, "You snatched me from the master's hands, and you can still say this. I really admire your thick skin. Ha, little immortal weapon. You are on a narrow road." Wang Ping was not surprised that this real immortal weapon could speak, but he was still amused by his mocking words and showed a dangerous look. For a moment, this real immortal weapon couldn't help shaking, and always felt that something bad was going to happen next. Next, Wang Ping ignored the frightened real immortal weapon and did not care about the peeping emperors and quasi-immortals, and left here directly. As for preaching, Wang Ping in reality is not interested in doing it. After all, it is a waste of time. In the simulation, it seems that not much time has passed, and the tech simulation is directly skipped. In fact, it takes hundreds of years to preach once. In reality, he is so bored that he will spend so much time doing such useless things. Wang is only in his 30s until now, and 100 years seems a bit long for him. Next, Wang Ping returned to Tai Imperial Palace again and continued to simulate. However, this time, Wang Ping did not use paid simulation, but chose to use free simulation. After all, he only has such an immortal weapon, and it will be gone if he uses it, so he must cherish it. For this reason, it is undoubtedly the most appropriate choice to use free simulation to explore the way and see what the immortal in the Immortal Realm channel is like. Of course, Wang Ping also wants to go to various worlds through free simulation to find immortal weapons. In this way, it can also help Wang Ping accumulate several simulation opportunities. Although the current life simulator can also use the world origin for simulation, if possible, one does not want to use the world origin for simulation. Well, that being said, the most fundamental reason is actually poverty. The world origin he has now is really too little, pitifully little. It seems that after the cooling period is over, it is necessary to go to the paradise of all heavens to earn more world origin as a backup. Otherwise, it is really too poor. Wang Ping sighed in his heart. Speaking of which, Alpha, with my current cultivation, can I deal with that sci-fi weirdness? Can he suppress my cultivation? Wang Ping suddenly thought of the sci-fi weirdness and began to contact Alpha. You can't deal with it. This weird ability ignores the strength of the spirit. That is to say, let alone you become an immortal. Even if you become an immortal king, you will be suppressed. Unless you become a more powerful existence. Alpha's voice rang out. Crap, the immortal king can't do it, so don't even think about it. Wang Ping was speechless after listening to Alpha's words. This weirdness has completely grown up. Even the immortal king will be suppressed. But how can a big man who surpasses the immortal king level personally take action against such a weirdness? The cost-effectiveness is too low. In other words, there is no solution. If you want to kill him, the best way is to draw a talent that can blow up the entire universe or obtain similar props. Alpha's voice sounded, and the voice became familiar and cold, as if the destruction of a universe is nothing. Let's talk about it later. Talents and props are not something I can get just because I want to get them. Wang Ping sighed and felt that it was really difficult to get these trillion group points. Even Wang Ping felt that this weirdness was only worth trillion group points, which was too little. It seems that I still have to go to the paradise of all heavens to earn the origin of the world. Wang Ping shook his head and once again gave up the idea of dealing with the sci-fi weirdness and shifted his target to the game of the paradise of all heavens. System, I want to do a free simulation. Then, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and said in his heart, "Ding, the life simulator is activated, and the free simulation begins." As Wang Ping finished speaking, the system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to leave the upper world and wander around the world, looking for immortal weapons. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. You have traveled around the world and gained little. You only obtained 2 immortal artifacts in the world of the ancient immortal tree. These 2 artifacts are still treasured by the ancient immortal tree. Disappointed, you have returned to the upper world and have no interest in continuing to search for immortal weapons. When you returned to the upper realm, you directly destroyed the quasi-immortals of the Gu family and the quasi-immortals of the Immortal Mansion, forced open the Immortal Gate, and broke into it. Your appearance scares the sealed, evil immortal. You look at him from above and ask him if he has any magical weapon. If so, you can survive by handing it over. The sealed, evil immortal means that you must first unlock the seal before he can take out his immortal weapon. In response, you sneered, not afraid of the sealed, evil immortal, and forcibly broke the seal on him. As the seal was broken, the evil immortal was overjoyed and laughed, saying that he would not fulfill his promise. Then, he just wanted to run away. You had already anticipated the evil immortal's breach of trust. You sneered and unleashed all your strength to attack him. Your outburst frightened the evil immortal. At this point, the evil immortal was directly defeated by you. Then, you started touching the corpse and successfully found the real, immortal weapon from the sealed, evil immortal's inner world. This is undoubtedly something that has never been obtained when dealing with him before. Obviously, Xian did not lie on this point. He could only take out his natal immortal weapon after the seal was lifted. Of course, this guy is dishonest and has no intention of giving it. However, regardless of whether he is willing to give it or not, you will kill him. This is the result. There won't be any changes. Next, you suppress this true, immortal weapon that is not honest and wants to bite you back, throw it into the world inside your own body, destroy this world, and then leave this world. After returning to the upper realm, you told Emperor Tianyu about your ascension to the immortal realm. This made Emperor Tianyu and other senior officials of Tai Palace extremely happy and extremely excited. Even if they have lived for many years and are very stable, they still cannot suppress the emotions in their hearts. There is no other way to teach Feixian and go to the immortal realm, but the teachings of their Tai Emperor Palace are also the dream of their ancestors for generations. Now, this dream is finally coming true. Looking at the excited Emperor Tianyu and others, you shake your head slightly, saying not to be too happy too early. Going to the immortal realm is likely to put their lives in danger. You ask them to make a choice. If they don't want to take the risk, they don't have to go. Hearing this, Emperor Tianyu and others did not hesitate at all, saying that danger is nothing. As long as there is hope to go to the immortal realm, everything is worth it. They also believe that no matter which disciple they are, they will think so. You nodded, not surprised by their answer. Next, you also found the Dark Time Imperial clan and asked them to follow them to the immortal realm. It should be said that you gave enough benefits to all the people you promised to, or brought them along. Next, you directly opened the entrance to the immortal realm passage with terrifying power, making the entrance to the immortal realm passage appear. This scene shocked the upper realm monks. Then, under the envious eyes of the monks in the upper realm, everyone, led by you, broke into the fairyland passage in a mighty manner. After you entered, there were also bold emperors, quasi-emperors, and even supreme ones who gritted their teeth and followed directly. After all, this is an opportunity to go to the immortal realm. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It will be a pity to miss it. For this reason, they have to go in and give it a try, even if it means death. Of course, you are aware of those stowaways in the upper realm. However, you don't care as long as they don't cause damage. Then let them. As you move forward, you will find that there is a clear difference between the Fairyland Passage and the Ascension Passage from the lower world to the upper world. When the lower realm ascends, it is safe, but outside the light of reception, there is turbulence in space, which is very dangerous for monks in the virtual god realm. However, in the Fairyland Passage, there is no danger, only the misty fairy energy, giving people a very peaceful feeling. This made everyone very curious and lamented that the Immortal Realm Passage is different. If you practice here, the speed of practice will definitely increase many times. However, compared to the amazement and optimism of others, you have become more solemn. This peaceful environment does not make you feel curious and comfortable. Instead, it has a deathly feeling of emptiness that makes you uncomfortable. In addition, the immortal at the end of the immortal realm makes you even more afraid. While you were solemn, you gradually came to the end of the fairyland and saw the immortal that appeared in your memory. Not only did you see this immortal, but others also saw this immortal. They were all a little surprised and frightened. They did not expect that there was such a being guarding the immortal realm. For a moment, everyone was on guard. They didn't know whether the immortal in front of them was an enemy or a friend. When you were worried, this immortal also opened his eyes, glanced at you with his somewhat aged and numb eyes, and finally focused on you, saying the words, "This road is blocked." These words made everyone even more nervous, and your expression becomes more solemn, asking the immortal in front of you why this road is blocked and why they are not allowed to go to the immortal realm. The immortal in front of you stares at you, not hiding anything, but telling a very terrifying truth. That is, the immortal realm has been destroyed. If you go to the immortal realm, you will just die. These words shocked your hearts. You did not expect such a thing to happen. That was the immortal realm, and it was actually destroyed. This was outrageous. However, after you were shocked, you quickly calmed down. You had already expected something happening in the immortal realm, but you just didn't expect it to be so serious. Soon, you remembered the contradiction in the words of the immortal in front of you. You couldn't help but take a step and asked in a deep voice, since the immortal realm has been destroyed, why did they say that they would die if they went there? The immortal's expression remained as usual. His eyes remained unchanged, and he said very coldly that the immortal realm was shattered by a terrifying existence. This meant that the immortal realm was destroyed. As for why it is said that you are going to die in the fairyland, it is because the fairyland is no longer suitable for immortals to survive. In the immortal realm, no one dares to become an immortal anymore. If they dare to become an immortal, they will surely suffer a terrible curse. Not only that, the shattered fairy realm has been occupied by the demon realm. Hearing this, you were shocked. You didn't expect that the situation in the immortal realm was worse than you imagined. Under such circumstances, going to the immortal realm would indeed mean committing suicide. Not only you, but the others also looked at each other, not expecting that the fairyland they longed for has become like this. If this is the case, it seems that they cannot go to the fairyland. After you were silent, ask that immortal in front of you, did he come here to guard it just to preserve the fire? The silence of this immortal means that the immortal realm has been destroyed and someone must do something. However, he didn't know how many more years he could stay here. After all, although the source of darkness in the lower realm has been quiet, it does not mean that the source of darkness will really not explode. Hearing this, you admire this immortal very much. Ask him another question. Who is the person who destroyed the immortal realm? Is it the source of darkness in the immortal realm? This immortal listened to your words and showed a look of fear, indicating that the existence that destroyed the fairyland was not the source of darkness in the fairyland, but a human race. He killed the immortals more than 100 million years ago. No one in the domain dares to call himself an immortal, and no one dares to become an immortal. This is the truth that no one dares to call himself an immortal, and no one dares to become an immortal. These words will shock your heart. What kind of freak is this, able to do such an amazing thing, kill so hard that no one dares to call him an immortal, no one dares to become an immortal? In the end, it even directly destroyed the immortal realm. After you were shocked, you curiously asked what the Taoist number was, what was his name, and why he wanted to destroy the immortal realm. This immortal was a little silent, showing a look of fear again, saying that he couldn't speak. Looking at the reaction of this immortal, you sighed in your heart. The immortal in front of him was at least a mysterious immortal, and even reached the level of a quasi-immortal king. However, it was outrageous that such a powerful being could be so frightened. Just thinking about things related to it, he showed an expression of extreme fear. One can imagine what horrific things he saw back then. Next, you will be confused about whether to go to the immortal realm or not. This truth is really embarrassing. Wang Ping sighed in his heart. The immortal realm was destroyed and ruled by the demonic realm. No one dared to call himself an immortal, and no one dared to become an immortal. Just thinking about it makes you understand how dangerous the immortal realm is. I just don't know who the person who destroyed the immortal realm is and why he destroyed the immortal realm. Alpha, do you know about the destruction of Fairyland? After Wang Ping thought for a while, he started to contact Alpha. Although Alpha is half dead, the chat group has existed for more than 120 million years. For this reason, there is still a possibility that Alpha knows the truth. No. Alpha's voice rang out, giving Wang Ping a positive reply. Well, do you really know the reason why the immortal realm was destroyed? Which boss did it? Wang Ping asked curiously. The one from the first-generation chat group. After Alpha was silent for a while, he gave an answer that surprised Wang Ping. The one in the first-generation chat group. Could it be said that he was the senior who dismantled you? Wang Ping's face was filled with astonishment, and he said in disbelief, "It's him." Alpha was silent for a while and answered in the affirmative again. What the hell? Wang Ping was shocked and did not expect that it was his senior time traveler who did it. This record is really too powerful. It is too cruel to destroy Alpha and destroy the immortal realm. You know, this happened more than 100 million years ago. He could do this kind of thing more than 100 million years ago. Doesn't that mean that his awesome senior time traveler was already a 4-digit existence more than 100 million years ago? And it is impossible to reach the 4-digit entry level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve this kind of thing. To kill until no one in the world dares to call him an immortal and to destroy the immortal realm. He must be at least one level stronger than the immortal king to achieve this. As if he had guessed Wang Ping's doubts, Alpha didn't bother Wang Ping and started to explain directly. 120 million years ago, because his style was too ruthless, he offended all the powerful forces in the immortal realm. In addition, because he was too powerful, everyone felt uneasy. For this reason, various people in the immortal realm, the great immortal King Daotong, chose to join forces to deal with him. That battle was earth-shattering. He single-handedly killed all the immortal kings in the immortal realm and destroyed all the immortal kings and quasi-immortal kings. Then he calmly said, "In this world, except for him, who dares to claim the title immortal, who deserves to be called an immortal." This sentence made all the immortals become so silent that they no longer dared to call themselves immortals and change the name of their practice system. It can be said that after that battle, there were no more immortals in the immortal realm, and the Taoist hearts of all the immortals were broken. It was also because of that battle that too many strong men fell, causing blood to rain throughout the immortal realm. This was the morning of the heavenly Tao in the immortal realm. At this point, the immortal realm began a great decline. At the end of the sentence, Alpha's tone was very restless, as if he was recalling those years. What that person did back then frightened her. It was after that she became extremely afraid of that person and wanted to completely control him. As a result, before she could take action, she was caught and dismantled soon after, taking away most of her spiritual energy, as well as the origin of the world and something accumulated by a generation of chat groups. The immortal king is he dead? Wang Ping took a breath of air and was very shocked. He really didn't expect that all the immortal kings would be killed. So, immortal King Shaoling has also fallen. Calculated in this way, the time between the Shaoling Immortal Tower and the sealed lower realm of the demonic immortal was at least 120 million years ago. It is indeed dead. At the beginning, he did not hold back at all. Moreover, his style has always been to eradicate the roots. Not to mention the immortal king himself. Anyone related to him will be crushed in ashes. Alpha's cold voice sounded, with admiration for that person, but also with a hint of resentment. By the way, Lung Yu's style is also inherited from him, because Lung Yu is his little fan. After a pause, Alpha once again told a piece of information. Good guy, so cruel? Wang Ping clicked his tongue. Compared to his predecessor, he is really too kind. However, is Lung Yu actually that person's little fanboy? Is that the one whose style he learned from? It's interesting. Then Alpha, why did he choose to destroy the immortal realm? What benefits did he gain in the process? After Wang Ping thought about it, he remembered the destruction of the immortal realm again, and asked curiously again. The reason for destroying the immortal realm was not that he wanted to refine the immortal realm and then use it to break through the realm. He was simply threatened, and then he shattered the immortal realm and turned it into several small immortal realms. Alpha was silent for a moment and said vaguely. Hearing this, Wang Ping raised his eyebrows, guessing that the reason might not be that simple. Perhaps this has something to do with the source of darkness. Otherwise, after the fairy realm is crushed, it will not be ruled by the demon realm. Of course, this is all Wang Ping's personal speculation. If Alpha doesn't tell what the truth is, he can only slowly explore it. Anyway, with a life simulator here, it's just a matter of time to know the truth. However, speaking of it, if the time point is 120 million years ago, this time point seems to be very close to the time when the first generation chat group was destroyed. Wang Ping's eyes became strange. Because I was demolished after that. I don't want to say more about the specific process. Alpha's voice was very cold. Wang Ping's eyes became strange, and he guessed that Alpha should have been stimulated by what happened in the fairyland, so a series of chain reactions occurred. 120 million years ago. Such a long time has passed. I really don't know what level that senior has reached. Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and felt a little emotional, very curious about the strength of the senior time traveler. With that person's means and growth rate, after so many years, it is very likely that he will become a 3-digit existence. With 3 digits, he must be the top boss in the world. After all, there are only 36 2-digit numbers. And below the 2-digit number, the 3-digit number is the strongest. I said, don't delve too deeply into his affairs. Otherwise, it may bring disaster to you. Alpha warned. You are afraid of being beaten by him. In fact, you don't need to be too afraid. With his methods, we may have known about our previous discussion. Not to mention, he wants to destroy you and me, but it's just a thought. If something happens, it will happen long ago. Wang Ping shook his head and said calmly. Hearing this, Alpha became a little silent and speechless. Next, Wang Ping didn't say anything more, nor did he ask about the specific development of the fairyland being ruled by the demonic realm, but continued to stare at the screen. Of course, when staring at the screen, Wang Ping also instilled his own subjective consciousness into the simulated Wang Ping. After all, after hearing about the situation in the immortal realm, imitating Wang Ping's temper, he might be discouraged. This is obviously not possible. Wang Ping wanted to explore the situation in the immortal realm, so he naturally had to simulate Wang Ping to go to the immortal realm. When Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen, the words appeared again. Next, you calm down and express your hope that Senior will let you go, and that you want to go to the immortal realm. Seeing that you were so persistent in wanting to go to the immortal realm, that immortal in front of you also frowned and was silent for a long time. Then, he glanced at you and then at the others. Finally, he gave an answer. That is, if you want to die, he will not stop you. However, this group of people cannot go. If they go, they will be eroded by the dark atmosphere in an instant and completely degraded. In today's immortal realm, those who have not reached immortal level combat power have no ability to survive. As soon as these words came out, you were slightly relieved, but also a little helpless. When Emperor Tianyu and others heard this, they looked at each other, and in the end, they could only smile bitterly. Only when they become immortals can they go to the immortal realm, which simply makes them despair. After all, who can become an immortal in the lower world except you? For a time, many people were a little disheartened. However, the people headed by Emperor Tianyu still forcibly calmed down and said that you don't need to worry about them and just go to the fairyland by yourself. For them, staying in the lower world to practice may not be a bad thing. Hearing this, you are a little helpless, but you can't say anything more. In the end, you took out the fairy weapons you got from Lung Yu, the senior time traveler, and many of the cultivation resources you took from the Dark Emperor and the Dark Quasi-Mortal, and handed them over to Emperor Tianyu. With these resources, Tai Imperial Palace will be extremely prosperous, and no one will dare to mess with it. Next, after saying goodbye to Emperor Tianyu and others, you went to the Immortal Realm alone, and when you were about to step into the Immortal Realm portal, the Immortal stopped you and said very seriously that if you go to those small fairy realms, you must not claim to be an immortal, otherwise there may be a big disaster. Advent. In response, you nodded, saying that you would remember this sentence. And then you stepped into the fairyland portal without hesitation and went to the fairyland. That is, after you went to the immortal realm, this immortal waved his hand casually and sent Emperor Tianyu and others back to the upper realm. Then he continued to close his eyes, as if he had turned into an eternal sculpture. And on your side, after experiencing a boring ascension process, you have arrived at one of the small fairy realms that was recondensed from the fragments of the fairy realm. When you first came to this little fairyland, you felt the abnormality of this world. It is obviously a small fairyland, but there is no fairy spirit at all. Instead, it is full of demonic energy. This kind of demonic energy is very powerful. Even if you have become an immortal, you cannot absorb it at will, otherwise it will have bad effects. Just when you feel solemn about the environment of this small fairyland, a wolf-shaped creature with the height of a mountain appears, its scarlet pupils staring at you. This also makes you squint your eyes, sensing the strength of this creature. Then, you discover that the strength of this wolf-shaped creature should be at the level of a true immortal. Although this level is extremely powerful in the lower world, it is nothing to you now. That is, just when you were making a judgment, the wolf-shaped creature also turned into a black shadow and rushed towards you. In response, you snorted coldly, without using any magical power or magic. You just used your physical strength to directly blow it up and kill it completely. After you kill this wolf-shaped creature, you look to the right front with an indifferent expression, letting the peeping guy come out. As soon as you finished speaking, a man wearing a black animal suit walked out of the space, praising your strength. Then he sighed again. He didn't expect that after so many years, there would be monks from the lower realm who ascended to the immortal realm. It was really disappointing. The words of this man in animal clothing made you narrow your eyes. You knew that the man should be a strong man from the fairyland who had survived for a very long time, so you became wary. Seemingly aware of your alertness, the man in animal clothing chuckled and said that you don't have to be wary of him. In these small fairy realms, monks from all major races are allies. Only in this way can we resist the invasion of the demon realm. Otherwise, they will all die. For this reason, he will not harm you, and you, a flying immortal with astonishing talents, is the object of great importance to the Holy Alliance. For this reason, you can follow him to the immortal holy city in this small fairyland. Of course, you have to remember that you are not an immortal, but an immortal monk. Immortal is a taboo term in the Shaoxian realm. Hearing this, your eyes flickered, and many thoughts flashed through your mind. Obviously, after the demon realm invaded the fairy realm, the remaining monks in the fairy realm formed this so-called Holy Alliance in order to resist the demon realm and for their own lives. This information is a good thing for you, because this means that there are still a large number of living creatures in the little fairy realm, and there is a pure land for survival, instead of all being reduced to the territory of the demon realm. In this case, your survival pressure will be much less, and you can become stronger more safely. Thinking of this, you accepted the proposal of the man in animal clothing in front of you and planned to go to that immortal holy city with him. The man in the fursuit was very happy that you agreed and started to lead you. Along the way, he also started to explain to you the current situation of the immortal realm. After the immortal realm was shattered, a large area was destroyed, and the remaining area condensed into 4 small immortal realms, which were called the Celestial Immortal Realm, the Earth Immortal Realm, the Mysterious Immortal Realm, and the Yellow Immortal Realm. And their little fairy realm is the Xianxian Realm, ranking 3rd among the 4 little fairy realms. As for the Immortal Holy City, it is the center of the Mysterious Immortal Realm, where the strongest monks in the Mysterious Immortal Realm gather, and it is also the front line of the Mysterious Immortal Realm's defense against the demonic realm. As for the current levels of the Immortal Realm, they are Immortal Realm, Immortal Mysterious Realm, and Immortal King, which correspond to the previous 3 realms. After hearing this, you couldn't help but shake your head, feeling filled with emotion. The person in the chat group of the first generation of time travelers was really too cruel. Even after so many years, he still scared the other person. Instead of calling him a fairy, he chose to modify the realm name directly. Perhaps there are also some changes in the practice system. Then, you have some curiosity in your heart. You are curious about how these 4 monks from the small fairyland will react if they know that you are the ruthless descendant who killed all the fairy kings and crushed the fairyland. Will you kill him directly, or will you be very frightened and fear him like a tiger, or will you choose to curry favor with him? Of course, you just think about it this way and have no intention of trying it immediately. Good guy, Wang Ping is really good at playing the simulation. However, you can really give it a try. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content with a strange expression. While Wang Ping was complaining, the tech simulation continued. That is, when you were thinking, the man in animal clothing suddenly showed a ferocious smile and directly launched a sneak attack on you. You were already prepared for this, snorted coldly, and fought back without hesitation. After all, you are no longer a young boy, so naturally you will not believe what others say. You only believed less than 50% of what he said before. As you collided with him, the man in the fur suit was directly knocked away. His body almost exploded, blood spurted out, and he coughed up blood. This made him look incredulous. After all, he is a late-stage true demon, which is equivalent to the late-stage cultivation of a true immortal, and you were just a guy who has just ascended. When you carried out a sneak attack with the advantage of your cultivation, you were actually injured by your backhand. This is obviously counterintuitive. For a moment, the man in animal clothing knew that he had encountered a tough opponent, and he chose to escape without hesitation. In response to this, you naturally would not let him go. You unleashed all your strength, chased after him, and suppressed him on the spot. Following your outburst, this demon showed a horrified expression, finally knowing why you are so powerful. The legendary Chaos body has reappeared, and it has also reached the Deshang realm. Such a physical advantage does give you the capital to leapfrog the battle. Although, at the true immortal level, the gap between each minor realm is also huge, but the huge advantages brought by the Deshang Chaos body are enough for people to leapfrog 2 minor realms. However, the man in the fursuit quickly sneered, saying that although you are very evil, the fairyland is now ruled by his demon clan, and all the creatures in the fairyland have become their slaves and food, even if they are. The remaining powerful monks in the immortal realm did not dare to show their faces and could only hide one by one. For this reason, even if you are a chaotic body, you will eventually be suppressed by the strong demons and become nothing more than food. You snorted coldly. You didn't mean to talk nonsense with this man in animal clothing. You killed him directly, and then tried to refine your soul by swallowing the fairy beads. However, as a strong man in the late stage of the true demon realm, this man in animal clothing obviously cannot be easily refined by you. Swallowing fairy beads are nothing more than real fairy weapons. It is undoubtedly very difficult to refine the soul of a monk at this level. For this reason, you ultimately failed to refine his soul and obtain useful information. This made you very unhappy, and at the same time, you felt solemn. Next, you have no intention of staying here anymore and quickly run away, hoping to find a safe place to hide. Once it's safe enough, you try to gather some intel. It's just that there are unforeseen circumstances, and your explosion of power to kill the man in the beast clothing obviously attracted the attention of many demons. For this reason, some powerful demons have begun to search for your whereabouts, hoping to find you, suppress you, or kill you. These powerful demons include many old monsters from the mysterious demon realm that rival the mysterious immortal realm. It is difficult for you to escape from the pursuit of these people. Eventually, you were caught. Facing the old monsters in the mysterious demon realm, you are no match. For this reason, when you were about to be killed, you took out a 5-digit special item, the cursed doll, and wanted to curse it to death. Although, you know very well that even if you use the cursed doll to curse the old monster in the mysterious demon realm in front of you, it will be difficult for you to survive. Because if you kill the old monsters in the mysterious demon realm, you will only attract more powerful old monsters. When the time comes, you will still be unable to escape the fate of death. In response, you sigh inwardly. Today's fairyland is really too dangerous. There is no way for the creatures in the fairyland to survive. That is, just when you were about to use the cursed doll and sighed in your heart, a woman suddenly appeared in front of you. After killing the old monster in the mysterious realm with a finger, she took you away from here. In this process, you have absolutely no room for resistance. Obviously, this woman is powerful to an unimaginable level. When you come back to your senses, you have come to a small world. This makes you slightly startled, knowing that you have been saved. Subsequently, you also saw clearly the appearance of the woman who rescued you. She has a perfect face and a proud figure. She is more beautiful than any woman you have ever seen. Even Lu, who used golden fingers to adjust her appearance to the highest level, can't compare to her. For a moment, you looked at this perfect woman in a daze. When you were a little distracted, the woman also spoke. Her voice was cold, but there was a hint of gentleness in the coldness. She looked at you and said that Lu Daoxian warned you not to come to the fairyland, but unfortunately you didn't listen to him. If she came later, you would perish. You are quite surprised when you hear what this perfect woman says. Lu Daoxian, isn't that the second-ranked figure on the Xylixian Tower Stone tablet? I didn't expect to hear this name from this woman's mouth. Then, you remembered the immortal in the immortal realm passage and made some guesses. If nothing else, the immortal guarding the fairyland passage must be Lu Daoxian. He also experienced those things in the fairyland. Later, for the safety of the upper world, he chose to guard the fairyland passage, and he didn't know what happened. How many years? For a time, you felt admiration for the senior Lu Daoxian. However, you quickly came back to your senses and said to the perfect woman with a serious face that since you have become an immortal, there is no reason to stay in the lower realm of the immortal realm. You want to become an immortal king, or even become a person above the immortal king. Exist. There are waves in the eyes of the perfect woman, and she is a little surprised by your ambition. Then, the perfect woman silently said something that left you speechless. She said that you are a creature from the heavens. In this case, you can go to the paradise of the heavens to quickly become stronger without having to take risks in the fairyland. You can't accept this. After all, you're only simulating Wang Ping, not the real Wang Ping. You cannot enter the paradise of all heavens. Only by going to the immortal realm can you try to go further. The perfect woman seems to have seen your unspeakable secret and stopped taking up the topic, but introduced herself. Her name is Chu Lingyin, and she is the daughter of immortal King Shaoling. You were shocked when you heard the perfect woman introducing herself. You didn't expect that the perfect woman in front of you was actually the daughter of the immortal King Shaoling. However, if you think about it again, since she is the daughter of Shaoling, immortal king, it is no wonder that she has an old relationship with Lu Daoxian. Perhaps because of this, she also has some connections with the upper world. Next, you also introduced yourself, and then asked Chu Lingyin what the current situation in the immortal realm is like. Chu Lingyin said lightly that all the immortal king traditions in the immortal domain were destroyed. All immortal kings fell, and more than 90% of the quasi-immortal kings also fell. The top combat power could be said to have been wiped out in one fell swoop. Later, the immortal realm was even more shattered, and another group of strong men died. For this reason, in the immortal realm at that time, even Xianxian was a top expert, and even the quasi-mortal kings could not gather 10. It could be said that the immortal realm was at its most declining moment. The most terrible thing is that after the demon realm, which has always been hostile to the immortal realm, found out that the terrifying existence left the immortal realm, it launched an invasion of the immortal realm. Of course, it is said that the invasion of the fairyland by the demonic realm is actually just an invasion of the fairyland by a group of demon kings from the demonic realm. However, because the current situation in the fairyland is so bad, even if it is just an invasion launched by a demon king group, the fairyland has no ability to resist. As a result, the demon clan called the Flame Demon Clan easily dominated the 4 small fairy realms and made them their own territory. In the process, 4 more quasi-immortal kings died in the war. In other words, among the immortal monks at that time, there were only 5 quasi-immortal kings left. For this reason, the immortal creatures headed by these 5 quasi-immortal kings can only try their best to hide and avoid being found by the demons. Otherwise, they will die. Hearing Chu Lingyin's words, you sighed in your heart. The situation of the creatures in the fairyland is really much worse than you imagined. Next, you calmed down and asked Chu Lingyin curiously. Her cultivation has also reached the level of a quasi-immortal king. In response to your inquiry, Chu Lingyin nodded and shook her head. You understood what she meant. She had reached the level of a quasi-immortal king, but she couldn't say she was an immortal, as this was taboo. Seemingly seeing your thoughts, Chu Lingyin sighed and said that their realm titles were now judged according to the system of the demon clan, which was divided into true demon, mysterious demon, and demon king. For this reason, you can regard her cultivation as a quasi-demon king. Hearing Chu Lingyin's words, you shook your head and cursed the demon clan before. That guy really couldn't tell a few truths, and even the realm was fooling him. Next, without you continuing to ask, Chu Lingyin told you the current situation of the creatures in the fairyland. The creatures in the fairyland today are very miserable. They can only be divided into various small groups to hide in various hidden locations in the small fairyland, creating small worlds to survive. Once any group is found by the demon clan, it will be destroyed. Because the Flame Demon Clan has a demon king and 5 quasi-demon kings, they are too powerful. Even if a fairy creature at the quasi-demon king level is discovered by them, it may be in danger of life. And the place where you are now is a human race protected by her, a quasi-demon king-level strongman. Listening to Chu Lingyin's words, you sighed in your heart. Although the beast-clothed demon clan lied in various ways and lied about the situation of the fairy creatures, the fairy creatures are indeed miserable, much more miserable than the situation described by the beast-clothed demon clan. Next, Chu Lingyin didn't say much and directly took you to understand this small world. The small world is not too big, but that is only compared to the area of the fairyland. In fact, the area of this small world is much larger than that of the upper world. However, this is also a very normal thing. With Chu Lingyin's cultivation at the quasi-immortal king level, it is not difficult to create such a secret realm. After you understood this small world, Chu Lingyin took you to the core of the Lingyin secret realm, the Lingyin Fairy Palace, and met other strong men in the Lingyin Fairy Palace. Although these strong men were not as strong as Chu Lingyin, they were all at the Xianxian level and were considered high level in the Lingyin secret realm. It can only be said that the current immortal creatures are too shabby. Even the Xianxian can be called top strong men. Even in this Lingyin secret realm led by Chu Lingyin, there are only 8 Xuanxian level strong men. Your arrival surprised these Zhuangxians. They did not expect that there would be ascenders in the lower realm, and they were the legendary chaos body. For a while, They were all quite curious about you. After all, the Chaos Body was the top physique in the previous immortal realm, and only a very small number of top immortal bodies could match it. It can be said that as long as the Tianjiao with Chaos Body does not die midway, it is inevitable to become a Xianxian, and it is not difficult to become a quasi-immortal king. As for becoming an immortal king, it is too difficult to become an immortal king. Whether one can become an immortal king or not, the influence of physique is not that great. For this reason, only a few people with Chaos Body can become a mortal king. Of course, once a person with a strong physique like Chaos Body becomes an immortal king, his combat power will definitely be stronger than those immortal kings with average physique. Although it is said that at the level of a mortal king, the influence of physique has been relatively weakened, but it can still occupy a greater advantage after all. Once, there was a Chaos Body owner named Yi Tsong who ascended to the immortal realm and made a great reputation in the immortal realm. In the end, he became an immortal king in one fell swoop with amazing combat power. Unfortunately, in the battle 120 million years ago, the Chaos Immortal King Yi Tsong was also killed by that terrifying existence. Thinking of that terrifying existence, all the Zhuangxians could not help showing a look of horror. There is no way, compared with the terrifying existence of the immortal realm that slaughtered all the immortal kings and shattered the immortal realm, the Chaos Immortal King Yi Tsong is nothing. Chu Lingyin looked at the Zhuangxians who suddenly changed from surprised to horrified. She also knew that this group of people associated the horrible existence through the chaotic body and fell silent. She was naturally very afraid of that horrible existence, and at the same time she had resentment. Without that existence, her father, Shaoling Immortal King, would not have fallen. The Shaoling Immortal Clan would not have been destroyed, and the entire immortal realm would not have been shattered and then bullied by the demons. However, what's the use of resentment? Without strength, she can only resent and cannot take substantial revenge. You look at Chu Lingyin and these Zhuangxians a little speechless. Whether it is Lu Daoxian, Chu Lingyin, or these Zhuangxians, they all have mental problems. They all feel depressed by this senior in the first generation of time travelers chat group. Of course, you can understand it. After all, what they experienced at the time was indeed too terrifying. However, you can also use this to associate what the current situation of the creatures in the immortal realm is. If nothing unexpected happens, these people's cultivation has not improved at all since then, and all of them are in a state of broken Taoism. As for the rising stars, there are probably not many. After all, there are no resources, and all the predecessors have problems. In this situation, what kind of genius can be born? Maybe there are, but compared to a normal environment, it must be pitiful. Next, Chu Lingyin and the Xianxian knew that they had lost their composure, so they all calmed down and started talking about business. This matter is about the allocation of resources in the Shaoling secret realm. Whether it is Chu Lingyin or other Xianxian, it is very clear that the powerful monks who experienced that incident have basically had their Taoist hearts broken. For this reason, if you want to break the situation and survive from the hands of the demons, you must cultivate an existence powerful enough to rival the Demon King. Only in this way will their situation change slightly. Because they have identified these things, they are undoubtedly extremely strict with the training of rising stars, and they're even more strict with the allocation of resources. Because now that the fairyland is ruled and infected by demonic energy, the resources they have will not increase as time goes by, but will become less and less. For this reason, monks who are not talented enough are reluctant to use the resources to become immortals. Because this kind of behavior is really wasteful in their eyes today. It's so miserable in the immortal realm. Even the resources to become an immortal are saved as much as possible. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and was speechless. At the same time, Wang Ping also had a headache. The current immortal realm has become like this bird. When he ascends to the immortal realm, how will he earn resources to help him simulate? Immortal weapons are probably not all rare items, unless he steals it from the demons. However, if you steal it from the demons, you should just go to sleep. This is not how you give away your head. Hey, if you think about it this way, you might as well use the cursed doll to keep your cultivation level at the quasi-immortal level. Wang Ping thought of his own cultivation again and felt helpless. However, it's not his fault. He didn't know that the immortal realm was like this. Because he didn't know the situation, he naturally thought that compared to the 5-digit special item cursed doll that could kill the quasi-immortal king, those top-quality divine sources were really nothing. Forget it, what else can I say? Just take it one step at a time. It's still the old saying, if it doesn't work, then go to the paradise of all heavens to earn the origin of the world. Wang Ping shook his head, gathered his thoughts, and continued to stare at the screen. As Wang Ping stared, the words on the screen continued to appear. Listening to their discussion, you also have a clearer understanding of the situation of the creatures in the fairyland. You can't help but feel heavy and worried about your future. Next, Chu Lingyin talked about you, saying that you will naturally have a place in the resource allocation at the true immortal level. Rather, your arrival gave her some hope. After all, the chaotic body that ascends from the lower realm has a greater chance of becoming an immortal king. After becoming an immortal king, it will be more powerful and easier to lead the creatures of the immortal realm to break through. However, before you could say anything more, Chu Lingyin spoke again, saying that although you have the chaos body, you still need to fight for it. Some rules were not set by her alone. So if she wanted to obtain the most resources, she naturally needed to show strong enough combat power and potential. Hearing this, you nodded, indicating that you had no objection. After all, you just came here, and if you want to get the maximum benefits and make you stronger quickly, you naturally have to follow the arrangements. Seeing you so calm, Chu Lingyin and others also nodded and continued to discuss many things. Among them, there was an incident where a group of people was found and then destroyed by the demons. After this group was found and exterminated, the creatures in the immortal realm lost a lot of resources and also lost 5 mysterious immortals. It can be said that this loss is too heavy. For a moment, Chu Lingyin and others had a lot of gloom on their faces, and there was worry about the future in their eyes. The discussion between Chu Lingyin and others made you understand one thing. That is, they obviously intend to train you as a core layer, and they do not hide their thoughts on various matters. You were quite surprised by this. You have just ascended and are not familiar with Chu Lingyin and others at all. Theoretically, even if you have a strong enough talent, Chu Lingyin and others should not believe in you so easily. However, if you think about it again, what could be worse than the current situation? Whether I trust you or not, there is no need to think about it, because you are an ascended person, and it is impossible for the demons to send a chaotic body as a spy. Even if you are really a spy, Chu Lingyin should have the means to monitor you. You are too lazy to think about this. Next, after Chu Lingyin and others have finished their discussion, they will take you to a place for you to conduct a trial. The content of this trial is very simple. It is a combat strength test. Your opponent is Chu Lingyin, who used his own methods to transform the true fairyland talent that existed before. Only by defeating him can you have the best resource supply. In this regard, you are not afraid at all. Instead, you're a little excited and want to test the fighting power of this genius from the fairyland. Soon, a shocking battle broke out between you. As the battle begins, you are surprised to find that this genius phantom also has an extremely powerful physique, probably some kind of top immortal body, because during the battle with him, you did not have any physical advantage. However, the path of chaos is ultimately superior to other paths of cultivation. For this reason, your combat power must be stronger than his after all. As the battle progresses, you gradually gain the upper hand and eventually defeat it with force. Your battle scene was seen by Chu Lingyin, and she nodded, very satisfied with your performance. The Chaos Immortal Sutra you created is already approaching the level of the mysterious Immortal Sutra. Although it is only close, it is still far away from the Shinxian Sutra, but it is still very good. In addition, although your Chaos Immortal path is also in the true Immortal realm, it is close to the bottleneck of the true Immortal realm. It can be said that you now have few rivals in the same situation. Not to mention the creatures of the Immortal realm now. Even in the most glorious years of the immortal realm, it was extremely rare for people in the same realm to be stronger than you. You don't know Chu Lingyin's evaluation. If you did, you would probably lament that drinking the Enlightenment immortal tea so many times in a row was still of some use. Although it is said that the more you drink, the less useful it becomes, but after all, it makes you improve a lot. Next, Chu Lingyin calmed down and praised your fighting prowess. There is no doubt that you are the #1 genius among the creatures in the immortal realm today. Even another genius with a top-level immortal body is not as good as you. These words made you smile and asked Chu Lingyin if you could give him the best resources. In response, Chu Lingyin shook his head and said that this is not enough, and your character needs to be tested. Only if your character is strong enough can you get the best resource supply. Listening to Chu Lingyin's words, you were speechless. Immortal King Xiaoling likes to test core character, and his daughter also likes to test character. She is truly a father and daughter. However, you have nothing to say. Although you lack confidence in your own character, you can only bite the bullet. Soon, the trial started again. I have to say that Chu Lingyin's methods are really very similar to her father, Immortal King Xiaoling, and the content of the assessment is similar to the trial you conducted in the Immortal Tower. It's just that this time, your performance is much better than before. After all, you have become a true immortal. In addition, after the optimization of the life simulator, the memory screen makes Wang Ping feel as if he is actually there. It can be regarded as honing his confidence, and his character will gradually become tougher. It can only be said that even if you are a useless person, with the accumulation of time, you will acquire a character far beyond that of ordinary people. This is the joy of cheating. In the end, the test is over, and you still fall into the darkness. It's just that the time you persisted is much longer than it was in the Xiaoling Immortal Tower. You're still very satisfied with this. After you finished the assessment, you found that Chu Lingyin frowned slightly, as if he was not satisfied with your assessment results. In this regard, you have some guesses in your mind. Your grades are not very good, so you can't help but ask how his Xinqing assessment ranks among his peers today. Seeing you ask, Chu Lingyin did not hide anything, and directly stated that your performance was only mid-range, far from the level expected of a peerless genius. For this reason, your overall rating is not top-notch. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for her to apply for the best quality resources for you. After all, the Immortal Alliance is not hers. Besides her, there are 4 other quasi-demon king level beings. Although Lu Daoxian was on her side, Lu Daoxian no longer cares about anything. Under such circumstances, she could not mobilize resources. Hearing this, you have a headache and feel that you should really find a way to sharpen your mind. For this reason, after you think about it, you say in a very low-key manner that you are not even 10,000 years old now, and it is normal for your character to be worse. Therefore, you hope that Chu Lingyin will find a way to help you sharpen your character. Hearing your words, Chu Lingyin, a quasi-immortal king-level existence, was extremely shocked. It is too outrageous to be a true immortal who is less than 10,000 years old. Even in the most glorious years of the immortal realm, no one can practice to the level of a true immortal at this age. For this reason, if what you say is true, then your potential needs to be reevaluated. At the same time, it is understandable that your Xinqing can only be ranked at the middle level. After all, being able to become a true immortal in such a short period of time must have been smooth sailing along the way, without experiencing any big storms. Then, Chu Lingyin remembered that you came from the lower world, which made her even more amazed. Being able to become an immortal in less than 10,000 years in the environment of the lower realm is an achievement that is rare in ancient and modern times. Perhaps only that terrifying existence can compare. However, that person is not a monk from the immortal realm, so he is not included in the calculation, so you are still the most evil being. Thinking of this, Chu Lingyin used the celestial eye magic to check your age. Then she fell into a sluggish state, because she discovered that you are not close to long live at all, but only less than 100 years old. This made Chu Lingyin look like she had seen a ghost. She could no longer maintain her cold demeanor and directly posted an emoticon. I can't help it. This is really scary. He has such a terrifying cultivation level before he is 100 years old. Even if he is an immortal king, he cannot reach this level, unless someone initiates it. But in your situation, it obviously doesn't look like someone has initiated you. Of course, even if it is an initiation, the basic method must be taught and absorbed slowly. This is also not something that can be accomplished in 100 years. You looked at Chu Lingyin, who was a little doubtful about life, and couldn't help but smile. I have to say that Chu Lingyin's reaction is indeed very interesting and makes you feel a sense of accomplishment. Next, after Chu Lingyin came to her senses, she stared at you with burning eyes, feeling that you are the hope of the creatures in the immortal realm. As long as you can be cultivated in a short time, you can bring the immortal realm with you. Creatures have been wiped out, and there is no need to worry about death at any time. For this reason, she said you don't have to worry. She will discuss this matter with other leaders. By then, your resources will definitely be available. As for the issue of sharpening your Xinqing, we can talk about this later, because sharpening your Xinqing is definitely a very time-consuming thing, and the next resource release time is only half a year away. Listening to Chu Lingyin's words, the corners of your mouth raised slightly, expressing your gratitude to Chu Lingyin, a senior, for his attention. However, you were not surprised by her reaction. After all, you have experienced breaking the rules many times in life simulation because your talent is high enough, so it is not surprising. Next, after Chu Lingyin asked you to practice well, he used the props from All Heaven's Paradise to contact other leaders who were at the quasi-immortal king level and told your situation. When they learned about your situation, they also showed shocked expressions. They did not expect that a monster like you would appear. For this reason, the other 3 quasi-immortal king level leaders also made the decision to tilt resources without hesitation. As for Lu Daoxian, he seemed a little dull and didn't say anything. It was as if he had known about this for a long time. However, he didn't care about anything. Next, after Chu Lingyin ended the communication, he found you and told you that the resource problem has been solved. After half a year, you can enter the fairy pool to practice. The immortal spirit pool can quickly improve the cultivation level of a true immortal, but it can only be opened once in 1,000,000 years. Originally, the fairy pool was used by multiple people, and the most evil genius occupied 40% of the resources. But you have shown a strong enough talent, so you alone will occupy 80% of the resources. After you heard this, you lamented the imbalance in the distribution of resources. However, since you were the beneficiary, you are naturally very happy. However, you are thinking about one thing. If you don't grow so fast in the future, you will be disappointed by Chu Lingyin and others, and then get beaten up. This is really not a trivial issue, but something worthy of further investigation. After all, your ability to become an immortal at the age of less than 40 is entirely due to the cheating of the life simulator, which is the result of the efforts of countless simulated Wang Ping. But now, in addition to the real Wang Ping, your simulated Wang Ping can't open or fail and will only contribute to the next simulated Wang Ping. Of course, you were just thinking about it. You don't want to think so much about what will happen in the future. As for saying that he is related to the ruthless person in the chat group of the first generation of time travelers, and that he is his descendant, naturally let it go. Just kidding. If you say it under such circumstances, you think you will be slapped to death by Chu Lingyin immediately. After all, Chu Lingyin was very resentful towards the person in the chat group of the first-generation time travelers. She can't deal with the person in the first-generation time traveler chat group, but it's very easy to manipulate you. Although you have a 5-digit special item, the Curse Doll, to counterattack, you don't want to get to that point. Not to mention, if you kill Chu Lingyin, you won't be able to pass the test of other Xinxian, and you will still die. For this reason, under such circumstances, if you can still conduct experiments to satisfy your own bad taste, it is undoubtedly a very stupid behavior. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. The fairy pool was opened, and Chu Lingyin teleported you in. Then, you find yourself in a small secret realm with extremely strong fairy energy. However, the fairy energy in the air was secondary. The most amazing thing was the energy in the fairy pool, which was extremely rich. This makes you shine brightly, and you are looking forward to it, wanting to enter the fairy pool directly. It was at this time that 8 more people came in. These people are clearly other true fairyland monsters. After these people came in, there was a rich and handsome man who showed hostility towards you. He is a talented person with a top-level immortal body and a descendant of the immortal king. However, for him like this, you have actually taken away your share of resources. This made him very unhappy. You noticed the hostility of this handsome and prosperous man, guessed his identity, and couldn't help but frown slightly. However, you didn't say much. You just went into the fairy pool to practice, hoping to quickly improve your cultivation. However, as soon as you took action, he stopped in front of you and said coldly that if you want to practice, you must defeat him first. As for the others, they all watched silently, with no intention of standing up for anyone. Seeing this, your face also turned cold. You stared at the descendant of the immortal king and asked him to get out of the way. You didn't want to engage in a meaningless battle. Your words will make him furious. Immediately, he took the lead and burst out with extremely powerful power, trying to defeat you. This made you quite annoyed, so you also used all your strength to collide with his opponent. Under the collision of this blow, this rich and handsome man flew directly backwards, with a large number of cracks appearing on his body and purple gold blood flying. Although he quickly stabilized his figure and recovered, his complexion was extremely ugly and his aura was much weaker. This scene shocked others. They had a clear understanding of your combat power and finally understood why those big shots gave you 80% of their resource share. Judging from the collision just now, although you can't kill the descendant of the immortal king in seconds, if you want to kill him, it's just a matter of spending more time. The gap between the two sides is obvious to the naked eye. You looked at Feng Shun's handsome descendant of the immortal king indifferently and asked him coldly if he wanted to fight again. These words made the descendant of the immortal king look extremely ugly and unable to answer the question. In the end, he could only snort in frustration, turn around and headed to his planned practice place. When the others saw this, they greeted you with great awe and began to practice their own practices. You have no intention of continuing to waste time. Enter the place with the strongest energy and start practicing. In the blink of an eye, 300 years have passed. I have to say that this fairy pool is indeed powerful enough and is a great opportunity. Only 300 years have passed, and your cultivation level has been directly upgraded from the early stage of true immortal realm to the middle stage of true immortal realm. You know, if this was placed in the outside world, you would have to rely entirely on your own cultivation. If you want to advance from the early stage of true immortal realm to the middle stage of true immortal realm, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of years. After all, in front of the immortal immortals, time is the least valuable thing. It is normal for 100,000 years to go into retreat. In the blink of an eye, another 700 years have passed, and your cultivation has improved again, directly from the middle stage of the true immortal realm to the late stage of the real realm of truth. As your cultivation reaches the late stage of the true fairy realm, the energy in the fairy pool has been almost absorbed by you. At the same time, it was also time for the fairy pool's secret realm to be closed. For this reason, you were teleported out. Not only you, but also the descendants of the immortal king and others were teleported to their original place. After you came out, Chu Lingyin was a little disappointed to find that your cultivation had only improved from the early stage of the true immortal realm to the late stage of the true immortal realm. Originally, she thought that with your talent of becoming an immortal before you were 100 years old, you might be able to achieve the perfection of the true immortal realm. However, your performance is not much different from the performance of the previous geniuses with chaotic bodies or those with top-level immortal bodies. However, Chu Lingyin will obviously not say these things in front of you. Her expression didn't change, which just meant that your cultivation level had improved a lot and you needed to settle down. And then she left your side. In this regard, You also guessed some of Chu Lingyin's thoughts, but you didn't say much. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. During these 100,000 years, you worked hard to improve your cultivation with the help of some resources given by Chu Lingyin, and finally succeeded in reaching the level of the great perfection of the true immortal realm. At the same time, you have been comprehending the Chaos Immortal Sutra and the Chaos Immortal Way, and want to upgrade them from the true immortal realm to the mysterious immortal realm. Your gains are not small, but you still have a long way to go before you can successfully upgrade your level. That is, when you are working hard to practice, the small world you are in suddenly shakes and has a tendency to break. This made all the creatures in the small world look frightened. And the expressions of Chu Lingyin and the Xianxian also became very solemn, even a little ugly, because the small world they were in was found and attacked by the Flame Demon Clan. Immediately, Chu Lingyin issued the order to evacuate, wanting to use his backhand to move. But something happened that silenced Chu Lingyin. The small world couldn't move. It was obvious that the other party came prepared. He probably knew that she, a person who could rival the Quasi-Demon King, was here, so he used a powerful trump card. I have to say that Chu Lingyin's guess was correct. The Flame Demon Clan felt that they had caught a big fish this time, and they were very well prepared in order not to let anyone go, especially Chu Lingyin. In this case, unless Chu Lingyin is strong enough to break the situation with force, everyone will die here this time. Thinking of this, Chu Lingyin sighed in her heart. She already had the belief in a fight to the death. She planned to take the 7 Xianxian together to take action, and the remaining Xianxian would see if he could escape with the Tianjiao. As for the ordinary creatures, we can only take as many as possible and leave. Most of them will probably be given up. Something happened again? Why do I feel like something will happen wherever I go? Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and his eyes became strange. This time, will Chu Lingyin, a powerful person at the quasi-immortal king level, have to perish? It doesn't seem right. After all, the simulation of Wang Ping also has a special item, the Cursed Doll, which is useless. As long as the team is not led by a strong man at the Demon King level, even if it is led by 2 strong men at the Quasi-Demon King level, there is still hope of escape. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. While various thoughts appeared in Wang Ping's mind, the text simulation continued. At this time, you also found Chu Lingyin. After knowing the situation, you asked her whether there were several quasi-demon kings attacking here, and whether there was support from other leaders of the Immortal Alliance. Regarding your inquiry, Chu Lingyin did not hide anything, saying that this time there are 2 quasi-demon kings coming, and no one on their side will support this place, because those people will also have concerns and worry that this is a conspiracy. Hearing this, you are a little disappointed, but you can understand it. Then, you said with a serious face that you have a trump card that can kill a quasi-demon king. Next, if you can get rid of another quasi-demon king, you may have hope of escaping. Hearing this, Chu Lingyin showed a surprised look. He didn't expect you to have such means. However, she also thought that you came from the heavens and must have been to the paradise of the heavens. Under such circumstances, it is understandable that you did not become an immortal before you were 100 years old, and what you say now. For this reason, she said with a serious face that she could try it. Although she is not very strong among the quasi-immortal kings, there is still hope of escape if she tries her best to escape. After all, there are no powerful people at the Demon King level in the Little Immortal Realm. The Flame Demon Clan only sent 4 powerful people at the Quasi-Demon King level to lead many mysterious immortals and true immortals to guard this place. Listening to Chu Lingyin's words, you are a little surprised. You did not expect that there is no Demon King level existence in the Little Fairy Realm. However, if you think about it carefully, this is also normal. After all, if there was a Demon King who had been sitting here, something would have happened when Chu Lingyin first came to save you. It should be said that if there was a Demon King sitting around, she would not be able to save you. In addition, the base of the Flame Demon Clan is still in the Demon Realm after all. The several small fairy realms are just regarded as new territories by them, and they probably also have the intention of training their troops. So, the creatures in the fairyland can hope to survive in the cracks, instead of being wiped out long ago. Next, time is running out, and you have no intention of continuing to talk nonsense, so you directly start the action with Chu Lingyin and others. Chu Lingyin directly took away the secret realm of Lingyin, with the means of holding a universe in his sleeve, and then took the initiative to rush out of the formation that was about to be broken. As Chu Lingyin rushed out of the formation, he immediately suffered a horrific attack. The two quasi-demon king-level beings from the Flame Demon tribe fiercely attacked Chu Lingyin. In addition, there are dozens of mysterious immortals and a larger number of true immortals who are forming formations to carry out siege and auxiliary battles. It can be said that under such circumstances, even a very powerful quasi-immortal king would have to perish here without causing any trouble. As for Chu Lingyin, just after the battle started, she was attacked in a very embarrassed manner. With 1 against 2, and still in the midst of a large enemy formation, she couldn't hold on for long. You hid in the inner world of Chu Lingyin and took full action, using the effect of the 5-digit special item, the Curse Doll. As the effect of the 5-digit special item Curse Doll appeared, the body of one of the quasi-demon kings burned instantly. The energy and spirit were burned out in a short period of time, leaving nothing behind. This scene shocked Chu Lingyin and frightened the other quasi-demon king and all the mysterious and true immortals. After all, it was too scary for a quasi-demon king to suddenly die in such a way. At this time, Chu Lingyin's expression did not change, and she sneered, saying that if the other quasi-demon king still wanted to fight, he would also end up like this. Hearing this, the other quasi-demon king also came to his senses and sneered, saying that your method is indeed extraordinary. But you are probably able to do this kind of thing because you use some kind of precious 5-digit prop. There can't be too many props like this, otherwise you wouldn't be able to cower like mice crossing the street. As soon as these words came out, Chu Lingyin's expression remained unchanged, but her heart sank to the bottom. And you also learned about the conversation. Your complexion also changed slightly, and you sighed in your heart. These old monsters are really hard to fool. In addition, because the powerful people at the level of Immortal King and Demon King are already 4-digit existences and can enter the paradise of all heavens, they can no longer scare the old monsters in the immortal realm using various weird props and talents, because they know these things well enough that they even own them. Facts prove that your idea is right. At this moment, flames surged, and a figure resurrected in the flames. This person is clearly the quasi-demon king who was previously cursed to death by the 5-digit special item Curse Doll. The resurrection of this quasi-demon king has made Chu Lingyin and you completely silent, knowing that you will definitely die today. After this quasi-demon king was resurrected, he was very unhappy, full of anger and fear. The sudden death caught him off guard. Fortunately, he had the 5-digit resurrection item rewarded by the Flame Demon King, otherwise he would really have perished here. However, even though he was resurrected, the consumption of an extremely precious 5-digit resurrection item still made him extremely angry. For this reason, he roared and launched an extremely powerful attack directly at Chu Lingyin, without any reservation. Seeing this, another powerful quasi-demon lord also sneered, and in order to prevent another accident, he also no longer kept any trump cards. In this way, under the siege of 2 powerful quasi-demon kings, Chu Lingyin was unable to survive alone. Soon after, he was beaten to death and died, and you also fell with the fall of Chu Lingyin. On the way, you also tried to use the 7-color talent, God of Escape. However, it is a pity that it could not be used before, and it is even more impossible to use it now. After all, a quasi-immortal can intercept this thing, let alone try to slip away in front of an existence at the level of a quasi-immortal king. In addition, there are various blockade formations. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. Hey, he's still dead. However, there is really no good way to escape in front of a strong man of this level. Now, it's a bit troublesome. As the tech simulation ended, Wang Ping felt helpless. The little fairyland has become the territory of the demon clan, and nowhere is safe. Living alone with Chu Lingyin and other immortal creatures is also dangerous, and you don't know when you will be caught in the same pot. This is really difficult to handle. Let's take it one step at a time. Continue the simulation and see if we can use spoilers to let Chu Lingyin escape in advance and avoid this crisis. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking secretly in his heart, and continued to simulate. System, I want to conduct a free simulation, Wang Ping said in his heart. Ding, the life simulator is launched and the free simulation begins. The system's voice rang. On the first day, you chose to act the same as in the last simulation. After you ascended, you did not encounter the beast-clothed demons this time. In this regard, you also breathed a sigh of relief and chose to walk in the little fairy realm in a low profile, trying to avoid too much contact with any demons. However, there are unforeseen circumstances. The demons seem to have some means of searching for creatures in the fairyland. While you were walking outside, you were spotted soon after. Then, what greets you is an endless pursuit. This makes you very depressed. Then, Chu Lingyin appeared again and took you away. In this regard, you can't help but suspect that Lu Daoxian should have communicated to Chu Lingyin and asked her to pick you up. Otherwise, such a coincidence would not be possible. However, this is normal. Lu Daoxian knows the situation in the immortal realm and knows what you will face when you go to the immortal realm. Since he lets you go, he will naturally make arrangements, and it is impossible to let you, a potential genius, fall into the hands of the demons. Next, you will continue to develop as in the last simulation and successfully reach the level of true fairyland and perfection. At the same time, you also told Chu Lingyin in advance about the attack here. In this regard, Chu Lingyin did not completely trust you at first, but because you came from the heavens, she still listened to it and moved her position. However, disaster still struck at a fixed time. This makes you very silent. In this case, you have to wonder about two things. The first point is that the Flame Demon Tribe may have mastered some powerful enemy-seeking props. The second point is that there is a spy within the Immortal Alliance. The existence of spies is not something to be surprised about. After all, wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Although immortals are very powerful and can live forever, they also have selfish motives after all. Many creatures in the fairyland maintain a pessimistic attitude towards resisting the demons and surviving in the hands of the demons. Under such circumstances, it is not unusual for some people to take refuge in the demons and choose to survive. Of course, being able to know the location of the spiritual sound secret realm is definitely not something that a being at the level of a true immortal can do. At least it is a mysterious immortal. For this reason, if there is a spy collaborating with the enemy, then there is a high possibility that one of the 8 immortals is a spy. In addition, it is not ruled out that other ethnic groups are collaborating with the enemy. It's just that if that's the case, it would be even worse. It is impossible for Xianxian to know the location of other ethnic groups. Only the leader of the Immortal Alliance can know. In other words, it means that a certain leader of the Immortal Alliance has rebelled. While you are thinking the end will come, Chu Lingyin and you will die one after another, with no way to survive. Because of your death, this simulation ends. It's really troublesome to die again. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and frowned. The start of this fairyland is so difficult. It is really a headache. However, no matter how difficult it is, Wang Ping still has to find a way to pass the level. For this reason, Wang Ping still chose to conduct free simulations and collect intelligence. However, the next dozens of free simulations all silenced Wang Ping. Because whether he tried to find a way to transfer Chu Lingyin in various ways, or to escape from the Lingyin secret realm before the Flame Demon Clan attacked, the final outcome would be death, with no way out at all. It can be said that it is really disappointing. No matter which path you take, after heading to the immortal realm, the final outcome will be death. Maybe we can only do paid simulations. Wang Ping no longer wasted the number of free simulations. He breathed a sigh of relief and made a decision in his heart. Now, It has reached a dead end, and only by developing powerful 5-digit talents can it be possible to break through. For this reason, only valuable paid simulations can be used, including the 2 immortal weapons from the ancient immortal tree and the sealed evil immortal's magical weapon. If I don't choose the cultivation reward, I have a total of 4 paid simulation opportunities. For times, I must draw the talent to break the game. Otherwise, I can only go back to the heavenly paradise to earn the origin of the world. Wang Ping clenched his fists and thought to himself, "System, consume an immortal weapon and perform a paid simulation." Immediately, Wang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and said in his heart, "Ding, consume an immortal weapon, the life simulator starts, and the talent is being refreshed." After the sound of the system sounded, the fairy weapon given by Lung Yu and suppressed by Wang Ping disappeared directly, turning into fuel for the paid simulation to start. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 5-digit talent Gemini. 5-digit talent Gemini. With this talent, the host can create a perfect incarnation that is controlled by itself and will not rebel. The race of the incarnation can be chosen by itself. Fuck! Wang Ping looked at the talent that was refreshed this time and showed an expression of surprise. This is really true. You can get whatever you want. With this 5-digit talent, Gemini, Wang Ping can completely transform this incarnated race into the Flame Demon Clan, and then blend into the Flame Demon Clan to develop and find ways to break the situation. I originally thought that 4 paid simulations were not enough insurance, but I didn't expect that I was in trouble after one. As expected, Lady Luck is still on my side. Wang Ping raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sighed. Then, Wang Ping said without hesitation, "System, I choose the 5-digit talent Gemini." Ding, talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang again. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you want to act as you did in the last simulation. However, after you think about it carefully, you feel that it is not feasible. You must obtain more powerful power for the local Wang Ping. For this reason, you have made a decision. That is refining the upper realm, making oneself stronger, and also allowing oneself to obtain a perfect chaotic body. As you make this decision, you start taking action. Of course, before taking action, you naturally did something in advance and gathered some familiar people and forces in a safe place. When everything is ready, you open the world refining formation and refine the upper world. Your behavior makes Emperor Tianyu and others feel frightened and feel that they have misjudged the person. You can no longer take into account their thoughts. Now that you have opened the world refining formation, you will stick to it to the end. For this reason, you finally refine the upper realm and obtain the perfect chaos body, and your combat power soared again. At the same time, due to the refining of the upper realm, your cultivation level has also been greatly improved, directly reaching the late stage of the true immortal realm. This kind of improvement is enough to compare with your improvement in the fairy pool. For a while, you had some taste of the marrow, and thought that Wang Ping could do the same in the future, so as to quickly accumulate cultivation. Of course, you also know very well that you can only try it a few times, and it is impossible to improve quickly later. Next, you forcefully open the Fairyland passage and walk into it. Then, you met Lu Daoxian again. At this time, Lu Daoxian's attitude towards you is undoubtedly different from the previous simulation. Although his eyes are still numb, there is also a hint of coldness. Because you refined the upper realm this time, your methods were a bit too spicy. In this regard, you also saw the attitude of Senior Lu Daoxian and sighed inwardly. However, you didn't mean to be afraid of him. You just wanted him to get out of the way and let you go to the fairyland. In this regard, Lu Daoxian didn't say much in the end, nor did he remind you of some taboos after going to the fairyland, and just let you go. In this regard, you didn't say much, and just crossed Lu Daoxian and prepared to go to the fairyland. However, you finally stopped and curiously asked Lu Daoxian why he didn't kill you since he was disgusted with your refining the upper world. You were really curious about this. Logically speaking, if Lu Daoxian is here, he cannot hope that someone will destroy the place where he was born. However, Leng Yu did this before, and he didn't stop him. He didn't stop you from doing this either. As for your question, Lu Daoxian is a little silent. However, he still answered your question in a cold and hoarse tone. That is the immortal realm now. There is no need for an old guy like him who has no fighting spirit. Instead, it is a ruthless and talented person like you who can repel the demonic realm. At the end, Lu Daoxian paused, and then said coldly that for the sake of the overall situation, he could tolerate what you did, but your behavior still made him very unhappy. Hearing this, you smiled, finally knowing the reason why Leng Yu and you were fine after refining the upper realm. If nothing happens in the immortal realm, there is no difference between you and Leng Yu doing this and seeking death. But if something goes wrong in the immortal realm, that's a different matter. Of course, it's still the same premise. Neither Lu Daoxian nor Chu Lingyi knows the relationship between you and Leng Yu and the terrifying existence in the chat group of first-generation time travelers. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to die no matter how many lives you have. Then, you didn't mean to continue talking nonsense with Lu Daoxian and took a step towards the fairyland. When you come to fairyland, you are attacked by monsters. After you kill it, you attract the prying eyes of the beast-clothed demon clan. You have nothing to say about this. You punched it to death, and then used its characteristics to create an incarnation of the Flame Demon Clan using the 5-digit talent of Gemini. This incarnation of the Flame Demon Clan is different from ordinary incarnations. It only has a quasi-real demon cultivation level. This is something you did deliberately so that you can better blend into the Flame Demon Clan. After all, whether they are true immortals or true demons, they are all powerful ones among the Flame Demon Clan. There are not that many of them. The sudden appearance of a demon clan in the late stage of the true demon realm is really too conspicuous. Next, after you leave behind the demon incarnation, you will start to escape. In the follow-up development, you were still the one stirring up trouble, and you were picked up by Chu Lingyin on the way. However, because you have refined the upper world this time, although Chu Lingyin's attitude towards you is not as cold as Lu Daoxian's, it is not as good as in the previous simulation. You don't really care about this and continue to do your own thing. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. The fairy pool is opened, and you enter it to practice. As for your demon clan incarnation, it is already blended into the Flame Demon Clan. Your incarnation of the Flame Demon tribe has a chaotic body, just like you. However, although the chaos body is very rare, it is not unique to the immortal realm. For this reason, after the quasi-demon king of the Flame Demon Clan passed the blood test and found that you were indeed the purest Flame Demon Clan, he did not doubt you, but chose to train you. After all, the value of a chaotic genius is still very amazing. It has the value of focusing on training. In the future, the Flame Demon Clan may be able to add a powerful quasi-demon king. In that case, the Flame Demon Clan status in the demon realm will be even higher. You must know that the disputes over interests in the demon realm are also very serious. In fact, because of the cruel nature of the demons, their internal battles are more intense than in the fairyland. Under such circumstances, the significance of having one more genius who is likely to become a quasi-mortal king in the future is naturally very amazing. If the Flame Demon King knows about it, he will also attach great importance to you. However, this quasi-demon king has no intention of letting the Flame Demon King know. To be precise, there is none now. He plans to train you to stand out in the competition between the Flame Demon tribe and win the first place in the competition. At that time, the demons of his faction will receive great benefits. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. You are practicing in the immortal spirit pool, and you are not far away from reaching the perfection of the true immortal realm. As for your incarnation of the Flame Demon Clan, you are even more prosperous among the Flame Demon Clan. The Quasi-Demon King, Yin Qingqi, attaches great importance to you and allows you to practice the Demon Sutra of the Flame Demon Clan. He also gets you a lot of resources allowing your incarnation of the whiteboard chaotic body to directly reach the realm of perfection. It can be said that the resources it spent are enough to make a powerful person in the mysterious demon realm jealous. In this regard, you are full of emotions. You never thought that you would also have a prosperous life in the demonic path. The intensity of free whoring resources is much greater than that of the immortal path. However, this quasi-demon king Yin Qing has no intention of letting you break through to the level of a true demon. According to him, this is a competition for the younger generation, so only demons below the true demon realm can participate. In addition, there is not only the Flame Demon Clan competition, but also the Demon Realm competition. The Demon Realm is a place where power is paramount even more than the Immortal Realm, and it is also a place where the growth of the younger generation is most valued. For this reason, the allocation of many resources is related to the competition of the younger generation. Every 100,000 years, the Demon Realm will hold a quasi-demon competition and a real demon competition. The participating parties are the major Demon King groups. Whichever ethnic group's younger generation achieves better results will be able to obtain more benefits in the distribution of resources and interests. However, this kind of competition has always been a life-and-death battle, with no mercy and no one allowed to come to the rescue. For this reason, it also means raising goo. As for Xianmo has fallen out of the category of the younger generation. If the number of real demons at the level of true demons has reached an objective number based on the accumulation of hundreds of epochs, then the number of mysterious demons is much smaller. Even if the Demon King group has existed for dozens of epochs, the number of mysterious demons will not exceed 200. For some weak Demon King groups, the number of mysterious demons does not exceed 100. Even if you include ethnic groups other than the Demon King ethnic group and casual cultivators, the number of powerful people in the mysterious demon realm in the entire demon realm will not exceed 10,000. 10,000 may seem like a lot, but this is the accumulation of hundreds of epochs. That is more than 10 billion years of accumulation. In this time dimension, you can know that the number of 10,000 is really nothing. For this reason, unless the old monsters in the demon realm have a collective brain attack, they will definitely not do this if they let the backbone of the mysterious demon realm fight to the death. This incarnation of the demon race is really fun. I don't know how much energy I spent on developing the chaotic body to the realm of perfection. Even my body has not reached perfection, which is to simulate Wang Ping's cruelty this time. After one attempt, I chose to refine the upper realm to achieve perfection. As a result, this demon incarnation was fed directly to the realm of perfect chaos body, which is very confusing. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and was filled with emotions. What can this say? It fully illustrates the importance of whether the background is strong enough and the resources are sufficient. However, based on this calculation, the resources obtained by the top geniuses in the demon realm will definitely not be less than those of the demon incarnation that simulated Wang Ping, and may even be more. It would be even more amazing if he was a descendant or disciple trained by the Demon King himself. It seems that if you want to get ahead in the demon realm, you have to take your time. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. However, Wang Ping originally thought that Xianxian and Xuanma were nothing in the demon realm, but he didn't expect that he was wrong. The number of mysterious demons in the demon realm was less than 10,000, which he did not expect at all. He originally thought there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. After all, in the previous simulation, when Chu Lingyin was surrounded and killed, dozens of people were mobilized. Apparently, the quasi-demon king paid enough attention to Chu Lingyin and mobilized most of the Xian demon realm experts stationed in the little immortal realm. However, these are all secondary. The most important thing is that with the current development route of the demon realm plot, whether the demon incarnation that simulates Wang Ping will be exposed. This is a question. Wang Ping thought of the most critical issue again and felt a little headache. 5-digit talent Gemini, after all, is only a 5-digit talent. Although the effect is powerful enough, even the quasi-demon king did not notice any abnormalities. But the level of the Demon King is the same as that of the Immortal King, also a 4-digit existence. With the existence of 4 figures, it is very possible to see through the 5-digit level of talent. Hey, I can only take one step at a time and let fate take its course. Wang Ping thought about it and couldn't think of any way to break the situation, so he could only sigh helplessly and choose to mess it up. Then, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed, and the Flame Demon Clan competition is about to begin. The Quasi-Demon King, Yin Qingqi, personally took your demonic incarnation to the Flame Demon Clan to participate in the competition. Along the way, your demonic incarnation saw the prosperity far beyond the lower world and was amazed by the power of the Flame Demon Clan. Next, you saw the Flame Demon King. The Flame Demon King seems to attach great importance to this clan competition that takes place once in 100,000 years, and actually chose to appear in person. Although you think that the Flame Demon King above is most likely an incarnation or something like that, it is enough to show how much he attaches importance to the clan competition. Next, the martial arts competition begins. You fight all the way and pass the level easily. No matter what opponent you meet, they are no match for you with one punch. Even if you meet top-notch figures such as quasi-demon princes and direct disciples, they will still be unable to catch your moves. Your performance has surprised everyone in the Diyin Demon Clan. They are full of praise for you. They also feel that the Quasi-Demon King, Yin Qingqi, has accepted a monster disciple this time, which will bring a lot of benefits to his faction this time. This made Yin Qingqi quite proud, and he started bragging about it with his old friends. At the scene, only the incarnation of the Flame Demon King is staring at you, seeming to be thinking about something. In the end, you successfully squeezed into the finals. Your opponent was the son of the Flame Demon King, and your fighting power was very strong. However, for you now, the battle between quasi-immortals is completely suspicious of the big one bullying the small ones. For this reason, even the Flame Demon King's own son couldn't take a single punch and was defeated instantly by you. This scene made everyone marvel. However, no one blames you for not giving the Flame Demon King face and killing his own son with one punch. Because the demons are respected for their strength, and if they fight in the same situation, their skills are inferior to others. Even the Demon King's own children will not receive too much preferential treatment. You noticed everyone's reaction, and for a moment you felt that the style of this demon clan was quite fascinating to you. As long as you are strong enough, you can obtain high enough status and benefits. Next, after the Flame Demon King announced you as the leader of this clan competition, he gave you a good enough reward. At the same time, he also took you away from the scene. In this regard, you have no ability to resist at all. When you react, you have already arrived in a hall with flame pictures and text. This makes your demon incarnation feel a little nervous. After all, you're also worried about being seen through. It's just that what the Flame Demon King said next surprised you. The Flame Demon King said that he doesn't care about you, a person from the heavens, being reincarnated as a descendant of his Flame Demon Clan. If you are loyal enough to his Flame Demon Clan, he will do his best to train you. However, he also said that if you have any dissatisfaction with the Flame Demon Clan, then he will let you know what life is worse than death and what eternal pain is. Sure enough, it has been seen through. He is worthy of being a powerful Demon King. He has a 4-digit existence. Such methods cannot be completely concealed by a 5-digit talent. Even if what appears in front of you is just an avatar, it cannot be hidden after all. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and sighed inwardly, a little helpless, but he was not surprised by the result. I just don't know whether I will live or die next time. If I am shot to death this time, I will have to become an ordinary demon and thrive next time. I can't be so high profile. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he began to think in his heart. That is, while Wang Ping was thinking, the text simulation continued. The Flame Demon King's words made you feel a knot in your heart, knowing that he had seen through some of your secrets. However, he doesn't seem to know that you are from the immortal realm. Perhaps he had a guess, but he didn't ask. You took a deep breath and expressed your loyalty to the Flame Demon Clan and the Flame Demon King. You will never betray your heart. In response to your words, the incarnation of Flame Demon King waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to say such verbal words. If he doesn't want to go to Jutian Paradise in a short time, otherwise he will definitely take you to Jutian Paradise to play games. Let you hand over ownership. The words of the incarnation of the Flame Demon King will make your demonic incarnation unable to calm down and feel a little scared. After all, once the Flame Demon King really forces you to go to the All Heavens Paradise, it will be troublesome. The simulation is likely to be interrupted and then forcibly ended. Although the current life simulator has been optimized and has reached the 5-digit talent level. But with this level of talent, it is impossible to simulate the entire Paradise of Heavens. Forced simulation will also be discovered by various big guys, and then interfere, leading to the end. While you breathe a sigh of relief, you also guess the reason why the Flame Demon King did not go to the All Heavens Paradise. Because once he goes to the Heavenly Paradise, he has to play the Heavenly Tower game. The Tianta game, let alone a 4-digit powerhouse like Flame Demon King, is life-threatening. Even a 3-digit existence or even a 2-digit existence is also in danger of life. Although props like delay cards exist, the function of delay cards is only for the time interval that starts every 10,000 years. After leaving Jutian Paradise and coming back, you must play the Sky Tower game. This is a rule that cannot be changed by delay cards. Under such circumstances, those big shots must think carefully every time they go to and leave the Paradise of All Heavens. Of course, you guess that the existence of 3-digit and 2-digit numbers should have some means of resisting this rule. If not, it would be difficult to come back once you leave the tower. After all, at their level, no one is willing to risk their lives to easily enter the Sky Tower game. When you have many thoughts in your mind, the Flame Demon King leaves all kinds of backup plans directly in front of you. However, he has no intention of searching for souls, because soul searching is an extremely humiliating thing for any monk. Once this is done, it is impossible to remain loyal at all. He can guard you and prevent you from rebelling, but the Flame Demon King will not do such things as searching for souls, and his structure is not that small. Seeing that the Flame Demon King did not search your soul, you couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, you also understand that although there is no soul search and various secrets have not been exposed, your situation is still not much better. In today's situation, as long as you do anything that harms the interests of the Flame Demon Clan in the slightest, your life will truly be worse than death. In addition, after becoming a real demon, you will live forever. That is, you will really become what the incarnation of the Flame Demon King said and fall into eternal pain. Next, the incarnation of Flame Demon King announces that you will be his direct disciple from now on. This makes you a little surprised. As for the Quasi-Demon King, Yin Qingqi, his face turned dark. He didn't expect that his ancestor would compete with him for his disciples. However, in the end, he couldn't say anything more and could only reluctantly give up. In this way, your reputation spread and you became a famous figure in the demon realm. After all, the younger generation of any demon clan attracts much attention. The power of the Flame Demon Clan is not weak among the Demon King clan. The number of strong people in the mysterious demon realm has reached more than 150, and there are also 5 strong people in the Quasi-Demon King realm. They are unmatched by many weak Demon King clan. For this reason, you, who possesses the Chaos Body, defeated the Flame Demon King's son with one punch, and became the Flame Demon King's direct disciple, naturally attract much attention and are paid attention to by all the forces and geniuses in the demon realm. Especially in the demon realm, the geniuses of your generation all regard you as a powerful enemy. You don't care about the changes in the outside world. Now, you are being accepted as a disciple by the Flame Demon King and are being personally trained by the Flame Demon King's incarnation. I have to say that as a Demon King, Flame Demon King has a 4-digit existence, and his understanding of spiritual practice is completely unmatched by you. At the same time, the Flame Demon King can also easily come up with a treasure that is countless times more precious than the immortal enlightenment tea leaves to help you achieve enlightenment. For this reason, although your cultivation still has not broken through to the level of the true demon realm under the suppression of the Flame Demon King, you have understood the chaotic, demonic path of the mysterious demon realm and the training of the Flame Demon King after learning from the scriptures of the Flame Demon King. Chaos Mysterious Demon Sutra. Of course, being able to do this at the level of a half-step true demon is also due to your understanding of the Chaos Immortal Way and the Chaos Immortal Sutra, which has a foundation and reference significance. In other words, when your demonic incarnations combat power sword and your Taoism progressed by leaps and bounds, you also broke through to the level of true fairyland perfection. At the same time, through the feedback from your demonic incarnation, you also have many insights into the Chaos Immortal Way and the Chaos Immortal Sutra. You believe that as long as you retreat once, you will be able to understand the Chaos Immortal Way and the Chaos Mysterious Immortal Sutra in the mysterious immortal realm. I have to say that your wave of free resources from the Flame Demon Clan is a double pleasure. This development is really unexpected. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and was filled with emotions. Who would have thought that the demon incarnation that imitated Wang Ping not only survived, but was also vigorously cultivated by the Flame Demon King, and its strength increased by leaps and bounds. Even the simulation Wang Ping's ontology was given back, so that the simulation Wang Ping is expected to make rapid progress. According to this development process, why do I feel that the two maps of Fairyland and Demonic Realm will be cleared soon? Wang Ping groped his chin again and muttered. When he came to the upper world, it took him a long time. As a result, just after using the paid simulation to go to the Immortal Realm, I directly reached the level of true Immortal Dzogchen, and I also understood the Chaos Mysterious Demon Sutra, the Chaos Mysterious Immortal Sutra, the Chaos Mysterious Demon Tao, and the Chaos Mysterious Immortal Tao. If this continues, will this paid simulation directly reach the level of the Mysterious Immortal or Mysterious Demon? If that's the case, the speed of development is too terrifying. It's so fast that I'm not used to it, and it's so fast that I'm a little scared. Ahem, it's better not to raise the flag. Immediately, Wang Ping coughed lightly and regained his consciousness to prevent the flag from being set up to kill the simulated Wang Ping and the demon Wang Ping. Then, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen. As Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen, the words on the screen continued to appear. The speed of enlightenment of your demon incarnation makes Demon King Dian very satisfied and feels that he has not misjudged you. I have to say that your performance is really great, and you are expected to become the #1 member of the younger generation of the Demon Clan. Next, the Flame Demon King will tell you that the bloody battle in the demon realm is about to begin. This is why he is doing his best to train you. The bloody battle in the demon realm is related to the distribution of interests among the major Demon King groups, and it is also related to the fate of each major group. For this reason, you must get first place in this bloody battle in the demon realm, strive for the greatest benefits for the Flame Demon Clan, and win the luck of other Demon King clan. Hearing these words, the corners of your Demon Clan's incarnation raised its lips, and it was extremely confident, saying that it would definitely win the first place and make the Flame Demon Clan become the largest clan in the demon realm. Your words make Flame Demon King very comfortable and satisfied, showing his belief in your ability. However, the Flame Demon King said that your combat power is indeed strong enough, but you cannot be careless and must guard against two people. The first one is Shi Moyun, who is from the first demon clan, the Shi Demon Clan. He is the descendant of the Yuan Shi Demon King. The Time Demon Clan is naturally in harmony with the Way of Time, and the power of their bloodline is extremely powerful. The Yuan Shi Demon King is even more of a giant demon king, the strongest among the demon clan. For this reason, Shi Moyun's bloodline power is very terrifying, and Shi Moyun is also born with a top-notch demon body. With the two complementing each other, it is definitely not weaker than your perfect chaos body, and may even be stronger. The second one is Kong, one from the second demon clan, the Sky Demon clan. She is the descendant of the Clear Sky Demon. Similar to the Time Demon clan, the Sky Demon clan is naturally compatible with the Way of Space, and the power of her bloodline is equally powerful. At the same time, Kongwen also has a very special physique, which is not inferior to the top demon body and the top fairy body, and must be carefully guarded against. Finally, the Flame Demon King said that although other demon clans also have extremely talented descendants, compared with you, they are far behind you. As long as you are not besieged by them, nothing will happen. Listening to the words of the Flame Demon King, your demon incarnation sighed inwardly. The immortal realm and the demon clan are indeed a big map. You have already perfected the chaos body, and yet there are still people who can match you, or even be stronger than you. This is outrageous. Perhaps only by resurrecting the chaos immortal grass, allowing your body to transform again, and evolving the chaos body into a chaos immortal body or a chaos demonic body, can you completely get rid of these people and become the #1 person in the eternal era. While you have many thoughts in your mind, the Flame Demon King once again told you something. After you bear this in mind, you start asking about the bloody battle between the demons. For your question, the Flame Demon King has given an answer. The Demon Clan blood fight involves throwing all the quasi-immortal descendants of each major ethnic group into a place called the Blood Domain for an indiscriminate fight to the death. In the Blood Domain, if you kill other geniuses, you can swallow their origins and improve yourself. This improvement will have no side effects. At the same time, it can also swallow up part of the luck of the object it kills. For this reason, every time a person can shine in a bloody battle in the demon realm, there will be more hope of being promoted to a quasi-demon king or even a demon king, and his background will be more solid than other geniuses of the same generation. Hearing this, your demon avatar's eyes flashed, and he sighed inwardly. It can only be said that they are worthy of being a demon clan. This style is indeed cruel enough. They directly threw so many peerless geniuses into the blood domain to fight to the death. This is the real cultivation of goo. If this were placed in the immortal realm, it would probably be impossible. Who would be willing to take such a huge risk for their own peerless genius to compete for such benefits? After all, these are all geniuses who are expected to become immortals, and even a small number of them are expected to be quasi-immortal kings. Of course, you also have some guesses. If those truly peerless monsters die unexpectedly, those big shots will still find ways to resurrect them. However, this is only limited to the truly peerless geniuses. For example, those relatively ordinary geniuses are really dead when they die. It is probably impossible for these big shots to use precious resources to resurrect them. Next, another half a year has passed, and immortal Wang Ping is still in retreat, while your demon incarnation has already set off for the location of the demon blood domain. Your arrival has attracted the attention of many demon geniuses. They have different reactions to you, ranging from fear to indifference. Your demon incarnation didn't pay much attention to this. It also maintained a cold demeanor and ignored everyone. It just glanced at Shi Moyun, the descendant of Demon King Yuanshi, and Kongwen, the descendant of Demon King Jinkong. When your demon incarnation looked towards them, Shi Moyun showed strong fighting intent towards you. As for Kongwen, she licked her lips and made a seductive move towards you. In this regard, your demon has made a preliminary judgment on the two people's personalities. Shi Moyun is a fighting type. As for Kongwen, she is most likely a witch woman with a very bad personality and should not be messed with casually. Next, the blood domain opens, you enter it and start the blood battle. As soon as you entered, you were teleported to a more dangerous place. A blood beast suddenly appeared and attacked you. However, in the face of the attack, you just punched it and completely destroyed it. Next, you will start hunting in the blood domain. On the way, you meet the genius of the Flame Demon Clan who is in danger, and you will save him. Soon, you became famous. Many demons kept silent about you, for fear that they would be mercilessly killed by you after meeting you. Not only are you treated like this, but Shi Moyun and Kongwen are also treated like this. The three of you have become the three giants in the blood domain, and you are so powerful that it is frightening. However, these demon geniuses are not easy to deal with. They're also very cruel existences. When they discovered that acting alone, or the geniuses of a single group acting together, they would only become the target of your hunting, they did not hesitate to join forces to kill the three giants of you, and then each fights. For this reason, you have been attacked by hundreds of demon geniuses. The weakest geniuses among them are all geniuses of Gu Xian's level. The best among them are the heirs of the demon princes and have powerful physiques. However, facing the attack of these people, your demon incarnation not only showed no fear, but showed a bloodthirsty expression and began a ruthless massacre. After the chaos body is completed, the combat power bonus it brings to you is really terrifying, and it is simply not comparable to that of your peers. Unless these people also have a physique that rivals the chaos body and have reached the realm of perfection, they are not your enemies and are as weak as chickens and dogs in front of you. Of course, even if they have the same physical conditions, it is still not enough in front of you, unless they also understand the mysterious demonic way and the mysterious demonic sutra. In that case, you can barely be considered your opponent, but after a long battle, you will definitely lose. However, to deal with these people, you naturally don't need to use all your trump cards. You can just use the perfect Chaos Body's trump card to suppress other trump cards, and you can easily kill them all. When the demon bosses who were watching the battle saw this scene, their eyes flickered, and they were a little amazed at the power of the perfect Chaos Body. However, the demon kings remained calm and unsurprised at this result. They are more concerned about how your chaotic body was born and how you were found by the Flame Demon King. After all, since the Chaos Immortal King Yi Tsang was destroyed, the Chaos Body has never appeared again. It was as if the Chaos Body had also been cursed after the Chaos Immortal King fought with that terrifying being, and he did not dare to appear again. To be precise, since then, not only has the Chaos Body ceased to appear, but all other owners of the Chaos Body have also died due to various reasons. For this reason, the appearance of your chaotic body seems very unusual, and there may be some secret. Perhaps this is why the Flame Demon King took the risk to cultivate you, a reincarnated person who obviously has an identity problem. The major demon kings have many thoughts and calculations in their hearts. The Flame Demon King was aware of this, but he ignored it all. So, is there such a secret? Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation with bright eyes. No wonder the Flame Demon King's attitude towards him was so unusual. It turned out that he was planning something and wanted to unlock these secrets. I have to say that this behavior is very bold and very suicidal. After all, the other demon kings speculated that the sudden deaths of the chaotic bodies might be related to the terrifying existence in the chat group of the first generation of time travelers. Under such circumstances, daring to explore the secrets of the chaos body can be said to be courageous, but it can also be said to be a suicide. However, if it is really related to my senior, it seems very meaningful. Wang Ping's eyes were deep, and he thought of something again. If it was really that person who did it, why did he destroy all the chaotic bodies? And why did he allow Lung Yu to obtain the chaotic body? And why did he allow him to obtain the chaotic body? Could it be that Wang Ping had some guesses in his mind? There is a scary boss plotting against him behind his back. He has always known this, but he doesn't know who the scary boss is plotting against him. He also guessed that it was the person in the chat group of the first generation of time travelers, but it was just some speculation. Now, considering many factors such as Chaos Body and Lung Yu, Wang Ping feels that there is at least a 50% chance that the person behind him is the boss of the first generation chat group. However, if it is really him, it would be terrifying. How powerful is he now? Wang Ping sighed secretly in his heart, admiring that person very much. Next, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen. Your demon incarnation naturally doesn't know what the demon kings are thinking. At this time, after killing everyone and absorbing the essence and blood of so many geniuses, he felt that he would be able to directly break through to the level of a real demon after he got out. and his background was even more unfathomable. At the same time, his luck is definitely far beyond that of ordinary demon geniuses. That is to say, when you were very satisfied with your condition, Shi Moyun and Kong Wen also successively killed the demon prodigies who surrounded them, achieving the same terrifying record as you. Next, you each continue to hunt other geniuses, and finally meet again soon. The meeting of the three made the Demon Kings a little more interested, wanting to see who among the three of you is the strongest. Under the spotlight, Kong Wen was the first to speak, excitedly saying that he would join forces with you to kill Shi Moyun first. Shi Moyun's expression remained unchanged, indicating that if you believe in this woman with a bad personality, then you are waiting to be attacked and killed. After saying that, Shi Moyun started to attack Kong Wen directly, bursting out with terrifying combat power. In response, you chuckled and participated in the melee. The three of you fought together and attacked each other until the sky fell apart. The combat power you unleashed shocked the other demons, and the expressions of some of the powerful real demons also changed, because they discovered that the combat power of each of you can actually threaten them and have the combat power to kill them. With a half-step real demon's cultivation, it is very difficult to fight a real demon, let alone kill him by leapfrogging. However, in this bloody battle in the demon realm, 3 people appeared at once, which was really shocking and made them feel a little frustrated. After all, no one who can become a true demon is weak. However, in terms of combat power, they're not as good as you guys who are very young, and their cultivation is not as good as their rising stars. They are really hit hard. However, they are still a little lucky. They are glad that they have not fallen into the famous history of your leapfrog challenge. Obviously, the 3 of you are fighting for the bloody battle in the demon realm, and you usually hide a lot of strength. At this moment, your battle is getting intense. You find that Shi Moyun and Kong Wen really don't seem to have any trump cards. Neither of them understands the mysterious demonic way or the mysterious demonic scriptures. For this reason, the combat power of the 2 of them is actually far inferior to yours. After making the judgment, you used all your combat power without hesitation. When you used the Chaos Mysterious Demon Sutra, Shi Moyun and Kong Wen were instantly injured by you and looked extremely embarrassed. This surprised many powerful people in the demon realm. Even other demon kings showed surprise. Look, quasi-demon cultivation, understanding the Chaos Mysterious Demon Sutra, this kind of talent is really too amazing. Even though there must be factors such as the guidance of the Flame Demon King and the use of enlightenment-type treasures, it is still terrifying enough. After all, if the Flame Demon King can cultivate the Chaos body in this way, don't the Yuanshi Demon King and the Clear Sky Demon King have the resources? Not to mention, Shi Moyun and Kong Wen are from the same lineage as the ancestors of the 2 families, so they can be better trained. However, the Flame Demon King follows the path of fire magic. If he wants to teach the Chaos body, he only relies on his cultivation. Advantages can give guidance. In this case, you are still the one who has realized your own Chaos Mysterious Demon Sutra, but Shi Moyun and Kong Wen have not. This shows the talent difference between the 3 of them. For this reason, it is not an exaggeration to say that you are the number 1 among the younger generation in the demon realm today. Although it is said that in the real demon realm, there are also evil characters in the demon realm, but compared with you, they are still a little worse. Because these monsters are also on the same level as Shi Moyun and Kong Wen. Theoretically, this kind of talent is considered the ceiling between the demon realm and the immortal realm. There may be a gap between them, but it is also extremely small. As for you, you are completely out of the norm. Naturally, you are amazing. Even the Demon King has to look at you. At this time, Shi Moyun and Kong Wen did not expect you to be so powerful, and their expressions were changing. In the end, the 2 made a decision in perfect agreement. That means joining forces to deal with you. At the same time, they no longer use their own self-created true magic scriptures to fight you, but use their own demon clan special skills. Unlike you using the Shaoling Immortal King Sutra, these 2 people are from the same lineage as their ancestors, so they are naturally very compatible with their own Demon King Sutra and can exert great power when used. These advantages are beyond your reach. For this reason, your advantage in understanding the Chaos Mysterious Demon Sutra was once again offset, and because the two of them joined forces to deal with you, you actually fell into a disadvantage. This makes you have to admire the terror of this genius of the demon realm, and also have to decide that it is good to be in the same ethnic group as the Demon King or the Immortal King, so that you can fully use the power of your own scriptures. However, you smiled again and said in a very pretentious manner that the two of them chose to use the scriptures of their ancestors. After all, they did not trust their own Tao. Ascend to heaven. Your words made the two of them look very ugly. After all, your words have stabbed their spines, but they still can't refute it. After all, when the younger generation fights, they rarely use the scriptures of their ancestors. They will choose the scriptures they created, which is the way that suits them best. It's just that their life and death fight with you this time is not only about their own luck and lives, but also about the resources and luck of the ethnic group. For this reason, they don't want to be defeated by you, so they have no choice but to make this move. In this case, there will be nothing to say if you teach me a lesson. For this reason, the two of them can only hold their breath and attack you frantically, hoping to kill you quickly. Seeing this, you still look so calm and calm. Then, you used another trump card, which was also your last trump card, and that was the Chaos Mysterious Demonic Way. As soon as the Chaos Mysterious Demonic Way came out, the existence under the Demon King was once again shocked. The Demon King also looked sideways again, recognizing your talent and feeling that you were worthy of being targeted by that chaos body. As for Shermoyun and Kong Won, their expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect you to still be hiding such a skill. The two of them teamed up to unleash their ultimate attack, hoping for a last-ditch effort. However, as soon as the Chaos Mysterious Demonic Way came out, the combat power between the two of them and you had already opened up a long distance. Even if they jointly unleashed a big move, they were easily defeated by you. At this point, the two geniuses fell into your hands one after another. Their origins and blood essence were automatically absorbed by you, and some of their luck was also absorbed by you. As you kill the two geniuses, you have also established your position as the #1 young person in the contemporary demon realm. Soon after, it was time for the bloody battle. You succeeded in ranking first, and those who were lucky enough to survive all looked at you with awe or admiration. The Yuanshi Demon King and the Jinkong Demon King also stared at you, said lightly, and then resurrected Shermoyun and Kongwon. As for the other Demon Kings, they also resurrected their outstanding talents. After these geniuses came back to life, they were all very frightened of you. Even Shermoyun and Kong are very afraid of you. Otherwise, both of them are extremely talented people and will not admit defeat, saying that they will also understand the mysterious demonic way and the mysterious demonic scriptures as soon as possible, and sooner or later they will fight you again and defeat you. In response, you chuckled, indicating that you would be waiting for their challenge. At this point, the bloody battle in the demon realm came to an end. As for the issue of resource allocation among major ethnic groups, it is not something you can participate in. After the Demon King meeting is over, the Flame Demon King also said that you performed very well this time. When you break through to the level of the real demon, he will give you corresponding rewards. Of course, you are looking forward to this very much and have started to retreat, hoping to break through to the level of a real demon. In other words, when your demonic incarnation was in full retreat, Wang Ping of the Immortal Way, before the fairy pool was closed, successfully understood the chaotic Xianxian Way and the Chaos Xianxian Sutra by learning from the chaotic demonic way, so as to improve his combat power. It has soared to an astonishing level. Then, you left the fairy pool. After you came out of seclusion, Chu Lingyin saw some details about you and was very shocked by your talent. Looking at Chu Lingyin, you also know that there is the Flame Demon King covering up the incarnation of the Demon Clan, so that many old Demon Clan monsters don't see your true identity. Otherwise, if those old monsters have sharp eyes and tell their descendants after seeing your true identity, Shermoyun and other talented people will not be so frightened by you. Next, you don't mean to talk nonsense with Chu Lingyin. Ask him directly if there is a way or resources to quickly break through to the half-step mysterious immortal realm, or even the mysterious immortal realm. After listening to your words, Chu Lingyin was a little silent. When she first met you, she didn't have a good impression of you because of your behavior in the lower world. But the talent you showed is indeed terrifying enough, and her impression of you has also improved a lot. In the final analysis, the upper realm of refining is indeed abominable, but compared to how quickly you can grow, it is nothing. However, Chu Lingyin finally sighed and said that there is no way for you to quickly break through to Xinxian. However, there is a way for you to break through to half-level immortality. Hearing what Chu Lingyin said, you smiled and asked Chu Lingyin expectantly what the method was for a quick breakthrough. Chu Lingyin was silent for a long time, and then uttered the word double cultivation with red cheeks. Hearing this, your face was filled with shock. You didn't expect that the so-called quick breakthrough method was actually this. However, you quickly realized that there is a special dual cultivation method in the Shaolin Immortal King Sutra. If you can perform dual cultivation in a special way with a female cultivator with advanced cultivation, you can indeed quickly improve your cultivation. When you were a little unable to calm down and wondered whether Chu Lingyin would make such a big sacrifice for the sake of the world, Chu Lingyin put on a serious face again and said that although you can quickly improve your cultivation through dual cultivation, she does not maybe I can practice double cultivation with you. To this end, she will persuade a female cultivator who is comparable to the Dzogchen realm of the mysterious demon realm. If she is willing, you can quickly break through to the half-step Xinxian realm by practicing double cultivation with her. Hearing this, you feel a little regretful. If you can practice dual cultivation with Chu Lingyin, a quasi-immortal king, your gains will be greater, and you may be able to quickly break through to the mysterious immortal realm. However, Chu Lingyin obviously has no feelings for you, so you can only suppress these thoughts and express your gratitude to Chu Lingyin. In response, Chu Lingyin nodded and left without saying anything else. Not long after, a female cultivator from the late Xinxian realm was brought over by her, and she became a Taoist companion with you. At this point, you started the path of dual cultivation with the dual cultivation techniques in the Shaolin Immortal King Sutra. Good guy. This plot line is getting more and more outrageous. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation with very strange eyes. Wang Ping of the Demon Clan is thriving among the Demon Clan. Immortal Wang Ping also lived a carefree life with Chu Lingyin. At the same time, the cultivation levels of both of them are also improving rapidly. This time, can we really get huge gains from just one simulation? Wang Ping couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind again. While Wang Ping was sighing, the tech simulation continued. That is, when the immortal Wang Ping was having a happy dual cultivation, the demon Wang Ping naturally broke through to the level of the real demon, causing a terrifying disaster, but was blown up by the demon Wang Ping with a punch. Show your invincibility. After Demon Clan Wang Ping broke through to the true demon level, Flame Demon King summoned Demon Clan Wang Ping and gave him a mysterious magic weapon, as well as 2 precious resurrection tools. This resurrection item is worth 5 figures and is very precious. You are very happy about this and grateful to the Flame Demon King. Next, the Flame Demon King nodded and said that since you have broken through to the true demon level, he will give you enough resources to upgrade your cultivation to the level of the true demon realm in the shortest possible time. When your cultivation reaches the level of the great perfection of the true demon realm, you will need to go to a secret realm to obtain the inheritance of a demon king for the Flame Demon Clan, and at the same time, fight for your own interests. Hearing this, Demon King Ping was very surprised and asked what kind of Demon King's inheritance it was that made Demon King Dian pay so much attention to it. In this regard, the Flame Demon King did not hide it, and calmly stated that it was the inheritance of the Chaos Demon King. The Chaos Demon King, like you, also possesses a chaos body. However, after something happened in the immortal realm and Yi Tsong, the immortal king of chaos, was killed by that terrifying existence, many chaotic bodies happened one after another and died in strange ways. Among them, including the Chaos Demon King. However, the Chaos Demon King is also a character, and he left a place of inheritance in advance before his death. This inheritance place only allows demons below the mysterious immortal realm to enter. Other demon kings cannot forcefully open it and break into it, which will destroy the secret realm. For this reason, the Chaos Demonic Realm is the largest secret realm in the demonic realm, and it is also a place where the true demonic realm geniuses of the major demon clans are very enthusiastic. After all, if they can obtain the inheritance of the Chaos Demon King, then they may also be expected to become powerful in the Demon King realm in the future. Even if you can't become a Demon King, becoming a strong person in the mysterious demon realm is inevitable, and becoming a quasi-demon king is also possible. At the end, the Flame Demon King showed a smile, indicating that you have a chaos body and are undoubtedly the most promising demon to obtain the inheritance of the Chaos Demon King. It can be said that after the Chaos Demon realm is opened, if you can seize the opportunity, you can completely surpass the other younger generations. Hearing this, Demon Clan Wang Ping's heart also became hot. Indeed, if you can obtain the inheritance of the Chaos Demon King, the benefits to you will definitely be astonishing, and it will also allow your combat power to soar again. Next, Flame Demon King didn't say anything else and took you directly to practice. With the resources provided by the Flame Demon King, the demon Wang Ping's cultivation has been rising steadily. In just a few thousand years, he has reached the level of the great perfection of the true demon realm. In this regard, Demon Clan Wang Ping was filled with emotion. It would be great to have a 4-digit being to personally train you. There are all kinds of resources available, and it is estimated that heaps can help you reach the mysterious demon realm. Of course, this premise is that you have enough talent and have shown enough value to be worthy of the Flame Demon King. Otherwise, even if it was his heir, he would not devote so much resources to cultivating it, unless that heir was also extremely evil. As your cultivation reaches the level of the true demonic realm, the great secret realm of Chaos Demonic Realm will also be opened soon. The Chaos Demonic Realm opens. The demonic realm is sensational. Many demonic realm geniuses gather, and those true demonic realm geniuses who rarely show up are also born one after another. However, even those extremely powerful true demon realm geniuses are still quite afraid of you, especially when they think of you as the owner of the chaos body and the most likely candidate to receive the inheritance of the Chaos Demon King. They become more and more wary of you, and are even thinking about how to kill you. Among them, the cultivation of Shi Moyun and Kong Wen was also cultivated by their Demon King ancestors, and reached the level of the great perfection of the true demon realm. They admire you very much, but are also afraid of you, and have many thoughts in their hearts. Under such circumstances, the Chaos Demonic Realm is opened. As the secret realm opens, you all enter it one after another. Originally, after you entered it, you thought you would be randomly teleported to somewhere, but something unexpected happened. After you entered, you were not teleported to a random place, but to a certain palace. In this extremely luxurious palace, there is a shadow. That phantom was clearly that of the Chaos Demon King. After your demon incarnation saw the phantom of the Chaos Demon King, it was shocked. However, you calmed down quickly, knowing that when you entered the secret realm, you were noticed by the thoughts left by the Chaos Demon King, so you were teleported directly to this place. However, you are not naive enough to think that the shadow of the Chaos Demon King teleported you here just to pass the inheritance directly to you. Demons have always been selfish and cruel by nature. You feel that you are more likely to be plotted against or even have your body taken away from you than to receive the inheritance. Many demon geniuses know this, but they cannot resist the temptation brought by the inheritance of the Chaos Demon King. After all, the Chaos Demon King, before his death, was the same giant demon king as the Yuanshi Demon King, and he was still the strongest among the demon clan. Under such circumstances, even if they know that there may be great danger, they still have to give it a try. After seeing you, the shadow of the Chaos Demon King showed a smile, saying that the little guy doesn't need to be nervous. He has completely died long ago, and the little thought left behind cannot take away your body. Your expression remains unchanged, and you smile, indicating that you have not doubted your senior. The shadow of the Chaos Demon King chuckled, not exposing your lies. Next, the Chaos Demon King stares at you with burning eyes, saying that he can pass on the inheritance to you, but you must promise him one thing. Hearing this, Demon King Ping immediately became vigilant. He did not directly agree, but carefully asked what the Chaos Demon King wanted him to do. You must know that the Chaos Demon King is a giant demon king. He was extremely powerful during his lifetime. He also visited the Paradise of Heavens and may have obtained some special props that can trigger effects as long as someone agrees. The Chaos Demon King did not pay attention to your vigilance, but simply said that you must swear by the rules of the Paradise of Heavens. If the simulated Wang Ping reaches the 4-digit limit in the future, he must be resurrected within 10,000 years. If you can agree to this, he can give you a great blessing. You were surprised. You did not expect that the Chaos Demon King wanted to make a long-term investment. Swearing by the rules of the heavenly paradise may seem bluffing, but it is of no use. For the rules of the Paradise of all heavens to take effect, the game must be played in the Paradise of all heavens and sworn by the rules. Only the loser must fulfill the bet. For this reason, after thinking about it, Demon King Wang Ping felt that Chaos Demon King could make a big deal out of it. Therefore, Demon King Ping swore with a serious face and agreed. However, at the moment when the Demon King Ping swore the oath, the Chaos Demon King showed a strange smile. A prop appeared, formed a contract, and then disappeared. At the same time, Demon King Ping also obtained the contents of the contract, which greatly changed the face of Demon King Ping. Because the demon Wang Ping knew what this prop was and how abnormal its abilities were. Special props, Paradise Oath, a 4-digit extreme prop. As long as someone swears an oath to the person holding this prop according to the rules of the paradise, the prop will take effect. As long as this prop takes effect, even in someone's special scene that predicts the future, it will also take effect and affect reality. In other words, Wang Ping of the Demon Clan has sworn an oath, and Wang Ping in reality must also fulfill this promise. If this oath is not fulfilled, then the rules of the paradise will break out and the oath will be ruthlessly wiped out. Hold! Wang Ping felt numb all over when he saw the content of this text simulation. Damn, do you still have this kind of prop? The oath actually took effect in the picture that foreshadowed the future, affecting the main body. Doesn't this mean that someone like him really wants to find a way to resurrect the Chaos Demon King in reality? These old monsters are really more ruthless than the last. They're really good at scheming people. Wang Ping was very unhappy, and his teeth were itching with anger. But, Chaos Demon King, even if you plot against me, you won't be my opponent until I reach the 4-digit limit to resurrect you. I will let you know the price of plotting against me. Immediately, Wang Ping quickly calmed down and snorted coldly. Chaos Demon King, for the sake of conservatism, you set a buffer time of 10,000 years. Perhaps, in your opinion, without this time limit, it is difficult to obtain the tools to resurrect you. However, 10,000 years is too long for me. If 10,000 years pass, I will be able to resurrect you at will. However, this also reminded me, these 4-digit existences are really not easy to mess with. In addition, the higher you go, the more amazing the effects of those props and the more dangerous they are. Sure enough, random simulation in Jutian Paradise is an act of seeking death, and it is easy to be plotted by the boss, but it is safe and convenient to pass the Sky Tower. At least, it should be like this when you're on a low floor. Wang Ping took a deep breath to calm himself down, and at the same time learned this lesson. Then, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen. Next, after the shadow of the Chaos Demon King encourages you to work hard, it disappears. Immediately afterwards, a Fontian painted halberd appeared in front of you in the hall. It was the natal magic weapon of the Chaos Demon King, and it was a terrifying magic weapon that reached the level of the Demon King's weapon. However, when you look at this Fontaine painted halberd, not only are you not happy, but you look very ugly. You know this is used by the Chaos Demon to spy on you. In this regard, you did not accept it immediately, but asked where the inheritance was and how to quickly reach the level of the mysterious demon realm. The Chaos Demonic Halberd did not reply, but just transferred you to a certain room. Then, you saw the body of the Chaos Demon King. Next, the Chaos Demonic Halberd used a method to activate a certain spell. As the technique starts, clusters of light appear and merge into your body. These light groups contain the Chaos Demonic scriptures created by the Chaos Demon King, as well as the understanding of the avenue of chaos. At the same time, this technique seems to put you into a state of enlightenment, immersing you in the path of enlightenment. You are absorbing these inheritances like crazy, and your understanding of the way of chaos is also rising rapidly. Although you know that absorbing the inheritance of the Chaos Demon King in this way must be accompanied by certain risks, you can only do this. After all, there is a Chaos Demon Halberd monitoring you, and unless you end the simulation directly, you can only act according to the Chaos Demon King's plan. So, you can only hope that the life simulator can eliminate the hidden risks. Of course, even if you don't believe in the life simulator, you still believe in the person in the first-generation chat group. You believe that he can't let you be so easily plotted by the Chaos Demon. Finally, after an unknown amount of time passed, you opened your eyes. Now, your understanding of the way of chaos has risen to an astonishing level. This is not only the demon Wang Ping who has gained a lot, but also the immortal Wang Ping. It can be said that both the demon Wang Ping's Chaos Demonic Way and the immortal Wang Ping's Chaos Immortal Way have made amazing improvements. Although there is still a long way to go before you can comprehend the Chaos Demon King Sutra and the Chaos Demon King Sutra, you are confident that you are enough to compare with the powerful Dzogchen Immortal. As for whether you can have a chance to compete with the Quasi-Immortal King, I don't know. In addition, the cultivation level of Demon Clan Wang Ping has also been raised to the level of half-step Xian Demon Realm. It has to be said that Demon Clan Wang Ping is doing really well, and he has actually reached the level of the half-step mysterious demon realm before the real body of immortal Wang Ping. It can only be said that Demon Clan Wang Ping is really full of resources, and his development environment is much better than immortal Wang Ping. Next, you ask the Chaos Demon Halberd how to upgrade you to the mysterious demon realm. In response, the Chaos Demonic Halberd took action again, and a blood pill appeared in front of you. Then, the cold voice of the Chaos Demonic Halberd finally sounded. The Chaos Demonic Halberd stated that this is the mysterious demon blood pill, which is a treasure pill formed by smelting the original essence and blood of 5 powerful mysterious demon realm experts and hundreds of true demon realm geniuses. It can allow people to break through to the mysterious demon realm without any side effects. Hearing this, Demon Clan Wang Ping was quite amazed. He felt that the method of condensing the Xian demon blood pill was really ruthless, requiring the original blood essence of so many powerful people. Immediately, you became extremely enthusiastic about this precious elixir. However, after obtaining this elixir, your demon incarnation has no intention of swallowing it immediately. After all, the cultivation level of your demon incarnation has soared so much in a short period of time that it has affected its foundation. If you don't settle down and continue to swallow the elixir to directly break through, it will have bad effects. Seeing that you have not swallowed the Xian Mo blood pill, the Chaos Demon Halberd did not say anything. He just stayed by his side and had no intention of being controlled by you. That is to say, while you are accumulating cultivation, Immortal Wang Ping is also using the secret method of dual cultivation to break through to the level of half-step Xianxian. It's just that something unexpected happened to you. As you broke through to the level of half-step Xianxian, your news also leaked out, allowing the Diyin Demon Clan to take action in advance. The sudden attack of the Flame Demon tribe caught you by surprise, and it was too late to run away. For this reason, You were captured alive by the quasi-immortal king of the Flame Demon Clan this time. The person who captured you alive was none other than your former master, Yin Qingqi, who was incarnated as a demon. After Yin Qingqi captured you alive, he was not surprised that you were a chaos body. It just meant that a powerful chaos body was also born here in the immortal realm. It has to be said that your chaos body appeared just in time to take away your origin or permission to take your demonic avatar one step further. For these words, you are so fucked up in your heart, God will kill your body to raise your demon incarnation. However, before you could say anything more, Yin Qingqi, the quasi-demon king, killed you directly and took away your origin. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. As the text simulation ended, many memories and spiritual insights appeared in Wang Ping's mind. When Wang Ping came to his senses, he was speechless. There was no way this death came too suddenly. However, this can also be seen. That is, there are indeed spies here in the immortal realm. Otherwise, after Wang Ping's existence is exposed, he will not be attacked by the Flame Demon Clan in advance. Of course, the greater possibility is that a certain immortal in the fairyland has rebelled in advance. In the past, when I rebelled after 100,000 years, I might have felt that I didn't have enough chips. Now he rebelled, maybe because he felt that he had enough bargaining chips, and regarded his chaotic body, a half-step immortal, as a powerful bargaining chip. If you think about it this way, it's quite possible that the female Xianxian who imitated Wang Ping's dual cultivation is a spy. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. This time, Wang Ping's information was confidential. It was not made known to everyone like in the last simulation. Only a few quasi-mortal kings knew about it. However, only the two cultivators and Chu Lingyi knew about his terrifying progress in cultivation and his understanding of the chaos mysterious immortal way. In other words, after eliminating various factors, it is basically possible to determine who rebelled. It looks like you can try to kill it during the next simulation. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. It was at this time that the system's voice rang. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. Half step to the Xianxian realm. Xian Mo blood pill. A random Xianxian weapon. A random real fairy weapon. A random mysterious magic weapon. No, what about my talent? Where did my talent go? Wang Ping's face twitched as he looked at the refreshed list of rewards. Damn it, you finally found a 5-digit talent that can break the game, but you didn't show it. This is too much. Ding, the 5-digit talent Gemini has been detected as having hidden dangers and cannot be selected. I hope the host can understand. At this time, a mechanical sound sounded, making Wang Ping slightly startled. Is there a hidden danger? Wang Ping was stunned for a moment. Then he frowned. It seems that the old Inbi of the Chaos Demon King still has a lot of backup plans. This is a backup plan that was not described in the simulation. As expected of a 4-digit Lao Inbi, this guy is probably doing well in the paradise of all heavens. He even has a lot of special props. Wang Ping hated the Chaos Demon King and gritted his teeth. Alpha, the giant of the immortal king in the fairy realm, and the giant of the demon king in the all heavens paradise. What are their ratings in all heavens paradise? Also, the Chaos Demon King in the demon realm. Have you heard of his name in all heavens paradise? After Wang Ping took a deep breath, he asked in his heart. The giant immortal king and the giant demon king have combat power that far exceeds that of other immortal kings. For this reason, in the paradise of heavens, an existence like the Chaos Demon King can reach a 4-digit legendary rating. As for the Chaos Demon King, he is indeed a well-known figure in the 4-digit field in Paradise, and is very cunning. Alpha's cold voice sounded. 4-digit legend? It's better than I thought. I thought it was just a 4-digit elite. Wang Ping was a little surprised. That's because you underestimated the giant immortal king too much. As I said, the fantasy world you are in is very strong. The further you go, the greater the gap in realm. Therefore, it will no longer be like before, where 1 digit can coexist with several realms. Alpha said silently. I see. Wang Ping nodded in relief. Then, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen, a little confused about what to choose. The cultivation option is definitely not an option. By choosing the cultivation option, the consumption of paid simulations increased significantly, which he couldn't stand. Not to mention, he seems to be within reach of half-step to the mysterious immortal realm as long as he follows the previous simulation route. Mysterious Demon Blood Pill. This thing can directly upgrade the half-step Mysterious Demon Realm expert to the Mysterious Demon Realm level. However, it is a demonic system. If it is swallowed by the half-step Xian Demon Realm, it will most likely only have negative effects. However, this thing is very precious. You can try to sell it for money. After Wang Ping thought about it, he felt that it was necessary to choose Xian Mo Blood Pill, a precious thing. Then, Wang Ping took a look at the other options. Needless to say, he could choose the Mysterious Immortal Weapon. System I choose: Mysterious Demon Blood Pill, and a random Mysterious Immortal Weapon. After Wang Ping made his choice, he said silently in his heart, "Ding, congratulations to the host for making the choice. The reward has been distributed." The system's voice sounded again. Then, a jade box appeared in front of Wang Ping's eyes, containing the Xian Mo Blood Pill. In addition, there is a mysterious immortal weapon lying quietly in Wang Ping's inner world. This Xian weapon is a bit strange. It has no weapon spirit and is just a simple weapon. Obviously, his intelligence has been wiped out. After this mysterious artifact appeared, swallowing immortal beads became excited and expressed his intention to swallow this mysterious artifact to help himself improve. In response, Wang Ping rolled his eyes and naturally had no intention of letting the devouring fairy bead swallow it. After all, Xian weapon can most likely be used for payment in the future. Not to mention, even if the devouring immortal bead can really be promoted to the level of the mysterious immortal artifact by swallowing this mystic immortal artifact, the time it takes for that devouring immortal bead to evolve is too long and has no meaning to Wang Ping in reality. In other words, you can swallow the immortal pearl in the simulation, but forget it in reality. It is a waste of time and expressions. Wang Ping didn't allow himself to swallow it. After swallowing the fairy bead to express his sad feelings, he stopped saying anything. Next, Wang Ping began to think about his next plan. Now, he no longer has the fairy weapons needed for the paid simulation. It seems that he has to go to the ancient immortal tree or ask the sealed evil fairy to borrow the fairy weapons. Go and destroy the evil immortal first, and then go to the ancient immortal tree. After Wang Ping thought about it, he made his choice. Then, Wang Ping stepped forward with a powerful and shocking power. For a time, many monks were shocked, surprised, and in awe, wondering what Wang Ping, a true immortal in this world, was going to do. Just when everyone was surprised, Wang Ping said calmly, "The quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion and the quasi-immortal of the Gu family took refuge in the evil immortal. In the last era, they designed to trap many monks in the upper world and made them become the nourishment of the evil immortal. They should be punished." As soon as these words came out, the upper world was shaken. Although the monks in the upper realm don't know what happened, the words you, a true immortal, said are naturally true and cannot be lies. Not to mention, there is no need for you to come up with an excuse to eliminate these two forces, as that would be meaningless. For a time, everyone despised the Xianfu and the Gu family. The faces of the quasi-immortal of the immortal mansion and the quasi-immortal of the Gu family instantly turned pale and a little desperate. Being sentenced to death by a true immortal like you, there is really no way for them to survive. Just when the two were desperate, Wang Ping pointed out, and two fairy lights shone in the universe, killing the two of them directly. However, Wang Ping did not wipe out the Xianfu and Gu family, and did not kill innocent people indiscriminately, because the rest of the two factions are innocent and do not know anything about it. Only these two old monsters who have lived from the last era to the present know about it and dominate it all. Next, Wang Ping ignored the shocked upper realm monks and came directly to the immortal mansion. Under the frightened eyes of the immortal mansion monks, he forcibly opened the immortal gate and stepped out of it. As you entered the immortal sect, The sealed evil immortal also sensed Wang Ping's presence and showed a frightened expression. However, before he could say anything more, Wang Ping punched out and blew it away. The current Wang Ping can be said to be extremely powerful. Although he is still in the early stage of true immortal cultivation, due to the characteristics of paid simulation, you will also receive all the insights gained from simulating Wang Ping. For this reason, Wang Ping's understanding of the chaos immortal way is now comparable to that of the mysterious immortal Dzogchen and even the quasi-immortal king. To put it bluntly, he himself didn't even know how powerful Wang Ping was now. To kill a sealed evil immortal was naturally a matter of casual punching, and he didn't even need to use immortal magic. Next, Wang Ping forcibly extracted the immortal weapon of the sealed evil immortal and stepped out of the immortal gate. When Wang Ping came out, all the emperors in the upper world were frightened when they sensed the aura of the evil immortal weapon. However, what awes them even more is Wang Ping's terrifying aura. In this regard, Wang Ping ignored them, and after casually destroying the immortal gate, he returned to the Tai Emperor's palace. After returning to the Tai Emperor's palace, Wang Ping announced his intention to travel far away, leaving behind a large amount of cultivation resources. Not only the Tai Imperial Palace, but also the forces and people related to Wang Ping have received a lot of favors. This also lets them understand that you may have to leave for a longer period of time. While everyone was sighing, Wang Ping left the upper world and went to the world where the ancient immortal tree was. If Wang Ping is still a quasi-immortal, it will definitely take a long time to travel to the world where the ancient immortal tree is. The length of this time is calculated based on hundreds of years. However, now he has become an immortal, and his Taoism is even more terrifying. For this reason, it took Wang Ping less than a month to arrive at the world where the ancient immortal tree was. On the way, Wang Ping also experienced the world of Empress Qingyuan and casually killed her enemies, thus solving her troubles in the real world. When Wang Ping came to the world where the ancient immortal tree was, he saw an extremely astonishing vision. It was the world that was welcoming you. This also made all the quasi-immortals in the ancient immortal tree world extremely shocked. They did not expect that there was a second immortal in the world, and that after his arrival, he would cause such a big scene in the world. Not to mention them, even the ancient immortal tree was very surprised. After all, after so many years, he has never seen the second immortal. Not to mention, the scene brought about by the heavenly Tao in this world was far inferior to when he first became an immortal. While the monks in the world of the ancient immortal tree were shocked, Wang Ping stepped forward, crossed the long distance, and directly came to the core of the ancient immortal tree. I wonder why my friend is looking for me? The ancient immortal tree was startled by Wang Ping's actions and asked with some surprise and fear. When the person in front of him came over, he was completely unable to react. This can only show that Wang Ping is better than him, far better than him. Although he was not good at fighting, it was enough to show Wang Ping's terror. Ha, fellow Taoist, don't panic. I came to you just to make a deal. What deal? The ancient immortal tree was startled and then asked curiously. I can give you the mysterious immortal secret technique. However, I need 2 true immortal weapons in your hands. Wang Ping smiled slightly and stated his purpose. Xianxian's secret method? The ancient immortal tree was a little shocked. The secret method of Xianxian is so precious. He has existed for so many years and has not been able to obtain anything related to Xianxian. In fact, let alone the mysterious immortal secret techniques, he has not found even a few true immortal scriptures. No way. The passage to the immortal realm is closed. True immortals do not exist, and many things in this world are gone. For this reason, Ancient Immortal Tree really did not expect that Wang Ping would be able to come up with such a good thing as the mysterious immortal secret technique. If fellow Taoists are willing to trade with the mysterious immortal technique, I can offer 2 true immortal weapons. The ancient immortal tree transformed into the old man's incarnation that Wang Ping was familiar with and said quickly, if fellow Taoists don't mind, I can also bring out a lot of enlightenment, immortal tea, and immortal tree essence. After a pause, Ancient Immortal Tree seemed to feel that he had taken too much advantage and felt a little embarrassed, so he increased the price again. Can't. Wang Ping still had a good impression of this kind of honest person, this kind of honest tree, and he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Although Wang Ping still suffered a lot even if the Ancient Immortal Tree took out those things, Wang Ping didn't care. After all, his mysterious immortal secret technique came from the Immortal Alliance where Chu Lingyin belonged and was not his own. In addition, he also has a lot of magic secrets, but it is difficult to trade them. Next, Wang Ping directly condensed a memory-like group and integrated it into the body of the Ancient Immortal Tree. That is the secret method of Xianxian with what attribute. After the old man transformed from the Ancient Immortal Tree absorbed it, he showed an expression of surprise, thanked him repeatedly, and then took out 2 real immortal weapons and a large amount of Wudao, immortal tea leaves, and the essence of the ancient tree. Seeing these resources, Wang Ping felt a little emotional. How difficult it was to get these things before. However, for him now, it is already within reach. Next, Wang Ping left here without any intention of chatting with the Ancient Immortal Tree. Senior, you are truly a god. The Ancient Immortal Tree looked at the direction Wang Ping left with great awe in his heart. Wang Ping took out the mysterious immortal secret technique with a calm look, and he really didn't look like a true immortal. At the same time, he really couldn't see through Wang Ping. In addition, the terrifying vision when Wang Ping arrived proved that Wang Ping was at least at the level of Xianxian. I really didn't expect that there is such a powerful existence under the immortal realm. It's really disappointing. The Ancient Immortal Tree sighed again and went to study the secret method of the mysterious immortal. As for Wang Ping, he did not leave the world of the Ancient Immortal Tree directly. Instead, he found a random place and planned to continue the paid simulation. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation, Wang Ping said silently in his heart. Ding. Consume a true fairy weapon. The life simulator starts, and the talent is being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 5-digit talent. Fixed point teleportation. The 6-digit talent, super speed. 5-digit talent, fixed point teleportation. Using this talent, you can 100% teleport to a safe world. At the same time, you can also set an anchor point in that world to perform fixed teleportation the next time you simulate it. Warm reminder, this talent is very powerful. Even beings at the quasi-immortal king level cannot stop it. However, this talent is a one-time talent, so please use it with caution. 6-digit talent, super speed. With this talent, the host speed will be improved to a certain extent. Another 5-digit talent. It seems that my luck is getting better and better. Moreover, this talent is similar to the 7-color talent, God of Escape. It is the most suitable talent for survival. Wang Ping looked at the talent that was refreshed this time and showed an expression of surprise. System, I choose the 5-digit talent fixed point teleportation. Immediately, Wang Ping made his choice without hesitation. Ding, talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, just like in the previous simulation, you refine the world, obtain a perfect chaotic body, and reach the late stage of true fairyland. Then, you went to the immortal realm and was rescued by Chu Lingyin, trained and developed by him, and successfully raised your cultivation level to the level of true immortal realm Dzogchen through the immortal spirit pool. However, the difference this time is that you have asked Chu Lingyin to conceal your existence, so those mysterious immortals do not know. They only know that you are a mysterious genius, but they do not know the specific situation. Then, you once again propose to Chu Lingyin how to quickly break through to half-step Xianxian. At the same time, you also told the story about the existence of spies in the Immortal Alliance, and hoped that Chu Lingyin would deal with the female Xianxian who practiced double cultivation with you in the simulation. Your words made Chu Lingyin frown. Because you can't produce evidence, it would be really inappropriate to directly imprison a Xianxian. However, after you swore on your own Tao, Chu Lingyin became somewhat convinced. For this reason, for the sake of safety, she called the female Xianxian and used props from the paradise of all heavens to conduct a test. Finally, the female Xianxian revealed some thoughts of defecting. This made Chu Lingyin look extremely ugly, and he ruthlessly grabbed him and used him as your cauldron. In this way, you have successfully broken through to the level of half-step Xianxian. At the same time, because the hidden danger of the female fairy has been solved, you no longer have the hidden danger of being attacked in advance. At this point, you began a long period of retreat. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 years have passed, and the two quasi-demon kings of the Flame Demon clan still appear and attack you. In this regard, Chu Lingyin chose to challenge. However, this time, because you also made arrangements in advance, you recruited Lu Daoxian. In a 2-on-2 situation, plus the 5-digit special item Curse Doll, you feel that the hope of escape or even counterattack is quite high. However, something happened that you didn't expect. The Flame Demon clan actually hid two quasi-demon kings and did not take action. Obviously, the Flame Demon clan is really stable in doing things. I didn't take any action in the previous simulations, just for safety reasons. After all, the 4 quasi-demons took action together, and no one was guarding other places. They might be taken away by other quasi-mortal kings from the Immortal Alliance. Facing the 4 quasi-demon kings at the same time, Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian knew that they would definitely die today, and wanted to fight to the death to see if they could replace one of the quasi-demon kings. It's just that at this critical moment, you sighed and chose to use the 5-digit talent fixed-point teleportation effect. In an instant, you, Chu Lingyin, and Lu Daoxian were all teleported away from here. This made the 4 quasi-demon kings frightened and angry. They didn't expect you to have such a trump card. This 5-digit talent and fixed-point teleportation is still very powerful. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and couldn't help but smile. The fact that the 4 quasi-demon kings couldn't stop it shows its gold content. But it's really uncomfortable to have to go back to the days when I had to run away. Wang Ping thought about this again and couldn't help but cover his forehead. Simulating Wang Ping's life, he really kept running away. He finally became invincible on one map, which was great, but he forced him to run for his life on a bigger map. It was really miserable. While Wang Ping was complaining silently, the tech simulation continued. After using the 5-digit talent and fixed-point teleportation, you will find that you have arrived in a new world. This world is a world similar to the Immortal Realm, called the Sword Immortal Realm. However, this world cannot compare with the Fairyland and the Demonic Realm in terms of intensity. Because in this big world, the strongest one is the Quasi-Immortal King. According to the information you investigated, it is rumored that an extremely powerful existence is fighting against the darkness, which has affected the Sword Immortal World. As a result, the path of the Sword Immortal World is lacking, so no existence at the Immortal King level can be born. Existences at the Immortal King level cannot go any further in this world. For this reason, although there are many quasi-immortal kings in this world, there is no existence at the level of immortal kings, because since then, no immortal kings have been born, and those immortal kings who cannot make progress have either entered the world, paradise, or try to go to other worlds. After Chu Lingyin got the information about this world, she felt complicated. Although this world cannot give birth to an immortal king, it is undoubtedly a very good world, much stronger than the shattered immortal realm, and more suitable for survival. However, Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian sighed in their hearts again. The 2 quasi-immortal kings have left the Immortal Alliance, and it is estimated that it will be more difficult for the Immortal Alliance to survive in the future. It's just that there's nothing they can do. If they don't leave, they will die. They were able to escape thanks to you. Compared to the complicated moods of the 2 of them, you are very calm. After all, you have no feelings for the Immortal Realm, and you have no feelings for the Immortal Realm Alliance. So, it doesn't matter where you go. It should be said that you are very happy to be able to come to this kind of world that can help you grow up quickly. Next, after you discussed it, you decided to establish a sect in this world and establish a powerful force of your own. After all, although casual cultivators are good, The speed of obtaining resources is too slow after all, and it is very troublesome to do many things without subordinates. In addition, the survival of so many monks in the Lingyin secret realm is also a problem. For this reason, you started taking action and directly found a good fairy mountain to establish a fairy gate. The name of the force was Tianyin Fairy Gate. The reason for this name is because each of you and Chu Lingyin took a word from their Taoist names. As for Lu Daoxian, he was not interested in participating, so he did not add the word Dao. Of course, you also teased Lu Daoxian. Just the word Xian is enough. In this regard, Lu Daoxian was silent. In this world, it seems that I can be called a fairy without having to change my name. Next, you start to expand your power. However, such behavior also caused dissatisfaction from a quasi-immortal king-level force in the sword spirit world. You started to have a lot of friction with them. Finally, after investigation, they discovered that you were actually outsiders and began to encourage other quasi-immortal kings to take action to eliminate you group of invaders. However, other quasi-immortal kings will naturally not betray his face. In this regard, although this quasi-immortal king is helpless, he can only rely on his own connections to find allies to deal with you and prevent his power from being embezzled by you. Finally, he invited another powerful quasi-immortal king to sit in and ask you to leave quickly. Otherwise, an immortal war will break out, and the two quasi-immortal kings Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian will also fall. Facing the threat of this quasi-immortal king, Lu Daoxian and Chu Lingyin were naturally fearless. After all, since he has established a sect, how can he back down just because of a threat from other quasi-immortal kings? If they really retreat, there will no longer be a place for them in this world. For this reason, Chu Lingyin gave an extremely tough attitude. Seeing that Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian had no intention of backing down, the quasi-immortal king was furious and started an immortal war, intending to completely resolve Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian. The immortal war broke out, and the quasi-immortal king did not take direct action for the time being, because once it takes action, the impact will be too great, which is equivalent to a full-scale war. However, this quasi-immortal king is not in a hurry, because in terms of the number of immortals, they have one more than you. If we really want to fight, he believes that your side will slowly retreat sooner or later. But something unexpected happened to him. That is, he underestimated the existence of you, a half-step immortal. As the war broke out, you directly approached a mysterious immortal, and an extremely terrifying battle broke out with him. This battle was earth-shattering and shocked everyone. Even the quasi-immortal king was shocked by it, and showed an expression of disbelief. Because you, a half-step Xianxian, actually jumped to the next level and defeated Xianxian. You know, this has never happened before. The gap between a half-step profound immortal and a profound immortal is wider than the gap between a quasi-immortal and a true immortal. However, you actually defeated Xianxian with half-step of Xuanqian's cultivation. This is too incredible. As you take action, many forces become more active and start to sideline and sell favors. After all, a talented person like you will grow up sooner or later as long as he doesn't die midway. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope to break through the shackles and break through to the immortal king level. Once you become a quasi-immortal king or even an immortal king, this favor will be very valuable. Seeing that the other quasi-immortal kings started to get sidetracked, even the quasi-immortal friend he brought to sit in charge began to retreat. The quasi-immortal king who started the war with you was very angry and aggrieved. However, now that the matter has come to this, he does not dare to offend you too much, so he can only choose to negotiate peace and cede territory and resources. In this regard, Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian chose to accept the peace negotiation. After all, they were visitors from outside the territory, and they didn't want to make the matter a big mess. If a quasi-immortal king-level force was destroyed when he first came to this world, it would probably arouse suspicion in this world. In that case, their situation would be very dangerous. In this way, the matter is over. You have obtained a lot of resources, and your power has begun to grow rapidly. And you have also begun to enter a state of hard cultivation. hoping to break through to the Xianxian level as soon as possible. That is, under such circumstances, 50,000 years have passed. For 50,000 years, the world of Sword Immortal was very peaceful and nothing major happened. To be precise, it has happened many times, but none of them can catch the eyes of you and the quasi-immortal king, so it seems very calm. However, this calmness was soon broken, because the friction between the 10,000 Demons Alliance and the human race has become increasingly intense. The demon race, like the human race, is one of the super races in the Sword Fairy world, and the two sides have a deep hatred. Rumor has it that 3 eras ago, there was a king of demons who wanted to break the shackles and forcefully break through to the level of the immortal king. The king of 10,000 demons is indeed very evil, and he really wants to attack the immortal king level. However, he failed. The reason for the failure is not that his attack failed. No one knows whether he will succeed, but the human race does not allow him to succeed. After all, from the perspective of the human race, if the king of 10,000 demons really becomes the immortal king, then the good days of the human race will be over. Even the entire Sword Fairy world will become the territory of the demon clan, and they may become the slaves of the demon clan. For this reason, the quasi-immortal kings headed by the human race joined forces with the quasi-immortal kings from other ethnic groups, directly entered the demon realm, and forcibly destroyed the pass of the king of demons. At this point, the stunning king of demons fell and turned into withered bones. This made the demon race hate the human race to the extreme, and they always wanted to kill the human race. The friction this time is because the descendant of the king of demons showed terrifying potential and combat power, broke through to the level of the quasi-immortal king, and became the new king of demons. It is no longer possible to suppress the hatred in his heart, started to mobilize troops and generals, intending to start a war with the human race. Under such circumstances, the entire Sword Immortal world feels like it is in turmoil. You also heard about this and guessed why those quasi-immortal kings were so tolerant and deviant towards you. Obviously, the human race has an external enemy called the demon race. Since we have such a formidable enemy, it is naturally necessary to win over you. After all, the combat power of 2 quasi-immortal kings, and one who is expected to become an invincible quasi-immortal king in the future, is very valuable and can affect the balance of the war between the 2 races and at the same time frighten other races. Seeing you come out of seclusion, Chu Lingyin was also a little sorry. He felt that if he gave you some more time, you might be able to break through to the Xianxian level. In response, you smiled and said it was not that easy. Although you have already understood the way of Xianxian, it is still quite difficult to reach the level of Xianxian in half a step. After all, many immortals have been stuck for an era or even dozens of eras and have not been able to break through. If you want to break through in just tens of thousands of years, it is difficult to do it without special opportunities. Next, the quasi-immortal king forces headed by the Jingyi immortal sect opened the human race parliament. The Tianyin immortal sect where you are is naturally among them, and they have begun to discuss how to deal with the demon clan. After all, this is a battle between ethnic groups, and if you lose, the consequences will be very serious. While in the council, the quasi-immortal king of the Jingyi immortal sect also intentionally or unintentionally asked Chu Lingyin if there was a way to travel to other worlds. In this regard, Chu Lingyin was very indifferent and said that he was able to come to this world because he used special props from the paradise of all heavens. And that prop is one-time use, and is gone once it is used. Hearing this, the quasi-immortal king of Jingyi immortal sect and other quasi-immortal kings all felt very regretful. The quasi-immortal king cannot cross the sea of darkness to the world. Otherwise, they would not consider fighting the demon clan to the death. As the saying goes, if people don't do it for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. If they really lose to the demon clan, as quasi-immortal kings, they can run away with their power. However, I can't run away and have no choice. For my own life and interests, I can only unite to fight against the demon clan. Next, the quasi-mortal kings discuss the distribution of resources and strategic materials, as well as meritorious rewards and ways to win over other ethnic groups. At this point, the war between the two clans is about to begin. After Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian came back, you also learned about the contents of the meeting. You couldn't help but frown, knowing that the demon clan was more powerful and the human clan was under great pressure. However, you are only a half-step immortal, and there is no way to solve the problem. While you were thinking, Chu Lingyin took out an elixir and handed it to you, saying that it was the Jingyi elixir, an elixir that could help the half-step Xianxian break through to the Xianxian. Although this is not an elixir that will definitely lead to a breakthrough after swallowing it, it only increases the probability by 30%, but it should be enough for you. After all you lack is an opportunity. Chu Lingyin's words made you quite shocked. You didn't expect that she could come up with such a good thing. Seeing your astonishment, Chu Lingyin said that this elixir is also extremely valuable to the Jingyi immortal sect, and it is impossible to find the materials to refine one in an era. However, in the battle between the human race and the demon race, the more powerful power that can be used, the better. One more Xianxian also has one more powerful combat power. Not to mention, your combat power is extraordinary. If you break through to the Xianxian level, it will not be comparable to ordinary Xianxian. Hearing this, you sigh with emotion for the righteousness of the Jingyi immortal sect. Of course, you also know very well that Jingyi Xianmen can be regarded as an investment, and at the same time, Chu Lingyin took this opportunity to win it for you. After thanking you for this, you swallowed the elixir without hesitation and continued to retreat. While you were in seclusion, 500 years had passed. Both tribes were ready, and the conflict had intensified to the extreme. In the end, the war between the two races broke out. In this war, no other ethnic groups participated. After all, no one is sure who will win, so it is better to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. In fact, many big clans wish that the two super big clans, the human race and the monster race, would die together, so that they and other clans could take advantage. However, this is also true. Naturally, the demon race and the human race will not overturn the table at the beginning and start an all-out war directly. The quasi-mortal kings of the two clans were all stationed on the battlefields of all sides and had no plans to take action. The main powerful combat forces in the battle between the two sides are still the lower-level true immortals, the half-step mysterious immortals, and the mysterious immortals. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. Thousands of years have passed, but the human race has not taken advantage of it, and the casualties have been heavy. There were also casualties on the monster race side, but the casualties were obviously much smaller than on the human race side. That is, when the war between the human race and the demon race gradually fell into a disadvantage. Your side finally broke through to the realm of Xianxian, causing a terrifying catastrophe. With the appearance of the terrifying heavenly tribulation, the sword immortal world was shaken. I did not expect that someone would break through to the Xianxian level at this time, and the intensity of this heavenly tribulation was obviously very shocking. That is, when all parties are shocked, you begin to overcome the tribulation. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, you survive the catastrophe with an extremely powerful posture, without suffering any harm during the whole process. This performance made many powerful people marvel and lament that you are indeed a monster who can defeat the Xianxian with half a step of Xianxian. As for the powerful demon clan, they also sensed your power, and they all snorted coldly. They felt that you were a serious problem to their demon clan, and for this reason, they burst out with murderous intent towards you. After you successfully overcome the tribulation and completely break through to the Xianxian level, you will join the battlefield between the human race and the demon race. In the first battle, you faced a strong monster from the middle stage of the mysterious immortal realm. You fought with him and blew him up with just one punch. Although this demon clan's strong man recovered his body, he also suffered severe trauma. Next, if a strong man from the demon race hadn't rushed to his aid and rescued him, he would have completely fallen into your hands. Your second battle mode is a battle with a powerful person from the late mysterious immortal period of the Demon Clan. This time, the strong Demon Clan set up a trap to attack you, and no one can come to your rescue. In response, you laugh loudly without any fear and engage in a shocking battle with it, easily suppressing it. After fighting for a long time, you unleashed all your fighting power and used your strongest blow to kill him with force. This shocked the powerful men of the two races who came over. After all, at the Shinxian level, no one is mediocre, and the gap between small realms is also huge. It can be said that it is very difficult to fight beyond the level. However, you, a being who has just broken through to the Shinxian level, actually killed a strong man in the late Shinxian stage by force. It is really outrageous. Next, the Demon Clan strongman becomes angry and starts to attack and kill you. Naturally, the many strong men on the human side would not let the monster succeed and started a new melee. In this melee, you are entangled by two powerful men from the late stage of Shinxian. You have no fear in this regard. You can fight one against two without falling behind at all. This made many powerful people marvel. The Demon Clan, on the other hand, looked ugly, knowing that if this continued, they would probably suffer heavy losses. For this reason, they chose to evacuate and gave up their plan to fight with you here. In this regard, the race war between the human race and the demon race has changed a lot because of your appearance. Although your combat power, which is equivalent to the late stage of the powerful Shinxian realm, cannot affect the overall battle situation, the improvement in morale is not small. For this reason, the quasi-immortal kings are very satisfied with your performance, and many immortals also admire you very much. You have also become the idol in the hearts of many monks in the human race. Under such circumstances, the war continues. The demon tribe seems to feel that this cannot continue. If you continue to be given time to grow, once your cultivation level reaches a breakthrough, it may threaten the monks of Shinxian Zakshan. Shinxian Zakshan monks are also rare, and each one is precious. If either of the two tribes has a few more Shinxian Zakshan monks, the impact on the battle situation will be quite large. Not to mention, the potential you have shown is far beyond this level. If your cultivation level increases, sooner or later you will become an invincible existence under the combat power of the quasi-immortal king. In that case, it will greatly affect the war between the two clans. For this reason, the demon tribe has begun to make plans again to get rid of you. Not long after, the demon tribe took action, trying to attract the attention of the human race's quasi-immortal kings, and directly sent a quasi-immortal king-level combat power to attack and kill you. However, this quasi-immortal king-level monster is very arrogant. He looks down at you from a high position, starts spitting out fragrance, and does not kill you immediately. In this regard, you seize the opportunity and directly use the 5-digit intermediate special item Curse Doll to kill it directly. After you cursed it to death, you were very glad that you did not use it to deal with the quasi-demon king in the small fairyland, but chose to run away directly. Otherwise, without this trump card, you would probably perish here. With the death of this powerful man from the quasi-immortal king level of the demon tribe, the entire sword immortal world was shaken. I didn't expect that you still had such a method. For a time, all the quasi-immortal kings from the demon race are extremely afraid of you, and even the quasi-immortal kings from the human race are a little frightened. Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian were also surprised. They didn't expect you to have such a method. Next, the demon clan is furious, hates you to the core, and wants to kill you through various methods. As for the human race, their morale was greatly boosted because the demon race lost a quasi-immortal king. At the same time, the human race also began to attack the demon race. After all, it is too shameless for the demon clan to ignore martial ethics and directly use the combat power of the quasi-immortal king level to sneak attack on the juniors. It directly breaks the rules. Vaguely, the conflict between the two sides has a tendency to further expand, and a war at the quasi-immortal king level may be about to begin. For a time, the entire Sword Fairy world began to feel in danger. After all, The impact of the quasi-immortal king war between the two clans is too great. Although it is impossible to destroy the Sword Immortal world, it may also collapse many areas of the Sword Immortal world and turn them into dead places. Good guy. After running to other worlds through the 5-digit talent and fixed-point teleportation, it's really so exciting. Wang Ping looked at the content of this tech simulation and was filled with emotions. Originally, Wang Ping thought there would be some twists and turns. If he wanted to break through to the Xianxian level, he would have to pay for several simulations. As a result, this was a direct breakthrough. It's just a breakthrough. This powerful combat power is really amazing. I just don't know what the final outcome of this simulation will be. Could it be that the cultivation level will be directly upgraded to the level of the quasi-immortal king? Wang Ping's eyes flickered, anticipation rising in his heart. While Wang Ping was raising expectations, the tech simulation continued. While the friction between the two sides is increasing day by day, you have also exchanged many resources through military exploits, and your cultivation has improved, and you are not far from the middle stage of Xianxian. That is, when your cultivation level improved, the war between the two clans of quasi-immortal kings finally broke out. The battle between the quasi-immortal kings was so intense that the sky was dark and the earth was dark. However, the final result was that both sides suffered losses, and no one got an advantage. It can only be said that you used the Cursed Doll curse to kill a quasi-immortal king of the demon clan, which really had a great impact on the battle situation. After all, there has been no immortal king in this world for a long time, so special props are very rare, and props that can resurrect a quasi-immortal king are even more scarce. Perhaps the king of demons has such a good thing in his hands, but he will definitely not let others use it. After all, this is a good thing to use to save your life. If you still have the tools to curse the quasi-immortal king, he can use it to save his life. Of course, all this is just your guess. In your opinion, the king of demons most likely does not have such a prop in his hands. Because if he had such a prop, it would have been impossible for the king of demons to fall when he forcibly attacked the immortal king level. At this moment, because the quasi-immortal kings of both sides fought to a draw and no one got any advantage, the two sides calmed down again and did not continue the deadly battle. After all, at the level of the quasi-immortal king, no one wants to perish, and everyone cherishes their lives. At this point, the war between the human race and the demon race returned to a more peaceful state again. Let alone the quasi-immortal king. Even the mysterious immortal took action. On both sides, only the true immortal led the troops and fought a battle. This is military training. It can be said that the two races have similar thoughts and are stalling for time. The human race hopes to wait until you become a powerful combat force before engaging in a war. As for the demon clan, they also hope to have 1 or 2 more quasi-immortal king-level combatants before engaging in a deadly battle. At the same time, they are also thinking about how to kill you. Only if you die, the demon clan will have less of its own worries. The other races were a little regretful when they saw that the human race and the demon race had stopped in a tacit agreement. However, they did not dare to fight against the fire, for fear that the human race and the demon race would unite to clean them out first. In the blink of an eye, another 300,000 years have passed. During these 300,000 years, with the resources invested and gifted to you by the quasi-immortal king, you have successfully broken through to the middle stage of the mysterious immortal. At the same time, your understanding of your own Taoism has deepened again, reaching a level close to that of a quasi-immortal king. As long as you understand the chaos immortal way at the quasi-immortal king level, your combat power will make a qualitative leap again. However, you obviously did not wait for the opportunity to understand the chaos immortal way at the quasi-immortal king level. Because an accident happened. The accident that occurred was not a sneak attack from the demon clan. Because the human race protects you very much, the quasi-immortal king of the demon race cannot assassinate you. This accident came from outside the territory. Outside the territory, the deep darkness is spreading towards this side, and countless dark creatures are attacking towards the Sword Immortal world. This terrifying change caused all the quasi-immortal kings in the Sword Immortal world to change their expressions. Beyond the Sword Immortal world is the Sea of Darkness. The Sea of Darkness is the source of darkness, the incarnation of weirdness, and the forbidden place of death. If he accidentally breaks into the Sea of Darkness, even the quasi-immortal king will fall completely. Only those at the Immortal King level can fight against the dark power of the Sea of Darkness and find other worlds. However, that is limited to confrontation. When the Immortal King steps into the Sea of Darkness, he is also in danger of falling. Now, the Sea of Darkness, which has been calm for dozens of epochs, has changed again, and a large number of dark creatures are attacking, which can't help but frighten people. When you see this terrifying scene, your face is solemn and a little desperate. After all, this is the Sea of Darkness. If the source of darkness in the lower realm is just the darkness derived from one of the terrifying and weird tentacles, then according to the ancient books you read, this Sea of Darkness is the incarnation of that terrifying and weird thing, and it is an extremely terrifying existence. Faced with such an existence, even the Immortal King will die, let alone you now. However, you did not give up and started to fight against the dark creatures with other powerful men in the Sword Immortal world. At the critical moment of life and death, even the human race and the demon race temporarily reconciled and fought against the dark creatures together, showing a strong desire to survive. You also fought desperately and killed a dark creature that was comparable to a true immortal or even a mysterious immortal. In the end, you faced the dark creatures at the level of Xianxian Zaqian. If it were the past, someone would definitely come to help you. But now other people are also unable to protect themselves, so naturally, they cannot help you. For this reason, if you want to survive, you have to defeat it yourself. However, you are not afraid at all. After all, your cultivation has improved, and your Taoism has also improved. There is hope that you can fight against the dark creatures at the level of Xianxian Zaqian. It turns out that you are indeed powerful, and I underestimated your current combat power. You fought with the dark creatures at the great perfection level of Xianxian, and the result was that you had the advantage throughout the whole process, suppressing them, and finally killing them completely at only a small price. Your fighting power is very dazzling and shocked many people. After all, there seems to be only a small difference in realm between the late stage of Xianxian and the Dzogchen of Xianxian, but the difference in power is quite astonishing. This point is the same no matter which realm you are in. Dzogchen is much more powerful than the later stages. However, you actually killed the dark creature of Xianxian Zaqian. This achievement is really impressive. This also made the quasi-immortal king of the demon clan feel complicated. He didn't expect you to grow up so fast. If there had not been an attack by the dark creatures, if it had been delayed for a while, the demon clan might really have been in big trouble. However, compared to your growth, the demon clan still does not want darkness to fall. After all, that means true annihilation, which is a worse outcome than losing to the human race. Next, many monks calmed down and continued the battle. After all, at this juncture, no one dares to be distracted for too long. If you are distracted for too long, you are likely to be attacked and killed by dark creatures. On your side, the war continues, trying to kill more dark creatures. It's just that as there are more and more dark creatures and the strong men in the Sword Immortal world are gradually declining, your pressure is also increasing. Even, in the end, a true immortal forcibly attacked the mysterious immortal, causing a catastrophe, and wanted to use the power of the tribulation to kill the dark creatures. On your side, your strength is also severely depleted. Seeing this, the devouring immortal pearl and the chaos armor also chose to forcibly attack the level of the mysterious immortal artifact, causing a catastrophe. They want to relieve the pressure for you and eliminate the dark creatures. Unfortunately, although the two immortal weapons are very close to the mysterious immortal weapons, you have been focusing on improving your own cultivation for so many years and have not improved their quality. In the end, both immortal weapons were destroyed in the catastrophe and completely dissipated. Seeing this, you sighed inwardly, feeling mixed. However, you are so sad that you can only continue to kill the enemy. That is, when you were killing the enemy, a quasi-immortal king finally fell into the hands of the dark creatures. At the same time, you are also being targeted by a dark creature at the level of a quasi-immortal king. Dark creatures at the level of quasi-immortal kings are coming towards you, scorning you from above and just giving you a casual blow. However, just a casual blow from a dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level still makes you feel a fatal sense of danger. You burned your essence without hesitation and unleashed your strongest punch, trying to block it. In the end, under the shocked gazes of many quasi-immortal kings, you blocked this casual attack from the dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level with your mid-level cultivation of Xianxian. However, you also paid a heavy price. You were beaten to the point of death, and you were not far from your demise. Although the ending is tragic, you have created another history, which is admired by many quasi-immortal kings. The dark creatures at the quasi-immortal king level were also quite surprised. They praised you and said that you were indeed a talent. It is a pity that the adult asked you to die, so you must die. The words of this dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level will surprise you. You instantly guessed who the adult in the mouth of this dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level was. However, you don't have time to think so much, because this dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level has taken action again. Chu Lingyin was very anxious about this and wanted to save you, but in the end it was too late. In this way, you died in the hands of the dark creatures at the quasi-immortal king level and fell completely. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. As the text simulation ended, many memory images and spiritual insights appeared in Wang Ping's mind. Weird, he finally took action, and he's targeting me. Wang Ping's expression was extremely solemn and difficult to calm down. In previous life simulations, Weird had never moved. Now, there is movement, and the meaning of this is not simple. Perhaps Wei noticed him, discovered his life simulation, and felt that he was a threat, so he started to get rid of him and started to attack him. However, with that weird power, he is at least a 3-digit existence. With a 3-digit existence, swimming in a long river of time is very easy. He has seen through the life simulation, and killing himself in reality is extremely easy. However, he did not do this. He just let Xiaomi block him in the life simulation. The meaning of this is not simple. Although it is rude to call a dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level a shrimp, to a being at that level, the quasi-immortal king is indeed a shrimp. It seems that the existence behind me, or some powerful existence, is really checking and balancing Wei, preventing him from acting rashly. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking silently in his heart. In that case, then I don't need to worry about weird things. Of course, it's useless for me to worry about it. This is not something I can solve. Wang Ping shook his head and sighed. Ding! The reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. Cultivation in the middle stage of Xianxian realm. That a random mysterious weapon. A random real fairy weapon. 5-digit talent, fixed point teleportation. System I choose. A random mysterious weapon and 5-digit talent, fixed point teleportation. Wang Ping looked at the reward list and made his choice without hesitation. Cultivation cannot be selected for the time being. Unless you really need to improve your cultivation immediately to break the situation, the cost of choosing now is too terrible. If you want to choose, you should wait until the last paid simulation before choosing, which will be the most cost-effective. For this reason, and are the best choices. Ding! The reward selection was successful and is being distributed. The system's voice rang. Then, Wang Ping discovered that there was another mysterious, immortal weapon without a weapon spirit in his inner world. In addition, there is also a piece of memory information in Wang Ping's mind, which is the method of using the 5-digit talent fixed-point teleportation. At the same time, it is also a record location of the Sword Immortal world. In other words, as long as Wang Ping wants to, he can teleport to that world now. Of course, if you go to that world, whether you can come back is another matter. In reality, it is definitely impossible to go. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he could not come back. In that world, there was no way to become an existence at the level of the immortal king. Although he can think of a solution in the paradise of all heavens, it is still troublesome. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation. Afterwards, Wang Ping planned to conduct another paid simulation without hesitation. He would not give up until he became a quasi-immortal king. Ding. Consume a real immortal weapon. Life simulator starts. Talent is being refreshed. The system's voice sounded again. Ding. Talent refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 5-digit talent Night Hunter. 5-digit talent Night Hunter. With this talent, the host's full attributes will be greatly improved when fighting against dark creatures. Another 5-digit talent. This is really a burst of luck. And this 5-digit talent is still the type that can help me improve my combat power. Maybe it will be of great use in the future when fighting against dark creatures. Wang Ping was quite surprised to see this newly refreshed talent. The Holy Light Scepter, an item that can purify darkness, has helped him a lot. Unfortunately, the Holy Light Scepter is only a 5-digit entry-level item after all, and can only purify dark creatures at the true immortal level. For Wang Ping today, it is considered an obsolete thing. Now, the appearance of this talent can be regarded as a replacement for the Holy Light Scepter, and its role is even much greater than it. System, I choose a 5-digit talent Night Hunter, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation. Ding, talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also emerged. On the first day, you chose to act as in the last simulation, refining the upper realm, going to the fairyland, being rescued by Chu Lingyin, and breaking through to the half-step Xianxian with the help of the fairy pool and the furnace. 100,000 years later, the Flame Demon Clan attacked, and you chose to use fixed-point teleportation. However, this time, the world you chose to teleport to was not the Sword Immortal realm, but a new world again. After all, there will be a dark riot in the Sword Immortal realm, which is very dangerous. You think it is better to choose a new world. Of course, you also have some guesses in your heart, suspecting that the dark riot will not only appear in the Sword Immortal realm, but may appear in all worlds. In addition, there is also a possibility that which world you appear in will have a dark riot, because the target of the source of darkness is you. However, although you have many guesses in your mind, you can't care so much. With your teleportation, you successfully came to a world. This world, unlike the Sword Immortal realm, is a dead world. There is no living creature at all, and dark creatures are everywhere. This makes you frown, feeling that you have been tricked by the 5-digit talent fixed-point teleportation. However, fortunately, there are no dark creatures at the quasi-immortal king level for the time being. For this reason, with Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian, two powerful beings at the quasi-immortal king level, guarding you, you are very safe. With this, you began to build a base in this dead world, and at the same time explore this world and look for resources. What surprised you is that the resources in this world are quite rich, which is also a blessing in disguise. In this way, you quietly developed and practiced in this world. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years have passed. After 50,000 years, with the help of the resources of this world, your cultivation has made an amazing breakthrough and reached the level of the middle stage of the Xianxian. It's just that when you reach the middle stage of Xianxian realm, an accident happened. Endless darkness appeared, and a large number of dark creatures attacked you. This made your face very solemn. Although you guessed that there might be such a day, you didn't expect that this day would come so soon, much earlier than expected. In the end, you fought against the dark creatures with all your strength. In this battle, you burst out with terrifying fighting power and killed the dark creatures at the Xianxian level 1 by 1. Because of the 5-digit talent, the Dark Night Hunter, which improves the attributes in all directions, even the dark creatures at the Xianxian Great Perfection level are not your enemies. The terrifying fighting power you showed made Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian amazed, and they both doubted whether you had reached the fighting power of the quasi-immortal king level. If so, then you are too abnormal. After all, You have the fighting power of the quasi-immortal king level when you are only in the middle stage of Xianxian realm. This leap of level is really too outrageous and far beyond common sense. However, the two of them were soon shocked by your strength, because the appearance of a dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level made them feel very difficult. This also made you very solemn, knowing that you might die here today. While you were thinking this, another dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level appeared, making you feel more pressured. However, you stabilized your mind, rushed up without fear, and broke out into a very amazing battle with it. This battle was very fierce. Your performance shocked Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian. Although they had previously guessed that your combat power might have reached the level of a quasi-immortal king, they were still shocked when they actually saw you fighting against a dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level. Although, judging from the battle, you are not an opponent of a dark creature at the quasi-immortal king level, being able to fight with it is already a very terrifying thing. On your side, relying on the attribute improvement of the 5-digit talent Night Hunter, you are fighting against the dark creatures at the level of the quasi-immortal king. You are also feeling the power of this talent in your heart. At the same time, you also want to break through the limits in the battle and understand the quasi-immortal king level Taoism. In that case, you might still have a chance. Unfortunately, you failed after all. You were only a little bit away from breaking through the bottleneck, but in the end you failed and were ruthlessly killed by the dark creatures at the quasi-immortal king level. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. After the text simulation ended, many memory images and insights from practice appeared in Wang Ping's mind. After he finished absorbing it, Wang Ping's eyes shone brightly and he was filled with emotion. The talent effect of this 5-digit talent, Night Hunter, is really powerful. If it is rated according to the ratings of Zhutian Paradise, it is at least comparable to the level of 5-digit high-end items. Unfortunately, this talent effect only targets dark creatures. If the combat power can be improved at any time, the rating will definitely reach the 5-digit level. Wang Ping thought with some regret. When Wang Ping felt a little regretful, the system's voice rang again. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. The middle stage of Xianxian cultivation. 5-digit talent, Night Hunter. A random Xianxian weapon. A random fairy stone. System I choose. 5-digit talent, Night Hunter, and a random mysterious artifact. Wang Ping looked at the reward list and made his choice without hesitation. As Wang Ping made his choice, information and how to use the 5-digit talent Night Hunter appeared in Wang Ping's mind. In addition, there is also an additional mysterious immortal weapon in his inner world. Why do I feel that if I perform paid simulations now, I can definitely make money without losing any money? Wang Ping looked at the mysterious immortal weapon in his body with a strange look. Paid simulated consumption is a real magic weapon. As a result, he was able to refresh the mysterious immortal weapon and then select it. The value of the mysterious weapon is at least 10 times that of the real immortal weapon. It can be said that this is a huge profit. However, what follows should be the last paid simulation. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he planned to continue the paid simulation. He only has the last real, immortal weapon left. Once it is used, it will be gone. He must go to the immortal realm to find resources for paid simulations. When going to the immortal realm, you must definitely increase your combat power to the greatest extent. Therefore, no matter what kind of development the next life simulation will have, or what level of simulation Wang Ping's cultivation level will reach, he will choose the cultivation level as a reward option. However, the cultivation options cannot be refreshed every time. Life Simulator, please don't mess with me. You must refresh the cultivation options this time. After Wang Ping muttered in his heart, he spoke again. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation. Ding. Consume a true fairy weapon. The life simulator starts, and the talent is being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 5-digit talent practice cheat device, the 6-digit talent psychosis, 5-digit talent practice cheat device. With this talent, the host's practice speed will be significantly improved. Compared with the same situation, it is almost like cheating. For this reason, it is called a practice cheat device. Six-digit talent psychosis. The host will suffer from mental illness and become narcissistic. But in this case, the host can often do some miraculous things that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Hey, another five-digit talent. Has this five-digit talent started to be wholesaled? And this five-digit talent is also a very incredible talent. It is the type I need. Wang Ping looked at the talent that was refreshed this time with a very subtle look. What he wants most right now is to improve his cultivation quickly and break the situation. Now, he has directly achieved the five-digit talent he wanted. It is really a stroke of luck. I always feel that after he optimized the life simulator again, things have changed again, and he can get whatever he wants. However, this six-digit talent is too outrageous. It's insane. Can this be considered a six-digit talent? Then, Wang Ping looked at another talent and complained. Of course, complaints are complaints, and Wang Ping is used to the fact that the life simulator occasionally refreshes some weird talents. At the same time, Wang Ping also knew that the effects of this kind of strange talent were often very powerful, exceeding the talent level to a certain extent. However, Wang Ping would definitely not choose such a weird talent. If there were no other talents, Wang Ping would still choose them. Now that he has a five-digit talent and a training cheat, there is no need to consider it. System: I choose the five-digit talent practice cheat device. After Wang Ping calmed down, he said in his heart, "Ding, talent selection is successful, life simulation begins." The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose the same action as the last simulation, and finally came to the fairyland. After coming to the immortal realm, you were also rescued by Chu Lingyin and came to the Lingyin secret realm to practice. Because of the five-digit talent and training cheating device, your training speed is much stronger than the previous simulation. For this reason, after you use the female Xianxian as a cauldron, your cultivation level has broken through to the Xianxian level. I have to say that Chu Lingyin was extremely shocked by the speed at which your cultivation level improved. Although this is related to the fact that you have reached the late stage of the true immortal realm when you came to the immortal realm, entered the immortal spirit pond to practice, and used a female mystic immortal as a furnace. But if this condition is used by others, it is already remarkable that they can reach half-step to Xianxian in such a short period of time. Xianxian is absolutely impossible. You were very satisfied with Chu Lingyin's shocked reaction. You deliberately revealed your age in a pretentious manner and asked Chu Lingyin whether he wanted to become stronger with you. Chu Lingyin was even more shocked by this, but after coming back to his senses, he became very angry and slapped you away. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. 100,000 years have passed. Although you have no training resources in the Sword Immortal realm, you have still broken through a small realm and reached the middle stage of the mysterious immortal realm by relying on the five-digit talent cultivation cheat device. We are only one step away from reaching the late stage of Xianxian realm. This result makes you very satisfied, and you are once again impressed by the power of the five-digit talent and practice cheating device. The speed of your cultivation also made Chu Lingyin continue to be shocked, and hope emerge in his heart, thinking that you were the hope of the immortal realm, and maybe you could really lead the immortal realm to fight back against the Flame Demon clan. Not long after, Yin Qingqi and other quasi-demon kings from the Flame Demon clan attacked. You had no choice but to act like the last simulation, leading everyone to use the five-digit talent fixed-point teleportation to teleport to the Sword Immortal world. When you come to the Sword Immortal world, the next development will be much the same as in the last simulation. However, because your cultivation has reached the mysterious immortal realm this time, your performance is even stronger. Of course, you haven't really shown your combat power. After all, keeping a low profile is king. If the big shots notice it, it will definitely bring some hidden dangers. In this way, you began to practice hard. After your low-key and hard practice, more than 50,000 years have passed, and your cultivation has successfully reached the late stage of the mysterious immortal realm. It was also in this year that the war between the human race and the demon race broke out completely. However, you still ignored it and continued to practice in seclusion, trying to strengthen your combat power. The next development is different from the last simulation. Because you have been in retreat, the battle between the human race and the demon race is even more disadvantageous than in the last simulation. This gives the quasi-immortal kings of the human race a headache. For this reason, this time, it is not the demon race that takes the lead in launching a war at the level of quasi-immortal kings, but the human race that launches a war at the level of quasi-immortal kings in order to restore the situation. However, there is one more quasi-immortal king on the demon side than on the human side. For this reason, the human race is obviously at a disadvantage. However, when you felt the battle situation at the quasi-immortal king level, you naturally used the curse doll to directly curse the king of demons to death. With the death of the king of 10,000 demons, the quasi-immortal kings on both sides were all frightened and stopped. However, the king of demons has resurrection tools and is resurrected again. However, although he was resurrected, his complexion was extremely ugly. After all, he was lucky enough to get a resurrection item from a ruins, and it would be gone once it was used up. In other words, as long as the human race can kill him once by some weird means, he will really be dead. For a moment, the king of 10,000 demons was in a dilemma and didn't know whether to continue the war. Seeing this, on the human side, the strongest quasi-immortal king of the Jingyi immortal sect naturally sneered, threatening the king of 10,000 demons with fake power. If they fight again, they will die. These words made the king of 10,000 demons snort, saying that there is no need to show off. Items that can kill him silently are definitely very rare and one-time items. Hearing this, the strongest quasi-immortal king of the Jingyi immortal sect sneered and said if he had any other precious props, the king of demons could try it. The king of demons looked ugly, and in the end he didn't dare to try, so he had to stop. At this point, the high-end combat power of both sides once again stopped fighting, and the scale of the war gradually decreased. You have heard about this, and this result is expected, so you don't pay attention and continue to practice hard. In the blink of an eye, another 60,000 years have passed. With the help of the resources that Chu Lingyin secured for you and the 5-digit talent and practice cheating tool, your cultivation level has made an astonishing breakthrough, reaching the level of the mysterious immortal realm. Perfect level. Not only that, after so many years, your understanding of Taoism has also made amazing breakthroughs. You have finally understood the chaos immortal Tao of the quasi-immortal king's realm, and you have also improved the Chaos Immortal Sutra to a level that rivals the Quasi-Immortal King Sutra. At this point, your combat power has soared to an unimaginable level. Next, you start to forge your own Quasi-Immortal King weapon. With the help of the materials Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian got for you, you successfully upgraded your Chaos Immortal Clothes and Devouring Immortal Beads to the level of Quasi-Immortal King weapons. It can be said that your current configuration is extremely luxurious, giving you enough confidence to fight against a powerful being at the quasi-immortal king level. If the opponent is a dark creature, coupled with a 5-digit talent Night Hunter, you have confidence easily crushes it to death. That is, just when you were in high spirits, the demon clan once again started a large-scale racial war. This makes the human race quite shocked, wondering what the demon clan is going crazy about. You also frown because of this sudden change. After all, in the previous simulation, after the armistice, the two sides did not continue to break out into a large-scale racial war. Although the plot development this time is somewhat different from the previous one, the demon clan shouldn't be so reckless. However, no matter what, since the war is about to break out, the human race has no choice and chooses to fight. At this point, the war at the quasi-immortal king level broke out again. This time, you no longer retreat, but choose to join the battlefield. However, you have not revealed all your details for the time being, but participated in the war with the cultivation level of Xianxian Zakshan. However, even if you hit a lot, as you successively killed the strong men of Xianxian Zakshan of the Demon Clan, You also attracted the attention of the demon clan and made the demon clan furious. As for the human race, they are also quite surprised. They did not expect that the Tianyin immortal sect still has a strong person like you. While the strong men on both sides were reacting, the quasi-immortal king on the demon clan side finally couldn't stand it anymore. One of the quasi-immortal kings actually forcibly left the battlefield at the quasi-immortal king level and started to kill you. Come over. Perhaps due to fate, this quasi-immortal king coming towards you is the quasi-immortal king who was killed by you using a 5-digit special prop curse doll in the previous simulation. In this regard, your eyes are strange, without any fear, and your heart is full of fighting spirit. Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian, on the other hand, are very anxious and want to rush to your aid. After all, in the eyes of these two people, no matter how strong you are, you cannot be the opponent of the quasi-immortal king. The gap in cultivation is fatal. However, although the two of them want to save you, they are unable to do anything. After all, among the quasi-immortal kings, the two of them are not considered strong. If they fight in the same realm, they will not gain the slightest advantage. That is, just when many monks thought you were about to perish, your burst of combat power shocked everyone. Faced with the full blow of a strong man who was almost at the level of the immortal king, you did not hold back and also unleashed the terrifying Chaos Immortal Fist. When the two collided, the quasi-immortal king of the demon clan was actually knocked out by you. Cracks appeared in his immortal body, and he suffered considerable trauma. This shocked many monks and even the quasi-immortal king. After all, your performance is too terrifying. Later, these quasi-immortal kings saw your true identity and saw that you possess a perfect chaotic body and that you have understood the chaotic immortal way and chaos scriptures of the quasi-immortal king's realm, and that you have the natal immortal clothes of the quasi-immortal king's weapon level. So, you are able to do such an incredible thing. With the cultivation level of Xianxian Zogshan, you can forcefully injure a strong person at the level of quasi-immortal king. For a moment, the human race was shocked, but also very happy, thinking that the war situation had turned around. But the strong man on the demon clan side has an ugly look on his face, and he has murderous intent towards you. As for the quasi-immortal king of the demon clan who was injured by you, he was even more shocked, angry, and a little humiliated. After all, as a quasi-immortal king, it is really embarrassing for him to leapfrog and fight against you, which makes him unable to hold his head high among the quasi-immortal kings. However, he is also very afraid. Your combat prowess really exceeded his expectations. But, now that he has started a war with you, he has no choice but to try his best to defeat you or hold you back. For this reason, this quasi-immortal king once again burst out with a terrifying attack, heading towards you. Seeing this, you were not afraid, but were very excited and full of fighting spirit. You laughed loudly and fought with him, suppressing him and beating him. That is, when the battle between the two sides became more and more intense, bloody light pillars suddenly appeared in the Sword Immortal world. A large number of creatures were refined by the bloody formation, and the terrifying blood was absorbed by the King of Demons, giving him an explosive power. Improvement. This scene made all the quasi-immortal kings of the human race change their expressions. They angrily accused the King of Demons of being crazy and dared to do such evil and heretical things. It was so harmful to the law and harmed the peace of the world. He was not afraid of being entangled in karma and died suddenly. And died. The King of Demons sneered, saying that it doesn't matter if he enters the evil path. As long as he can destroy the human race, he can do anything. After a pause, the King of Demons spoke again, saying that he will not only destroy you, but also use your power to break through to the level of the immortal king and reach a realm that his father has never reached. As for anything that hurts Tianhe and bullshit Tiandao, he doesn't care. These words made all the quasi-immortal kings of the human race look ugly, knowing that this guy was crazy. For this reason, they shook off their opponents and tried to unite to kill the King of Demons directly. However, the quasi-immortal kings of the human race underestimated the methods prepared by the king of demons. With the appearance of a defensive prop, the quasi-immortal kings of the human race directly blocked the attack. This also bought time for the quasi-immortal kings of the demon race to take action, injuring the quasi-immortal kings of the human race one after another. After all, the human race's quasi-immortal king previously ignored the risks of other quasi-immortal kings and attacked the king of demons. Now he has suffered a counterattack. For a time, the situation was extremely critical, and all the human monks became panicked. The quasi-immortal king of the Zhengyi immortal sect had a solemn face and spread his immortal voice throughout the entire Sword Immortal world, saying that if the king of 10,000 demons succeeds, all other ethnic groups except the demon tribe will have to be wiped out. If they don't take action, then late. Regarding the words of the human monks, the quasi-immortal kings of all races all had their eyes flickering, calculating their gains and losses. In the end, they still had no idea of taking action. At least, I have no idea of taking action now. After all, they do not believe that the king of demons can defy heaven and break through to the level of the immortal king in today's Sword Immortal world. For this reason, it is better to continue to let the human race and the demon clan fight hard. When the time is right, they will help the human race deal with the demon clan and reap the benefits. Seeing that the quasi-immortal kings of other ethnic groups are still calculating their gains and losses, the quasi-immortal kings of the human race all look very ugly, knowing that there will be big trouble next. However, it was at this moment that you stood up and walked towards the king of demons. Seeing this, the other quasi-immortal kings were all surprised and didn't know what you were going to do. As for the quasi-immortal king of the demon clan who was your enemy, he was also a little surprised, but he did not stop you. He just sneered, feeling that you were a little overestimating your capabilities. That is, when everyone was surprised, you calmly said that you would let all the quasi-immortal kings of the human race help you stop the other quasi-immortal kings of the demon clan. You will deal with this king of demons. These words shocked everyone. I didn't expect you to say such words. Your courage is really amazing. After all, everyone can see that the current king of demons is very powerful and is getting stronger rapidly. Under such circumstances, no quasi-immortal king can be his opponent, let alone you, a cultivator of Xianxian Zogchen. Even if you, a cultivator of Xianxian Zogchen, are very perverted and can fight against the quasi-immortal king or even suppress him, you cannot be the opponent of the king of demons. After all, the king of demons is the top quasi-immortal king and is still getting stronger. Under such circumstances, even if you break through to the quasi-immortal king level, you may not be able to defeat him, let alone now. For this reason, Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian looked anxious and asked you not to mess around. In this regard, you did not listen and went directly to the king of demons. Seeing you coming to kill, the king of demons sneered and looked down at you, saying that you, an ant, also want to be his enemy, and you really don't know what is good or bad. Next, the king of demons burst out with terrifying power and swatted at you. This blow was so terrifying that the other quasi-immortal kings were frightened by it. They felt that if they took this blow, they would definitely end up seriously injured, and it was also possible that they would die. However, in the face of this blow, you were very calm, and you also burst out with terrifying power, defeating it easily. This performance of yours shocked all the monks, and the king of 10,000 demons was also filled with astonishment and some disbelief. After all, he has already surpassed the level of the quasi-immortal king, but it is really outrageous that you can block the attacks so easily. How could a Xianxian Zogchen possess such powerful power? Even with a chaotic body, it would not be so strong. You ignored everyone's shock and continued to kill the king of demons with a cold expression. If the king of 10,000 demons didn't do these evil heretic things, the human race and the demon race would really be just a 50-50 split. However, he chose to commit suicide. Because he was seeking death, Wang Ping activated the effect of the 5-digit talent Night Hunter. All attributes were greatly improved, bringing Wang Ping's combat power to an incredible level. For this reason, You are confident that you can easily kill the king of demons. It turns out that your idea is right. Next, you had a very fierce battle with the king of 10,000 demons. The king of 10,000 demons was no match for you and was defeated by you one after another. Although he recovered several times, he was still very embarrassed and even more aggrieved. He did not expect that even though he had become stronger at all costs, he would still be beaten like this. And the one who tortured him was a junior from the mysterious immortal realm. This was simply a huge shame. For this reason, the king of demons went crazy and completely turned into a demon, wanting to gain more power. However, as the king of demons turned into a demon, the 5-digit talent Night Hunter's bonus to Wang Ping became greater. The result is that Wang Ping also becomes stronger, but the result remains unchanged. At this point, Wang Ping blasted the king of demons forcefully, causing him to completely fall. With the fall of the king of demons, those bloody light pillars disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Obviously, once the king of 10,000 demons, as the eye of the formation, falls, the formation will be broken. After you killed the king of 10,000 demons, you looked down at the quasi-mortal king of the demon clan, snorted coldly, and said, "Who else?" These 3 words. Your words will make all the quasi-immortal kings of the demon clan feel scared. Your performance was too terrifying. Even the king of demons was no match for you. He was easily killed by you. If the battle continues, the probability of their demise is too high. The quasi-mortal kings of the human race also looked at each other, not expecting you to be so perverted. Even Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian were silenced by you, looking at each other, not knowing what to say. As for the quasi-mortal kings of other ethnic groups, they regretted not helping the human race deal with the demon race earlier. Now their situation seems a bit embarrassing. Next, under your cold gaze, the quasi-immortal kings of the demon clan side smiled bitterly and chose to surrender, wanting to negotiate peace with the human race. Seeing this, the quasi-immortal kings of the human race did not agree immediately, but chose to look at you. Obviously, your performance has made you the new backbone of the human race. Your opinion is very important on such important matters. Seeing all the quasi-mortal kings looking at you, your expression is indifferent, indicating that you just need to practice silently and don't like to kill. Therefore, as long as the demon clan can give enough compensation to the human clan, this matter will be over. As soon as these words came out, all the demon clan looked happy and breathed a sigh of relief. The human race frowned slightly but didn't say much. After all, everyone is not a fool. Everyone is guessing that the terrifying power you burst out earlier may be some kind of trump card that is difficult to use again in a short time. In other words, your combat power has dropped to the level of an ordinary quasi-immortal king. Under such circumstances, if they continue to fight against the demon clan, they will definitely pay a very heavy price. It's not that easy to crack down on the monster tribe. It is estimated that some quasi-immortal kings and a large number of mysterious and true immortals will die. Not to mention, other ethnic groups are still fishing in troubled waters. For this reason, considering many factors, it is obvious that it cannot continue. Negotiating peace is necessary. However, the major quasi-immortal kings of the human race are not in a hurry. As long as you break through to the level of the quasi-immortal king, you will surely surpass the demon clan. You can do whatever you want. That is, when all parties are thinking, your cold words sounded again, saying that if anyone dares to invade the human race, you will completely wipe them out. These words not only shock the demon clan, but also shock other ethnic groups. This makes these ethnic groups feel awe-inspiring and dare not disobey you. After all, they guess that your trump card will not be used in a short period of time. In the end, it is just a guess, and no one dares to take a gamble. All ethnic groups hope that you are truly a kind-hearted person and do not want to see the racial war continue to break out. Next, you didn't say anything more. The war between the two clans ended, and the negotiation stage began. Soon after, the monster clan compensated a large amount of resources, ceded a lot of land, and made many unequal treaties. At this point, the war between the two clans has come to an end, and you have returned to the Tianyin immortal sect with a large amount of resources, continuing to practice hard in seclusion and prepare for the dark disaster that will happen more than 200,000 years ago. You think that only by breaking through to the level of a quasi-mortal king can there be a glimmer of hope to survive in the dark chaos more than 200,000 years later. Otherwise, the possibility of you falling into the darkness and chaos is extremely high. Of course, you also know very well that if, as you guessed, the strange entity notices you, then even if you break through to the level of a quasi-mortal king, you will still only have a dead end. To be precise, let alone you have broken through to the level of a quasi-mortal king. Even if you have broken through to the level of an immortal king, you will still have to die in the face of weirdness. After all, the level of weirdness is definitely not as simple as 4 digits, and the immortal king is nothing more than an ant-like existence in front of it. In other words, when you are practicing hard, more than 200,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. More than 200,000 years have passed. You rely on your 5-digit talent, practice cheating device, and the huge resources obtained from the Demon Clan, finally breaking through to the level of a quasi-immortal king. As you break through to the level of the quasi-immortal king, your combat power has been greatly improved again. You had a sparring match with Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian, but neither of them could take any of your moves. Even if they joined forces to fight you, they were still no match for you and were easily defeated by you. In this regard, the two of them could only admire. After all, it only took you about 300,000 years to become a quasi-immortal king, and your combat power was even more terrifying, breaking many records in the past, present, and future. Perhaps, even if there is a being above the immortal king, his cultivation speed is only this. That is, when the two of them often lamented your abnormal cultivation speed and terrifying combat power, the dark chaos finally broke out. As the dark chaos broke out and many dark creatures appeared, the entire Sword Immortal world became agitated. Many monks were horrified and began to join forces to deal with the dark creatures. You, of course, also participated in this war. In fact, because you have broken through to the level of the quasi-immortal king, you are the absolute main force. When you take action, every dark creature is easily killed by you, even the dark creatures at the quasi-immortal king level. Your achievements have impressed many quasi-immortal kings. They feel that you are truly a pervert. At the same time, they cannot help but wonder whether your combat power has reached the level of an immortal king. However, they just made a guess and quickly gave up the idea, because this idea is really too shocking. The immortal king is so powerful. In their memory, throughout the ages, no quasi-immortal king has been able to defeat the immortal king with his own combat power. It is absolutely impossible to defeat the immortal king by leapfrogging one level. That is, when they were thinking like this, the dark creatures at the level of the immortal king really appeared. After the dark immortal king appeared, he set his sights on you and came towards you mercilessly. In response to this, your scalp is numb. You feel extremely terrifying pressure, and the shadow of death appears in your heart. However, even if you knew that you were probably no match for the Dark Immortal King, you still chose to face the difficulty, hoping to fight and defeat the Dark Immortal King. However, you obviously cannot be the opponent of the Dark Immortal King. Even if you have improved your combat power with the 5-digit talent Night Hunter, you are still too weak against the Dark Immortal King after all. Even if the Dark Immortal King didn't show his true intentions, you were still killed in a few blows. Although it is enough to be able to collide with the Dark Immortal King 2 or 3 times, you will eventually fall. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. As the text simulation ended, a large number of memory images and spiritual insights appeared in Wang Ping's mind. I didn't expect that this simulation actually directly reached the level of a quasi-immortal king. It's really surprising. However, this is also a very normal thing. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, why was he slow to upgrade before? Easy to get stuck? In the final analysis, there is no qualification and no resources. What is the configuration of today's simulated Wang Ping? With the perfect chaotic body and talent, It is no exaggeration to say that they are among the best in the immortal realm. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to practice slowly. If coupled with enough cultivation resources, the cultivation speed will be even faster. Not to mention, this time there is a 5-digit talent and training cheat. Under normal circumstances, other monks cannot advance to a small realm in one era. But for simulated Wang Ping, with the addition of so many factors, it is natural that his practice speed is so abnormal. Just when Wang Ping was filled with emotion, the system's voice rang again. Ding! The reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. The cultivation level of the quasi-immortal king. 5-digit talent and practice cheating tool. Chaos immortal clothes, quasi-immortal king's weapon. A mysterious artifact. There are so many good things. Even the quasi-immortal king weapon has been revealed. This makes me have trouble choosing. Wang Ping looked at the rewards that were refreshed this time and was filled with emotion. This time, the quasi-immortal king must be chosen for his cultivation. As for the others, after Wang Ping thought about it, he made his first choice. As for the follow-up, although Wang Ping really wanted the 5-digit talent training cheating device, he felt that it was useless. After all, a 5-digit talent is only effective for 5 figures. And Wang Ping's current cultivation level has reached the level of a quasi-immortal king, which is equivalent to the 5-digit limit. In other words, the effectiveness of the practice cheating device is not great anymore. Especially when you reach the immortal king level, this training cheating device is simply useless. For this reason, choosing the quasi-immortal king weapon Chaos Immortal Clothes that can enhance his combat power seems to be a better choice. However, this is just a better choice on the surface. If the 5-digit talent and training cheat can help me a little bit when I break through to the immortal king level, it will be a big profit. Wang Ping shook his head again and chuckled. Not to mention, the potential value of this talent is very high. If it is sold, it will definitely be sold at a good price, or it can be exchanged for a good prop. Thinking of this, Wang Ping made a choice and said, "System, I choose Quasi-Immortal King, Cultivation, and 5-digit talent and training cheating device." As Wang Ping made his choice, Wang Ping's cultivation level increased with an astonishing momentum. The middle stage of true immortality. The late stage of true immortality. True immortal Dzogchen. Half-step to Xianxian. The early stage of Xianxian. The middle stage of Xianxian. Late stage of Xianxian. Xianxian Dzogchen. Quasi-immortal king. Tisk TSK. TSK. This feeling of being promoted to 9 realms at once is so exciting. Wang Ping felt the extremely powerful power in his body and was filled with emotions. Now he is considered to be the most top-notch existence under the Immortal King. Even if he lacks the quasi-immortal king weapon, there are very few people who can match him. Then, some more information appeared in Wang Ping's mind, which was the information of 5-digit talent and practice cheating device. However, Wang Ping didn't pay too much attention to this talent. After all, this talent has a completely passive effect and does not need to be used actively. System, how many resources will I need for simulation next? Immediately, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and asked in his heart. Ding, it's been detected that the host cultivation has reached the level of a quasi-immortal king. The resource consumption required for paid simulation is a quasi-immortal king weapon. The system's voice rang, making Wang Ping's face stiffen slightly. Although he had known this result for a long time, he still couldn't help but have a headache. The soaring cultivation level means that the resource consumption required for paid simulations has soared. Originally, Wang Ping planned to use mystical weapons to simulate it once or twice. Now that his cultivation has been directly promoted to the level of a quasi-immortal king, this mysterious weapon is no longer of use. What does this mean? It's painful and happy at the same time. Forget it, I don't need to continue paying for simulations. Today's life simulators only have 5-digit levels, which means it is very difficult for me to refresh my cultivation level at the Immortal King level. Wang Ping shook his head and calmed down. In other words, it's time to go to the paradise of all heavens to obtain the Stone of Rules. However, what is needed this time is not a 5-digit rule stone, but a 4-digit rule stone. I always feel that it will be difficult to get hold of. After all, according to the classics Wang Ping read, 4-digit rule stones are rarely used as game rewards. Basically, these precious things are internally digested by the big forces in Paradise. Even if there is no internal digestion, it will be used to trade with other forces when necessary. Apart from these factors, there are only 3 ways to obtain 4-digit rule stones. The first one is to find a way to join those extremely powerful forces in Paradise. After all, it is not difficult for 3-digit beings to rub 4-digit rule stones. In addition, these forces must also have treasures. The second method is to obtain it in extremely difficult special area games. The third method is naturally the Sky Tower. See if you can get rewards by breaking into the tower. According to records, some people's 4-digit rule stones were obtained in the Sky Tower game. Like Wang Ping, he also obtained the 5-digit rule stone through the Tower of Sky. However, Wang Ping was also lucky and got it on the first floor of the tower. Under normal circumstances, even on Abyss difficulty, the probability of this reward is still quite small. However, before returning to Jutian Paradise, let's do some free simulations and go through all the routes that we didn't dare to try in the past. Immediately, Wang Ping had an idea and planned to conduct a free simulation. However, before Wang Ping could perform the free simulation, he frowned as if he sensed something and looked towards the place where the upper world was. Then, Wang Ping flicked his sleeves, took one step, and disappeared from the place, returning to the upper world. That is to say, when Wang Ping came back, the space in the upper world was broken into pieces, attracting the attention of many powerful people. The second-generation chat group is really haunting. Wang Ping watched this scene calmly, feeling very unhappy in his heart, and his murderous intention towards the second-generation chat group leader Dao, he was increasing day by day. It had only been a short time before this guy actually sent someone to kill him again. Just when Wang Ping was very unhappy, a figure appeared in this world. The moment this figure arrived, a prop was directly used. This prop exploded instantly, erupting with extremely terrifying power, which was enough to rival the level of a quasi-immortal king. In the face of this level of power, let alone one upper realm, even 10 upper realms stacked together will be completely destroyed. I have to say that the second-generation chat group leader is really ruthless. In order to kill Wang Ping, he even took out such precious props. After all, the cultivation level that Wang Ping displayed more than a month ago was only at the level of a true immortal. However, the second-generation chat group chose to use props that could traumatize the quasi-immortal king level to deal with Wang Ping. I have to say that this is really cruel, and I am really frightened by Wang Ping's terrifying growth rate, and I want to kill Wang Ping at any cost. If I had not chosen to cultivate, with my cultivation at the true immortal level, I would have been completely killed without even having a chance to react. Wang Ping stretched out his palms with cold eyes. It's a pity that you underestimated me after all. That is, after Wang Ping made his move, the terrifying energy fluctuation that was originally going to sweep across the entire upper realm and completely destroy it was instantly suppressed, kneaded, and compressed into a dark energy ball by Wang Ping. Then many chaos chains wrapped and sealed it. That is, after Wang Ping did these things, the dark energy ball exploded. However, such a terrifying energy ball explosion could not even destroy the restriction formed by the chaos chain, which was equivalent to firing a dud. For a moment, the traverser in the second-generation chat group who came to kill Wang Ping showed an incredible expression, full of fear. This scene was really too incredible. You know, this is a terrifying force that can easily destroy 10 upper realms, and it is a 5-digit limit level of power. However, Wang Ping grasped it with one hand, turning it into a dud. This kind of strength is too abnormal. Even the ordinary 5-digit limit cannot do it. In other words, Wang Ping's combat power, in terms of pure strength, has surpassed most of the 5-digit extreme level strongmen, and has also surpassed their group leader. You monster! The traverser in the second-generation chat group was pale and squeezed out these words from his teeth. Their second-generation chat group really paid enough attention to Wang Ping. If these targets were placed on other people, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were killing a chicken with a butcher knife. However, who knew that Wang Ping was so abnormal? It only took more than a month to improve his combat power from the true immortal level to a combat power level far exceeding the ordinary 5-digit extreme level. This is simply breaking common sense. Cheating, it's not like this. If Wang Ping developed in the paradise of all heavens, was born in a big force, and quickly became stronger through the rules of the game in the paradise of all heavens, then he could understand it. After all, it is not uncommon to become rich or strong overnight in the paradise of all heavens. But Wang Ping developed in this fantasy world. It is too incredible to practice in the fantasy world and rise to the level of quasi-immortal king in such a short time. Monster? My growth rate is indeed a monster in your eyes. Wang Ping's eyes were cold, and he spoke lightly. However, in a sense, this is also forced by you. After all, without the pressure from you, I would not be so anxious to become stronger. Since I have become strong to this level, it is my turn to hunt you next. Don't worry, none of you can escape. Wang Ping stared at this traverser from the second-generation chat group. He was not only looking at this person and talking to him, but more importantly, he was talking to all the people in the second-generation chat group who were spying on this place. Apart from that, there was nothing wrong with what Wang Ping said. If it weren't for this group of traversers in the second-generation chat group who had been targeting him, he could have comfortably survived the simulation without any pressure. However, because of the second-generation chat group, Wang Ping could only do his best to become stronger quickly, and he always felt a breathless feeling. If it weren't for the life simulator, he, Wang Ping, would have died long ago. Even if there was a life simulator, if it weren't for the prompts given by the life simulator and the support of the big guys behind him, he, Wang Ping, would probably die. The second-generation chat group has been targeted so many times, and several of them have been fatal. So, there is absolutely no problem with Wang Ping saying this. As Wang Ping said this, the traversers in the second-generation chat group in front of him were terrified, knowing that the second-generation chat group might be on the verge of extinction. As for the members of the second-generation chat group, who were actually watching the live broadcast at this moment, each of them was also terrified to the extreme. Among them, Brother Dao, who had fought with Wang Ping, was even more terrified. He never thought that Wang Ping, who couldn't even defeat him at the beginning and had to rely on his teammates, would grow to the level of a big boss like the second-generation chat group leader in such a short time. Now, he even threatened to destroy everyone in the second-generation chat group. For a while, Brother Dao felt that he was dead and there was no way he could survive. After all, Wang Ping was so abnormal that he even suspected that after a while, Wang Ping would be able to kill the second-generation chat group leader in seconds. However, I was able to fight with such a strong man and escape once, which is also something worth showing off. Brother Dao found joy in the midst of hardship and smiled with a complicated face. As for Daoi, the leader of the second-generation chat group, he was indifferent in the paradise of all heavens, and his heart was full of murderous intent towards Wang Ping. Wang Ping, don't be too proud too early. It is still unknown who will live and who will die. Finally, the leader of the second-generation chat group snorted coldly and turned off the live broadcast of the second-generation chat group. That is, when the leader of the second-generation chat group turned off the live broadcast, Wang Ping also made a move again. To be precise, it was not a move, but he no longer suppressed his own power. With a glance, he directly exploded the traverser of the second-generation chat group, who invaded the upper world, into a ball of blood mist, causing it to perish completely. After dealing with these, Wang Ping gathered his mind, took a step out, and returned to the Tai Imperial Palace. Then, Wang Ping seemed to remember something again, looked at the place where the ghost demon sea was, and pointed a finger casually. Instantly, the power of space swept over, directly rolling Emperor Tianyu and Yu Daoi back to the Tai Imperial Palace. At first, Emperor Tianyu was shocked, but now that he has come to his senses, he sees Yu Daoi with a confused face and Wang Ping with a calm face, and seems to understand something, and can't help but be shocked by Wang Ping's method. After all, he was looking for his daughter in the Demon Sea, but Wang Ping quietly transferred him from the Demon Sea back to the Tai Emperor Palace, even bringing Yu Daoi back with him. Even a true immortal wouldn't be able to do this. Fellow Taoist Tianyu, I think you were too tired to look for me, so I helped you a little bit. Don't blame me for being troublesome. Wang Ping looked at Emperor Tianyu and said with a smile, "How can I blame the palace master? It's not too late to thank you." Emperor Tianyu smiled. "However, palace master, you should call me Tianyu. Now that you have become an immortal, it is really inappropriate to call me Taoist fellow." After a pause, Emperor Tianyu said with a wry smile, "A powerful man who far surpassed ordinary true immortals called him Taoist friend. It was really flattering for him to be acquainted with his peers. Don't care about the strength of your cultivation. When I make friends, I never look at the strength of my cultivation. Anyway, in the end, they will not be as strong as me. If I care too much about these things, then I will probably have no friends to chat with in this life." Wang Ping smiled and said, "There is no way to explain what Emperor Tianyu did in the life simulation, so Wang Ping could only persuade Emperor Tianyu in this way." Well, Wang Ping's words made Emperor Tianyu dumbfounded. There was nothing I could do. These words were meant to comfort me, but they were too pretentious. "Dad, who is he?" Yu Daoi looked at Wang Ping in surprise. Although he guessed something, he was still a little unsure. The palace owner's name is Wang Ping, and he is the only immortal in the world. When Jian Yu Daoi asked, Emperor Tianyu briefly and concisely explained Wang Ping's identity and some of the things that happened after Wang Ping joined the Tai Emperor's palace. This shocked Yu Daoi, who made him very curious and admired Wang Ping. After all, he was the only immortal in the world in front of him, and he became an immortal during the age of ending law. It was really too legendary. "Yu Daoi, I have met the palace master. Thank you very much for the rescue." After Yu Daoi came to his senses, he smiled and bowed to Wang Ping very solemnly. "You are welcome." Wang Ping nodded. "You father and daughter haven't seen each other for a long time. I'm afraid you still have a lot to say, so I won't disturb you." Immediately, Wang Ping had no intention of saying more. After saying this with a smile, he disappeared. This made Yu Daoi feel a little regretful. Originally, she wanted to have a chat with Wang Pingchong to learn more about Wang Ping and also to ask about the immortal way. Now it seems that we can only wait until next time. At this moment, after Wang Ping returned to his cave, he started to simulate again. However, Wang Ping conducted a free simulation, this time instead of a paid simulation. Ding! The life simulator is launched and the free simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then the screen appeared, and Wang Ping's familiar words also appeared. On the first day, under the influence of the original body Wang Ping, you chose to go to the world of life and death to find a way to revive the chaos immortal grass. After coming to the world of life and death, you find that even though you have become a quasi-immortal king, you still feel that the world of life and death is extremely dangerous and makes you feel heart-stopped. In this regard, you have determined one thing again. That is, in the world of life and death, even the immortal king will fall. Here, if it was not formed naturally, it was definitely created by beings with more than 4 figures. Perhaps this also means that there are 3-digit beings in this fantasy world. The immortal king is definitely not the end of his cultivation. However, even in the immortal realm and the demonic realm, there are no legends about the realm above the immortal king, so they are considered to have no future. That is, while you were thinking about it, you once again defeated the attack from the undead in the Forgotten River. This time, you have no intention of retreating and continue to go deeper. Finally, you see a bridge, and that bridge is the Naiha Bridge. You saw many undead souls on the Naiha Bridge. They were all walking on it unconsciously and moving forward. You look at this scene in surprise, and you feel more and more that reincarnation is likely to exist in this world. Of course, in a sense, you have seen the situation of reincarnation before, and that is the Ji family's Emperor Sutra of reincarnation. However, although the Emperor Sutra of reincarnation has a noble name, in your opinion now, it is just a way of opportunism, not true reincarnation. The Emperor Sutra of Samsara simply turns some soul marks and memories of practitioners into marks, and then randomly places them on people whose souls are relatively compatible with that G family member. In essence, This is also a kind of seizing a body, but the means of seizing a body are more sophisticated. However, whether this method of seizing the body is still the original G family is really a question. In addition, it may not be able to successfully awaken all memories. In the world of science fiction, there is a similar argument. After uploading the memory, it is just a copy of a similar consciousness, which is related to the main body. But is this consciousness really the same as the main body? In addition, in many science fiction movies, there is often a scene where the main body will be disposed of after the memory is uploaded. While you are thinking about many things, you have already stepped onto the Naya Bridge, wanting to see the depths and know the secrets in the depths. However, before you can go deeper, an old voice rang out, indicating that this is where the undead should come and the living should stop. As this voice falls, you lose consciousness. When you regain consciousness, you are surprised to find yourself in the outside world. You are very shocked and a little scared about this situation. Obviously, there is a guardian in the world deep in the Naya Bridge. The power of this guardian has reached an incredible level. However, he did not kill you, but expelled you. Perhaps the other party made such a choice because of your potential. Good guy, did you really find out some secrets of the world of life and death? Wang Ping was also very surprised when he looked at the content of the text simulation. There are guardians in the world of life and death, so the probability that this place is naturally generated is greatly reduced. In other words, it is very likely that it was created by a 3-digit existence. 3 digits. It is hard to imagine how powerful an existence of that level is. It seems that if you want to go there to revive the Chaos Immortal Grass, you still have to become stronger. In addition, upgrading the life simulator again and extracting a more powerful 4-digit talent is also a key factor. Wang Ping thought silently in his heart. That is, while Wang Ping was thinking, the tech simulation continued. Next, you calmed down, collected your thoughts, and looked in the direction of the Taiyuan Forbidden Land. Before, you were very weak and didn't know how strong the demon fairy in the Taiyuan Forbidden Land was and what level he was at. Now, you have a thorough understanding of the level of this demon fairy. This demon fairy, like you, has the cultivation of the quasi-immortal king level. However, because the formation that sealed him was too powerful, his influence on the outside world was so small. In addition, the reason why the Shaoling Immortal King didn't kill him was because of his father's face, because his father was also an immortal king and was indeed more powerful than the Shaoling Immortal King. However, now that the Shaoling Immortal King has long fallen, the father of this demon fairy has also died long ago. You don't need to worry about dealing with him. In other words, as long as you release it and kill it, you can obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, and you also have the hope of obtaining a quasi-immortal king weapon. Thinking of this, you took a step and appeared in the Taiyuan Forbidden Land. When you came to the Taiyuan Forbidden Land, the voice of the sealed demon fairy sounded, and he was very wary and polite to you. This attitude is completely different from when you came in before. It can only be said that the change brought by strength is so obvious, and you have experienced it many times. Next, you smiled and said that you wanted to make a deal with the demon fairy. Your words surprised the demon fairy. Then, he also became interested and said what kind of deal you wanted to make with him. You smiled slightly and said that you could let him out, but he needed to give you his quasi-immortal weapon and many resources on his body. Your words made this demon fairy at the level of quasi-immortal king have many thoughts in his mind, and he was quite moved. However, he was also worried that he was deceived by you, so he said that he was the heir of the immortal king. If you dare to deceive him, then his immortal king father will definitely cut you into pieces. At the same time, this demon fairy at the level of quasi-immortal king also said that you need to swear with your Tao heart. You laughed at this, realizing that this quasi-immortal king-level demon fairy had been sealed for too long and had no idea that the fairyland had been shattered and all the immortal kings had died. Otherwise, this quasi-immortal king-level demon fairy would not have brought up his immortal king father to intimidate you. That is to say, the next thing will be much easier to handle, and the possibility of accidents is much smaller. Next, You agreed to the request of this quasi-immortal king-level demon fairy and swore directly with your heart of Tao. After swearing, you asked the demon fairy to hand over the quasi-immortal king weapon and many resources to fulfill your promise. Seeing you swear, this quasi-immortal king-level demon fairy laughed, saying that he was sealed and the quasi-immortal king weapon and many resources could not be taken out. Only if you unseal and release him can he fulfill his promise and hand the things over to you. You were not surprised by the words of this quasi-immortal king-level demon fairy, and you didn't mean to waste time talking to this demon fairy, so you just took action. Although the seal in front of you was set by Xiao Ling Xian Wang himself, Xiao Ling Xian Wang is dead, and after so many years the seal has weakened. With your current strength, you are enough to shake the seal formation. For this reason, you spent a lot of time bombarding the seal formation, and finally succeeded in breaking it and releasing this quasi-Xian Wang-level demon fairy. As this quasi-Xian Wang-level demon fairy broke the seal and came out, his internal organs and torso all returned to their places, and he became a normal black-haired man. Moving his body for the first time in a long time, this quasi-Xian Wang-level demon fairy laughed loudly, saying that he was finally free. You looked at this sealed demon fairy calmly, saying that it was time for him to fulfill his promise and hand over the quasi-Xian Wang weapon and many cultivation resources. However, facing your request for compensation, this quasi-Xian Wang-level demon fairy turned a blind eye and obviously didn't want to give it. You were not surprised by this. After all, it is difficult to get this guy to fulfill his promise. The life quasi-mortal king weapon is so precious that even a normal quasi-mortal king would not be willing to hand it over. Not to mention, when you made an agreement with this guy, you didn't ask him to swear or anything. Of course, you think this kind of oath is useless. At the same time, the other party must also be thinking of using his immortal king to scare you, thinking that you dare not take action against him. Besides, from the perspective of this quasi-immortal king-level demon immortal, if you release him, it is equivalent to offending the Shaolin immortal king, which is a dead end. Instead, you should ask him for protection. In this regard, you have no intention of talking nonsense with this quasi-immortal king-level demon fairy. You directly strike violently and blow up his body with one punch. Your combat power is so powerful. Not to mention that this quasi-immortal king-level demon immortal has just escaped from the seal and is no longer in peak condition. Even if he is in peak condition, he cannot be your enemy with one punch. For this reason, the result of blowing it up with one punch is very normal. However, you have no intention of taking his life for the time being. If you accidentally destroy the resources, it will be a big loss. This quasi-immortal king-level demon was a little confused after being blown up, but he quickly recovered. With a face full of fear and strong anger, he asked you what you meant. Dare to take action against him. Faced with the question from this quasi-immortal king-level demon immortal, you sneered and said that since he doesn't fulfill his promise, then go to hell. You won't be able to hold back the next punch. As you spoke, your power rose to the extreme, frightening this quasi-immortal king-level demon immortal, knowing that you were serious. In other words, at this time, if he continues to move out of the backstage and threaten you, it is self-destructive behavior. For this reason, this quasi-immortal king-level demonic immortal curses in his heart that you are really a lunatic. You are not even afraid of the immortal king. However, although he was scolding you in his heart, he did not dare to show anything strange on the surface. Instead, he smiled and quickly said that he was just joking with you before, so don't be angry. While saying this quasi-immortal king-level demon fairy directly took out his natal quasi-immortal king weapon and many cultivation resources, and handed them to you. You glanced at the things brought out by this quasi-immortal king-level demon fairy, and found that there were a large number of fairy sources, fairy grass, and fairy weapons. You couldn't help but sigh that this guy was really rich. In response, you smiled with satisfaction. Seeing you showing a satisfied smile, this quasi-immortal king-level demon fairy also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that you would not attack him again. After all, if you dared to attack him under such circumstances, You are really fighting to the death with the forces behind him. It's just that something unexpected happened to this quasi-immortal king-level demon immortal. You actually attacked him and blew him up again with one punch, making it difficult for him to recover, and he was about to fall completely. This makes this quasi-immortal king-level demon immortal very shocked and puzzled. He doesn't understand why you dare to act so arrogantly. Seeing this, your expression was indifferent, and you smiled coldly, indicating that the immortal realm had been shattered long ago, and your immortal king father had also fallen long ago. Hearing this, the demon immortal at the quasi-immortal king level was in disbelief and could not accept it all. In the end, under this emotion, his soul completely disappeared and he fell completely. Next, after you casually dispose of the corpse of the demon fairy, you leave here and go to the next place. The next place you go to is the secret realm where Shaoling Fairy Tower is located. At first, you were not recognized by the Shaoling Immortal Tower, and after your cultivation level improved, you were unable to enter it. Now, it is different.